minutes time, so 5 minutes to the first races of the day, and we're going to be kicking off with the time trials of the women's junior 18 doubles. We have a series of 6 races there, a short break then before we go into the heats of the men's novice Coxed squads, and then an epic set of racing for the women's junior 16 doubles, and again time trials for those races there before we hit into the men's junior 18 Coxless squad. A huge entry there of 4 races we have, and again time trials that will bring us up to a mid-morning break before the men's and heading up. Alan Ludlow is our guy on the water today, and we'll be heading up to him shortly to get the first few races get underway for day 2 of the Irish Championship, starting with the women's junior 18 double scull. So welcome back to day 2 racing. Radio Kerry playing there. Apparently someone from Cork County Council is on the way out with snippers to cut the feed of Radio Kerry. We're about to get going with the women's junior 18 double scull. Our screens, you can see, are active. Welcome to everyone tuning in from home on the live feed on Rowing Ireland's website, through YouTube as well. And we have our broadcasting partners, Upshot, have done amazing over the last day of the footage that they've given. Especially impressive with the onboard camera that we had someone on the back of the catamaran, health and safety be damned, holding on for dear life, but giving us that excellent footage that we had throughout the day yesterday. So looking forward to more of that. Our man up at the start is Alan Ludlow. He's going to pick up every second race in the time trials and the heats, and then every second race, and then in the finals we'll cover all the race. I'll be joined up at the commentary with some of our new commentators as well. So welcome back to Brian and Johnny from Lee Valley. and we'll get the racing underway shortly. So first up is going to be the time trial of the women's junior 18 double sculls. In lane 1, you can see them just getting on the stake butts now. We will have Lee Valley. Lane 2, Muckross C. Lane 3, Greg Namana. Lane 4, Ban. Lane 5, Sligo B. And Lane 6, Offaly B. So first race of the day will be underway shortly. And again, these time trials, fastest 6 crews will advance on to the final. So we need to wait until race 6 is finished, just after 9 o'clock, and we'll have the fastest 6 crews. So back shortly with first race of the day, women's junior 18 double sculls. So we're underway. First race of the day, first time trial, women's junior 18 double sculls. You can see on screen is underway now. Lane 1, Lee Valley. Lane 2, Muckross C. Lane 3, Greg Namana. Lane 4, Ban. Lane 5, Sligo. And Lane 6, Offaly. So again, racing against the clock here. And it looks like lanes 4 and 6. So Ban and Offaly, the 2 crews leading it out. And then a little bit further back to the crew from Sligo, Lee Valley. And then the crews from Muckross and Greg Namana. So they're settling in after about 100 metres or so, settling into the race pace. And for the first time today, we'll head up to our man on the water. Alan is there, just about to pick up our first race of the day, the women's junior 18 time trial.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, we're sitting here at the best seat in the house. It's 400 metres off the start, and we're looking at Ban, who've already been warned for their steering, leading this one out. Lee Valley also showing quite well in lane 1. Just an update, Greg Namana and Muckross given false starts there for being late to the start. Muckross very late, in fact, literally just attached and away again. But Ban showing very well now after 400 metres. Of course, time trial here, so very difficult. You're racing the boats around you. There's a natural instinct to do that, but you're also up against the clock, which is most importantly. Now, these Ban girls in the centre there in lane 4, moving very well and starting to gap the field already as we come up about 450 gone, approaching the 500 metre mark. Second, I'd say, is Lee Valley, which are in lane 1 on the far side as you look across the enclosure. Then it's a few lengths back to Offaly on the enclosure side, holding that third position. Sligo B in lane 5, Greg Namana and the Muckross girls, they're kind of battling it out there for that 4th, 5th and 6th spot. But out in front and commanding now at the 500 metre mark, holding I'd say about 3 lengths of clear water, the junior 60, the junior 18s from Ban. So moving very, very well, very smooth through the water. Lee Valley on the enclosure, on the far side, looking a little more laboured. Again, it's up against the clock here, so very difficult not to race the people beside you and around you. And in fact, that can prove very worthwhile when it comes to the race against the clock, because but these Ban girls now very, very smooth. 750 gone at this stage, and they're in total command together, very strong. Right beside us now in the launch, Lee Valley, looking a little more laboured, a little more effort in it, but still moving very, very well through the water, holding that second position. Looking across now, I see Offaly holding that third position again. Muckross moving into it, Greg Namana and Sligo slightly being distanced now at 750, but way out in front on this time trial are the girls from Ban, the junior 18 doubles. 36 crews in this, with 6, the fastest 6 to qualify. Final coming up at 11:45 a.m. this morning, so a tough morning for these girls to start off with. So we'll see how the other heats. It's very difficult now that this band crew, just the way they're moving through the water as we approach the 1,000-metre mark, so smooth, so controlled. Lee Valley have settled into it now and are holding that commanding second place over some distance now ahead of Offaly, who are on the enclosure side out in over beside you in lane 6. Big battle here between Graignamanagh and Muckross, fighting it out with a further length back to Sligo for that 4th, 5th and 6th spot. Now just middle of the field, I see Offaly fading slightly now, and Muckross and Graignamanagh right beside each other, pushing each other on, and I think that's doing them some credit, because over on the enclosure side, the Offaly crew seem to be losing a bit of pace, but way out in front and in control of this race, coming towards you now. We've gone through the 1,000 metres. There's probably 800 to go. That crew from Ban, so smooth, so relaxed. Just hope they don't get complacent now. They're moving that boat really, really slick through the water. As I said, there's a strong second place coming from Lee Valley on the far side. That's out in lane 1 right beside us here in the launch. They're looking a little more laboured, but they are very strong through the water. Just not as slick as the Ban crew, but those two crews now are holding a strong distance over the rest of the field. Offaly starting to get swallowed up now by the Graignamanagh crew. Graignamanagh and Muckross right beside each other, putting each other under pressure. Little Sligo haven't let them go now. There's still kind of those 4 boats now are within about 3 lengths of each other, but it's, as I said, out in front and probably on your screens now coming into view of the enclosure is that Ban crew as they storm through the middle of the course there in lane 4, and they're holding a very nice lead. It would be hard to see if they're not one of the top 6 fastest times. I don't know what standard of women's junior double rowing we're getting here, but it is very strong and very slick. Lee Valley on the far side as you look across the water now, still holding that strong second place. Now they'll be fighting all they can. Unfortunately, they're looking back. There's quite a distance between them. I see the stroke just gauging how far they are ahead. Very tough to kind of get it into your mind that you're up against the clock in this type of race. That it's not necessarily everyone around you have to race. You got to race yourself. You got to give it all, because the last thing you want to be is that 7th, 8th or 9th fastest boat, because you're not going to make it to the final. As they push towards us, as they push towards you at the finish, Ban very, very slick out in front with Lee Valley, and then as I look back here, Muckross and Graignamanagh through the middle of the course have really put it up to Offaly, who had a very good start but have faded slightly, and then it's a further distance back to Sligo. We're going to tail off here now at this stage as the guys are coming into view, and you can call it home from the tower.
Thanks, Alan. Great to get the first race of the day underway, and we're seeing a really great display of sculling here from the crew from Ban. They've led off of the start, as we saw on the footage there, and opening up clear water coming through 150 metres, and they've continued to push on now, and it's the Lee Valley crew back in second place out on their own. Really difficult to do that, especially with the commentary launched right beside, but they're sticking to the race plan, and as Alan was saying, really tough in the water, and they're holding on to second place and moving away from the chasing pack as well. Muckross and the crews right beside them on the inside, right beside Muckross and Graignamanagh have been battling it out side by side there. Muckross now just moving ahead of the Graignamanagh crew, and we also see the Offaly crew getting the better of Sligo on this side. So great way to get the first race of the day underway, and Ban will be the crew to beat. We'll see their time when they come in towards the finish, and that'll be the benchmark for the fastest crew so far coming down in this race, and we'll see who the next sets of trials are going to get into the mix into that final. So really great display of rowing here from Ban coming in towards the finish. Just watching them up on the big screen there, great overhead shot again. Look how much of a lead they've opened up, in full control here, and powering on, looking grand and fresh. Job done, hopefully. So they just need to play the waiting game now and see how they're going to get on with the fastest time. Smiles all round, great to see. And we see now the Lee Valley crew on their home water just coming in to take second place. And again, waiting game for them just to see how they're going to fare against the other time trials. And it looks like Muckross coming in ahead of Graignamanagh. They're the 1, 2 and 3. So that completes, just waiting for the remaining crews to come in to close out this first time trial of the Women's Junior 16 double. And we will wing our way straight back up to pick up the second race, which is already halfway down the course. So Alan's going to go up and pick every third race. So we're going to pick this one up here. In lane 1, we have Fermoy C, lane 2, Commercial A, lane 3, Waterford B, lane 4, Sligo A, lane 5, Offaly A, and lane 6, Fermoy A. So coming down the course here, nearest the enclosure, the crew from Fermoy leading it out with Clearwater. Back then to the crew beside them, Offaly A and Sligo. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And over then to Fermoy C in 4th place at the moment, ahead of the crews from Commercial and Waterford back in 5th and 6th. So they're spread out again here, and I'm sure as soon as they get off the water, they're going to be checking up on those times. And looking at the times coming up on the results, 7:51.6 for Ban is the benchmark at the moment for the Women's Junior 18 double. That's the first time for first past the post in the first time trial. So Fermoy A leading it out nearest the enclosure here. They're coming down with about 500 metres to go. They have Clearwater, about 2 lengths of Clearwater back then to the crews from Offaly and Sligo. Just about a half a canvas separating the two of them, as you can see on screen, with the Offaly crew leading Sligo. They're the 1, 2 and 3. But over on their own, Fermoy C putting on a big push here. They've taken it up to try get back into contention and get a bit of an overlap. You can see them on the right-hand side of the screen in lane 1. They're crying tough job out on their own on that side to try get back into contention, but a little glance over the shoulder will let them know that they, with a push or two, might be able to come into third and challenge for second. So we'll see how that fares out as we come in towards the finish. You can still see nearest to us Fermoy C leading out. There's plenty of encouragement here. Once you hear it's a nice little boost as you come in towards the finish to know you can hear the cheers. Finish line is in sight. And they're absolutely flying in towards the finish now. The Fermoy team out on the far side doing really well, but they're going to run out of water as they come into the finish. Nearest to us, it's Fermoy leading from Sligo and Offaly. They're the 1, 2 and 3 with the second Fermoy crew on the far side pushing on here. So starting to bunch up again now coming in towards the finish. So Fermoy nearest to us on screen, lane 6 coming in, winding up towards the line. Little glance over to the right hand side just to see where the other crews are. They still holding on to that little bit of clear water, and it looks now the crew from Sligo getting the better of Offaly just on the run into the finish. They're coming up towards the line. Pushing each other on here. It'll help with those time trials. First cross the line there for Fermoy. It's going to be the crew from Sligo, and then Offaly, Fermoy C, and then the crews from Commercial Waterford coming in to close out the second time trial. The results on screen there from the first time trial. So 7:51.6 for Ban. That's the time to beat so far. We'll shortly have the results on screen for Fermoy. And I'm sure everyone is furiously writing down the results now just to see who the top 6 are going to be. So 2 time trials done. The next time trial is underway and we'll head up there shortly. It's CRCCA, CGS, Colouring Grammar School in lane 2, Lee lane 3, Lee C in lane 3, Lee B in lane 4, Lee A in lane 5, and St. Michael's in lane 6. So time trial 3 is underway, and you can see the footage up there. We'll head up to Alan shortly just to see how that's going, but you can even tell from here that there's a little bit of the crews getting ahead and back. It looks like in lane 3, maybe the Lee C crew a little bit further behind, but we're travelling here with lane 5. This is Lee A on the catamaran with our live footage, new feature that we have here. So coming off the start, we're going to head to our guy up there, Alan, to pick up the third time trial of the Women's Junior 18 double.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, some great rowing here. It's really 3 crews. You join us here at 550 metres to gone with 3 crews in the mix at this stage now, obviously time trial, but they really are driving on each other. CRCC, Coleraine Grammar School, we have 3 league crews and St. Michael's on the enclosure side. Not too much in this at the moment. As I said, we're about 600 metres gone, and Coleraine Grammar School now holding a very slight lead over Lee. If anything, the two of them are neck and neck. Very slight distance back to CRCC, and then we're back to another league crew, St. Michael's, and there is 1 league crew off the back now. This could affect just how far we can go. There's a bit of a distance and we don't want to wash anybody out, but we're at about 700 metres gone now. We might have to let these guys go off into the distance, but we'll see how we get on. Some very strong rowing there right beside us. CRCC, the A crew there, moving very well in lane 1. Coleraine Grammar School, bit more of an upright stance on these girls, but they are rowing very strong. But then over towards the enclosure side, I believe that's the Lee A crew. They've kind of held a bit of a lead. They've came into this after about 300 metres gone. I would have given CRCC and Coleraine Grammar School the lead off the start, but the Lee A crew have really come into this now, and as they're powering up beyond 1,000 metres, we're just wary not to wash out one of the other league crews here, give everybody a fair chance on the water, but pushing really strong is that Lee A crew. Not exactly together. I mean, to be honest, there's CRCC and Coleraine Grammar School are the slicker looking crews, but that Lee A crew have a lot of power. Very strong, big girls in that boat, moving very well through the water, really pushing on. CRCC, I have to say, are looking very slick, as are Coleraine, but those 3 crews really pushing each other. I see the bow of Coleraine just looking across, gauging where everybody is. That Lee A crew, obviously that's them in their sights. The stroke, same reaction from the stroke of the CRCC crew in lane 1, the far side, looking across, just gauging again where their competition is. Doesn't have a huge amount of bearing, as everybody's going for time in this. Just 6 crews for the final out of 36 boats. That's not great odds, so you really have to give it all. We're probably about 800 left for the leading crews at this stage, but that Lee crew looking very strong, moving very well. In fact, they look like they're having a bit of a reaction to Coleraine Grammar School sneaking up on them, and they've upped the rate. There's a definitive upping of the rate. That's lane 5 now as they come into view on the enclosure side. You'll see those reacting very well now. Is that B crew from Lee? They've reacted very strongly. They must have had a planned push because both Lee crews have really come back into this. Reaction there from in lane 2 from Coleraine Grammar School. CRCC being slightly left behind. I see the stroke looking around. Maybe their steering isn't great. They've moved slightly over into towards the lane 2 there. They're not exactly heading a straight line. That's going to cost them a second or two. But Coleraine Grammar School still very strong, probably underrating the Lee A crew, but looking very strong, more of an upright style, but still working very efficiently through the water. Difficult to tell here. We're slightly far back because we don't want to wash out the other Lee C crew. So we're going to have to tail off here just to give everybody a fair shot at racing. And as they move away from us and back to the tower, it's Lee A, Coleraine Grammar School in lane 2, and CRCC. They're the top 3, but being closely followed by the Lee B crew in lane 4. It's over to the tower.
Thanks, Alan. So here we see Coleraine Grammar School ahead. So and behind them, just behind them, is Lee A. So you can see the 2 Lee crews on the screen. They're putting each other on. I can just only imagine that the 3 Lee crews all together, they're seeing their teammates right next to them. They're putting each other on. They're just using each other to motivate themselves, just trying to get the fastest time possible to make the top 6 crews for later on today. So we see, coming up to the last 250 metres, we see Coleraine Grammar School just pushing in front of CRCC and Lee A, with Lee B and Lee C behind them. So Coleraine putting in a huge sprint just to get the fastest time possible. Lee A and CRCC are not giving up. Lee B and St. Michael's just coming up behind them as well. And you can see Lee C just on the far side doing all they can as well.
The time to beat is Ben.
So the time to beat so far is Ban in 7:51, and Fermoy in 8:07. So they're putting in all they can just to get the best time possible to make the top 6 crews into the final later on today. So just about to pass the finish line, it's Coleraine Grammar School, followed by Lee A, followed by CRCC.
So thanks to Brian there. Brian and Johnny are here with me to help out with the commentary this morning. We'll also be joined by Addy Telsrow from DULBC, who will be joining the commentary team. Already coming down towards the last 500 metres is the next time trial 4, between Tralee, CRCC, New Ross Commercial, second CRCC crew and Workman's. So Alan winging his way back up to the start, but at the 500 metre mark, we're having a look to see how these crews are doing here. So it looks like in lane 1, Tralee doing all the running here. They're well spread out. You can see from right over to left is how the crews are going. So Tralee leading this one ahead of CRCCB, and then a little bit further back to the crews from New Ross Commercial, and then Workman's and the second CRCC crew. So well spread out here. Difficult then. We saw it in the time trials that we had yesterday. When you have a crew side by side, you can get stuck into a dog battle and not realise that you're racing against the clock. But at times then, if you're racing out on your own, like these crews are here for Tralee, you have to keep the pressure on. You need to know where you are, what your potential time is, and hitting your PB to get that fastest time. So Tralee, you can see out on the far side doing all the hard work in lane 1. Perfect tailwind coming down, a slight cross with the tailwind, but that'll push on the crews as they come down. Different from what we saw yesterday with the crosswind. So nice little push from the tailwind will bring some faster times for the crews. And in full control here, they're pushing onto the line, the Tralee crew. They go again now, taking it up. And beside them, it is the crew from CRCC. They're the 1 and 2. And again, high rating from the girls. They know that the finish line's in sight. They'll hear those cheers, so give them plenty of encouragement. And as especially with these time trials, they need everything to squeeze out to make sure they get that fastest time to get into the mix for the fastest 6. So at the moment, we're just coming up to the line. We're going to see Tralee crossing ahead of the crew from CRCC. They were the 1 and 2. A little bit further back then to the commercial crew. And New Ross as well, just coming in. It's the New Ross crew, in third there, ahead of the commercial crew. Then Workman's, and back to the second CRCC crew. So as Brian was saying there, the 2 times to beat: Ban 7:51.6, for Moy 8:01 flat. They're the 2 times, fastest times so far. And we'll see how we get on with the previous and this time trial as well. Just watching the remaining crews coming in to close out. And that completes the next time trial. So another time trial closed out there. So we're going to pick up the next one as Alan makes his way back up. We're now on race 205, second last time trial, and it's halfway down. And a quick update he gave us there on the radio was that Skibbereen had a huge lead here, leading through 1,000 metres. So we have the footage just so you can see just how much of a lead they have there. Skibbereen leading at the moment from the crew from Muckross. They're the 1 and 2. And then further back to the crew from Methodist. They look like the 1, 2, 3 at the moment, with our overhead drone footage that you can see there, coming down in the second last time trial in the women's junior 18 double scull. And Alan getting in position to pick up the last one. And just looking at the times that are coming in, we'll wait for the official results. I won't get ahead of myself like I did yesterday with the men's junior scull. But the times are available. Those of you looking at the results online, they'll be verified there. And we can already see the leading times from bands 7:51.6. There's no one coming near it so far. From IA, 8:01 is the nearest crew to them. 10-second difference. And of course, time trials and finals are two very different things. So we'll see how that goes when we get on to the final later on today. But meanwhile, back on the water, we're seeing a dominant display from Skibbereen in lane 6 nearest to us. They're leading this one out, and then it is the crew from Muckross. They're the 1 and 2. A little bit further back then to the crew from Methodist. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And the chasing pack just coming in behind them as well. So this is the second last time trial of the women's junior 18 double. So again, plenty of encouragement here as they come in towards the enclosure. The Skibbereen crew powering on here. Muckross, really difficult to race against the clock with no crews beside you. But they're doing a great job here so far. And then a little bit further back to the crews from Methodist, and just coming back in to contention a little bit of the crew from Fermoy. They've had a good last 500 to come back in the Clearwater lead that the crew from Methodist had back in third place. So Fermoy coming back into the mix as well. But we're just watching a really, really nice display here from the Skibbereen double. They're motoring along towards the finish, really high rate, racing it like it's Fermoy sprints coming in towards the finish. They're not taking the foot off the gas. They know you can't advance on unless you get that fastest time. So you do really need to go out and race these time trials like it is a final to get your absolute best time to get in the mix for the fastest 6. So Skibbereen just coming in, finish lines in sight for them, just crossing the line there. First thing they'll do is check the stroke coach to see what the time is for them. And coming in second then with the Muckross crew, and on the far side just coming in to take second. Ahead then of the crew from Methodist, they're the 1, 2 and 3. And then the Fermoy crew, along with CRCC and the crew from Clonmel, just coming in to close out the second time trial. Already underway is the next one, so we're going to wing our way back up to the next time trial, closing out the women's junior 18 double sculls. It's time trial 6.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, race 206 here, and we're sitting at the 600 metre mark and just past us at Lone, moving really, really strong through the water, really comfortable. Shandon in second place, about 2 lengths behind, and then it is slightly back further then to Waterford, Skibbereen, Cappoquin and Muckross battling it out there. There's 4 kind of with about 2 lengths between them. Way out in front and would be Athlone and the Shandon crew. Now they are holding some really, really nice pace. Shandon in the middle of the course looking a little more laboured. We are right beside the Athlone crew and they are moving so well, so together. Very slick. 1,000 metres done now at this stage, and I'd be surprised if I didn't see them in the final, although I've seen some pretty impressive boats. I have my own little list here of ones that have impressed me. Bandley A, Coleraine Grammar School, Skibbereen. Will they make the final? Fastest 6. These guys have it in their hands at the moment to make it there or not. Slightly further back from Athlone and Shandon, as I said, there's a big battle in the middle of the course here. We have Waterford, and right beside them Skibbereen B crew. They are going neck and neck. Hopefully you can pick that up on camera. Holding a small lead over that little middle bunch is the Cappoquin crew, and then slightly back out on the enclosure side there is the B crew from Muckross. Those 4 battling it out together, but still out in front now. Shandon have not let Athlone go at all. Athlone had a great start and held probably a 2-length lead at the 500 metre mark, but Shandon haven't let them go now. They still have about a length. Just looking across there, I think Shandon are very focused on their own time. I do see the Athlone stroke looking across, just gauging where they are. It's impossible not to try and race the opposition, irrespective whether it's a time trial or final or heats, it's just a natural racer's instinct that you want to beat the boat beside you, you want to be first across the line. That's inbuilt into these guys, and they are doing so well. Athlone holding that lead now as we approach the 1500 metre mark. Over that lead over Shannon, and in fact they've probably increased it a little. They haven't really changed their rate. They're just rowing long and strong through the water, looking very, very in sync. Shandon under a little bit more pressure, definitely upping the rate now as we approach the last 500. Moving back through the course, I can see the Kappa Quinn crew still holding a slight lead. In fact, if anything, I'd say Waterford might have overtaken them. Waterford bow just looking across there. Right beside them is that Skibbereen boat across the end of Muckross. There's a bit of a distance back. Kappa Quinn feeling a little bit under pressure. I see the stroke girl looking across over to her right. She sees two boats in that eye line and wants to really make a push. Leaders of this heat, Athlone and Shandon, now entering into the last probably 300 metres, but moving very well. I'd be surprised to see if I don't see Athlone and Shandon maybe in the final, but again, 6 spots, there could be nothing between us in the end of the day when we have a look at the final times. We're going to leave it off to the tower now to call this one home, but some excellent racing as they move away from us. Still Athlone from Shandon, and then the big battle in the middle of the course. Over to you.
Thanks, Alan. In lane 1 we have Athlone, and they're really pushing it on. This is a brilliant race to see. They're really ahead and they're really giving it their all to make that final. Then we have Shandon in lane 4. They're coming up second, and you can just see how hard they're pushing, like everything, to make the final. They're really giving it their all in this one, and I just love to see it down here in our home course at Lee Valley. Lane 1 winning, yeah? As we're coming up to the line, Athlone is still holding their place strong, steady, and we're following up by Shandon, and then we've Kappa Quinn, Skibbereen fighting it out, and we have Athlone finishing first. Closely following up, we have Shandon just about to cross the line, and Athlone really gave it their all there. You see their tired faces. And now we have Skibbereen and Shandon. Skibbereen and Waterford fighting it out. And that one is to Waterford, then Skibbereen following behind, and Muckross crossing the line. And that closes out the time trials of the Women's Junior 18 doubles.
So just have a very short break before we pick up the men's novice fours, or novice quads, you can see on screen. Just a reminder for everyone here, if you're sharing any photos, videos to social media, our event hashtags are hashtag We Are Rowing Ireland, hashtag Green Blades, and hashtag Irish Rowing Champs. And just a reminder, the finish line cafe is open in the rowing centre here. Breakfast, teas, coffees, pastries, and it'd be great if everyone supports that, add into the funds that are going to the international rowing teams. So the Finish Line Cafe is here, keeping everyone fed and watered. We are going to kick off 2 heats next of the men's novice Coxed quad. Heat 1 will have Trinity A. Heat 1, Lane 2 will have Trinity A. Lane 3 will have Trinity B. Lane 4 will have UCD B, and Lane 5 will have UCD A. That's not going to be confusing at all. 4 of the crews from Dublin, and then the other heat will have Fermoy, Queens, and UCC. So footage there, you can just see they're getting on the stake boats. Will be underway shortly. And ideal rowing conditions, we say, still a little bit of a cross tailwind. Nothing that the crews won't struggle with, hopefully, with these men's novice quads particularly. And then we'll be back after that with the women's junior 16 time trials that will go on and on and on. There's 8 of them to get our fastest 6 times. And our timing team in the background will be putting together the overall winners of the women's junior 18 double. And we'll have the fastest 6 ready. But on screen you can see we're underway now with the men's novice Coxed squad Heat 1. 3 crews to qualify rather cruelly out of 4. So 1 crew will not make it through. So they're going to have to see who the race to be third is here between the 2 colleges. We have in lane 2 will be DUBC Trinity A, and lane 3 will be Trinity B. And then we have the 2 UCD crews, UCD B in lane 4 and UCD A in lane 5. So already through the first few hundred meters, and we can see that it is the crew from UCD A will be nearest the enclosure in lane 5 leaving out. And we'll head up to Alan to pick up this race as they come through. Alan, rather cruelly, just 1 crew won't qualify.
Thanks, Richie. 400 gone, and it is the battle of the Dublin universities here. We have 2 boats from Trinity, 2 boats from UCD, and 1 to get dropped, which is heartbreaking. 7 entries here in this men's novice Coxed quad, and only 6 places in the final. As they come through the 500 metre mark, very, very strong start from the UCD A crew over in lane 2, but they have been reeled in by the Trinity, let me just see, that's the Trinity A crew over beside us here in lane 5. So they're really good battle here. They both of those strong leading crews seem to have settled into it. Bit of a dogfight behind as well. A lot of pent-up college anger here between these 4 crews. One of them is going to get dropped and not make it to the final. So a bit different from the time trials, as I said, more traditional. We are in heats with 1 crew to hang up their boots at the end of this, not make it on to the final. That final time coming up at 5 to 12 this afternoon. So out in front at the minute, and maybe even just staying in control of the race, we have 1 crew from UCD, 1 crew from Trinity. The UCD A crew on the enclosure side moving very well, along with the Trinity crew on the far side over beside us here in lane 2. We have to step back probably about 3 lengths to a real dogfight for that second place. There is half a canvas between lane 3 and lane 4, with in fact that's closing as I speak now, as we approach 7:50. That is closing, and I'd say there is 1 foot now between those 2 crews. We're right beside this. The real battle here, the real action, is in that spot. That 3rd qualifying spot. Real passion being shown by the Cox in that Trinity boat in lane 3. Oh, the bow man just had a little moment. It's hard not to, but those boys, especially Bow in the Trinity boat, looking across, very nervous now in relation to how who is going home. But they've pulled out. That Trinity boat has pulled out again, half a canvas, but UCD not letting them go. All the focus here is on this battle for 3rd, and we've had an issue for the UCD crew at the 1,000 metre mark. They've pulled the crab. They're going to have to just stop and get back into their flow of things. They have, and they are, but that has literally given Trinity a length. Disaster at the 1,000 metre mark. The UCD crew now are a little all over the place, but they're back into their rhythm. We've just gone through 1,000 metres, and that has put clear water between the UCD and the Trinity crew. The Trinity crew, the Cox is really losing the head. She really wants to make this 3rd spot. Whether she's helping the boat now by her passion or not is another thing, but the real battle and all the action is in that 3rd and 4th spot. UCD unfortunately had that mishap that has put clear water now and given Trinity B crew that clear water for that 3rd spot. The other 2 well out in front, DUBC A and UCD A crew well in control now and on their way to the final, you'd have to imagine. In fact, as I look over there, the UCD A crew have taken down the rate, look really in control. And I think now at this stage if they can keep their head, that DUBC B crew is going to leave that UCD B crew for dust now. The UCD have really got back into their stride after that mishap at 1,000 metres and are really putting a push. Maybe there's a little bit more passion in them now after that mishap, and they are certainly closing the gap now. They still have enough water to do it, to be honest. 600 metres they have eaten up that gap. That was clear water, and now there's a call from the stroke in that Trinity B crew to up that rate. In fact, they've closed that clear water. They've closed that clear water, and now it's back to 3/4 of a length. And there is a massive comeback in lane 4 for that for that UCD B crew, and they're back to half a length with 500 metres to go. This is a turnaround and a half. UCD battling in lane 4 for that third spot. They were out of it. They were 2 lengths down, and now they're back to half a length, and there's still 400 metres to go. Richie, this is a barnstorming finish now in that battle for third spot. Everybody keep your eyes on that battle for third.
Thanks, Alan. This is a really big battle for third place here now. We're coming up the river. We have the times on screen now. And here we go. We have UCD in Trinity, and it looks really tight here between UCD and Trinity in the middle, all fighting for third place. It is really good recovery. Trinity is leading it out now. They're looking really strong for a novice crew. They're all Coxed here now, making it easier for the novices. Trinity Clearwater back to UCD. Really giving their all now. We're coming up to the finish line. Last 100 metres. The fight for third place is definitely on. UCD has definitely recovered from the crab, and they're fighting back. But no doubt about the winner. Champion of Ireland. Trinity. And Trinity crosses the finish line, followed by UCD. And that fight for third place is not gone. They're still really pushing it out. I think Trinity might be able to hold it. Oh, UCD is calling. They're catching up. Oh, it's close. Oh, UCD! That was a really good catch there. Just on the line, UCD caught them literally last 10 metres. Well done to Trinity. And that's heat 1 of the men's novice 4. Trinity A, UCD B, and A, and then all qualified for the final. Really good race.
So quite unbelievable finish there from the UCD crew, catching a crab, a boat stop of a crab at 1,000 metres, recovering well, and determination there. They just pipped Trinity B crew for that third qualifying spot. So it's going to be Trinity and 2 UCD crews moving in to the final. Heat 2 on its way down now in the men's novice cock squad between Fermoy, Queens and UCC, already at the 1,000 metre mark. Can you ask them to go? Already at the 1,000 metre mark, so Fermoy will be in lane 2, Queens lane 3, and UCC will be nearest to us in lane 4. And looks like centre of the course, the crew from Queens leading it out at the moment as we look up the course. You can see just how much of a lead they've opened up here. 2 crews to qualify, so we will have a 5-boat final in the men's novice cock squad. So Queens in full control. This is what you want. Centre of the course. You can look left, look right. Look how much of clear water they have there. So they just need to keep the heads and keep calm and keep the technique. An absolute for novice crew, these Queen's scullers, you can see absolute perfection there. Novice rowing first year, for a lot of the crews that they're racing here, and hopefully we'll see some of them move from novice rowing into club rowing and intermediate over the seasons ahead. But before they do that, they have the matter of getting into the final of the men's novice Coxed quad. So Queens leading this one out easily by 60-70 metres, then back to the crew on their inside is Fermoy and UCC will be battling it out for the second qualifying spot. So again, 3 crews racing here, 2 to qualify, so it's a race not to come last. And we'll see when they come in. They're about 700 metres to go. Queen's coming up on that marker now, and then we'll see who's leading it out and the run up to the finish. And as we saw in the previous race, anything can happen in the space of a couple of strokes. So it could be that we get another exciting finish here. So you can see just on screen the crew from Fermoy. They have a little bit of clear water now over UCC. So if UCC are looking to get that qualifying spot, they're going to have to make a move fairly quick to get back into contention, get an overlap, and then push on from that and try get into the mix for the second spot. No doubt about the leader, though, coming through 500 to go. Queens doing what needs to be done there. Really nice technique from them. You can see with the lead like that, they're able to take the rate a little bit further down and just paddle here. They're not racing against the clock like the time trials. They are racing just to get the secure spot. So looking good so far for Queens. And then back to the crew from Fermoy. Just in the last few hundred metres, they've pushed on again. Fermoy to open up a lead over UCC. That's a bit of a cushion for them to know that they have that second qualifying spot. So we'll see how things go now over the next few hundred metres. But looking good, in full control, and a really nice display of rowing. Really nice technique from the Queen's crew here. And we can hear the Coxes calling out the calls there as well. So they'll just want to stay in control here. A little glance over the shoulder from the stroke of the Queen's boat, just getting his markings. Where are they? Where's that bloody finish line? And he'll paddle on here knowing that that first qualifying spot is theirs as we watch the Irish flag being raised. I won't launch into Oran Navian. It's bad enough listening to me without having to listen to me sing. But the Queen's crew, full control here. A little bit of encouragement for the novices. A lot of them competing at the first championship. So they'll looking to secure the spots. It's going to be Queen's coming across the line ahead then of the Fermoy crew. And it is the UCC crew who will run out of water, won't make it into the final. So far, it's going to be Queen's and Fermoy just crossing the line there. The Queen's crew ahead of Fermoy. And they are going to join Trinity and the 2 UCD crews for our 5-boat final later on today. So just watching Fermoy come in and close it out ahead of UCC. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And that closes out the men's novice Coxed quad. Next up, it's going to be the women's junior 16 doubles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 time trials for the women's junior 16 double sculls. So we'll be back shortly. They're already off of the start, and we'll head up to Alan to pick up the next race. Just while we're waiting for the next race, we can give you the lineup for the women's junior 18 double scull from those earlier time trials. The 6 fastest crews in that are Shandon, Athlone, Skibbereen C, Ban, Muckross A and Fermoy A. So Skibbereen and Ban's centre lanes in 3 and 4, the 2 fastest crews. Athlone and Muckross, the next 2 fastest. And then Shandon and Fermoy on the outside lanes 1 and 6. That's the progression and lane draw. So those 6 crews from the time trials earlier will be into our first final of the day at 11:45 in the women's junior 18 doubles. Meanwhile, back on the course, we have the first time trial for the women's junior 16 double between Closhignoid A, Closhignoid B, Skibbereen, Lee Valley, Athlone and Skibbereen C. So 2 Closhignoid crews, 2 Skibbereen crews and Lee Valley and Athlone for the first time trial. We're just seeing the official result there, a race 2:08 between Trinity UCD and the second UCD crew. And look at the time there between third and fourth, just 0.5 of a second. It was UCDB just surging on the line to take the win there and the third qualifying spot. So just on screen, you're seeing the start of the time trial away cleanly in the women's junior 16 double scull. Clochtignoid on the right hand side of the screen, Clochtignoid A. Right beside them, Clochtignoid B in lane 2, Skibbereen A, Lee Valley centre of the course, Athlone A and Skibbereen C. And leading it out centre of the course, very little between them, but it does look like the crews that are from Athlone, Lee Valley are centre of the course there, and we're going to head up the course now to pick up this first time trial of the women's junior 16 double.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, we've had a bit of an incident, so we're slightly delayed off the start. I'm not sure if you caught it, but the in lane 2, the Clochtignoid B crew actually went for a dip, as unfortunately as they were had a bit of a mishap. But everyone okay and back in the boat, and fair play to these junior 16 girls. Jumped straight back in onto the start, and they're away and racing hard. So as they come up to us here, we're at about 350 metres gone. Lane 1 and lane 2 are the two Clochtignoid boats right beside us here. Out to an early battle, and lead is Skibbereen and Lee Valley in the middle of the course, followed by Athlone and Skibbereen. So 400 metres gone, and it is neck and neck between lane 3 and lane 4. That's Skibbereen A and Lee Valley A, and those two are as they pass us here, Skibbereen just moving into a half-length lead over that Lee Valley A crew as they approach the first 500. Then it's a slight step back to Athlone, it's a slight step back to Skibbereen, and then the two Clochtignoid boats are right beside us here in lane 1 and lane 2 on the far side of as you look at it from the enclosure. But as they move away through 500, it's a half-length lead. Skibbereen A, much higher rating. Their compatriots are they're right beside them there in Lee Valley A crew. So marked difference in rates, but still both crews moving very, very strongly through the water. So again, a time trial here. We have a massive entry here, 43 entries in this women's junior 16 double, battling for a top 6 place in the final at 12:15 today. Make sure you join us for that. But as I'm looking here now, as they hit about 600, it's those two crews, sheer class actually, as I look up there. Skibbereen overrating Lee Valley, but both crews moving very, very slick and steady through the water. Of course, Skibbereen renowned scullers and have really added up their pot title over the last number of years. But these junior 16, both from Lee Valley and from Skibbereen, are belying their young years, because they are rowing very, very strong, very, very slick. Lee Valley, lower rate, much more power. Skibbereen, very slick, higher rate. Just caught a glimpse as the Skibbereen stroke looks across there. They're holding that maybe about a length lead at this stage now. We have to tail back a bit. The last thing we want to do is wash out any of the two Clochtignoid crews beside us. Having a little bit of an issue with steering. The battle for third spot there is on the enclosure side between Athlone and Skibbereen. Athlone holding about half a length over Skibbereen as I look at it now. We're going to have to probably drop back a bit, maybe at the 1,000 metre mark. Quite a distance between all the crews here, but showing very, very strongly is that Skibbereen and Lee Valley crew. A lot of crews now for that slender little 6 spots in the final. 43 crews battling out for it, but certainly Skibbereen and Lee Valley A crew in the middle of the course there in lane 3 and lane 4, giving themselves every chance, because they are moving through this course now very, very slick. In fact, through the 1,000 metres, I'd say Skibbereen have taken probably about 2 lengths now over Lee Valley, but Lee Valley certainly aren't letting them go. It's quite a distance back then to the other two crews, Athlone and Skibbereen on the enclosure side, really neck and neck. Maybe Skibbereen have half a length over them, and then some distance back to the battling Clochtignoid A and B crew on the far side. We're going to leave it at 1,000 metres. We don't want to wash out any crews, as I said, but as they move away from us, it's the Skibbereen A crew holding maybe 2.5 lengths over Lee Valley A crew in the centre of the course with about 800 metres to go. Further back then, Skibbereen have taken about a length over Athlone, and then it's further on back to the two Clochtignoid crews. We're going to have to leave it here just to avoid washing out any crews, and we'll head back up to the start to catch the next race. It's back to the tower.
Thanks, Alan. So here we see Skibbereen leading over Lee Valley. They both have a very commanding lead over the rest of the crews. Just a reminder of the lineup. It's Coxless A in lane 1, Coxless B in lane 2, Skibbereen A in lane 3, Lee Valley A in lane 4, Athlone A in lane 5, and Skibbereen C in lane 6. So a lot of A crews in this heat. It's going to be very, very competitive. And we can see here they're doing their best to try and pick up the best time possible to get into the final later on. So here we can see Skibbereen has about half a boat length over Lee Valley. Lee Valley doing all they can just to put in the best time possible and not let the Skibbereen crew get the best of them. They're coached by Ross O'Donovan in Lee Valley, formerly of Skibbereen, so he'll be probably shouting for both Skibbereen and Lee Valley. So we can see here Skibbereen have definitely upped the power, upped the rate, and Lee Valley are not letting them go. It's a really competitive battle between these two crews. There's a much further array of boats towards the back, so we can see in lane 5 Athlone A are just coming in third place, but it's about 7 or 8 boat lengths back. So I'd be very surprised to see if Skibbereen and Lee Valley were not in this final later on, because they're doing all they can just to make it into the final. They're putting in a great time. You can see here on the screen, you can see how hard their finish is. They really want this final, so they're just putting everything they can into this race. So it's Skibbereen number 1 and Lee Valley number 2, and followed back by Athlone and Skibbereen C. So you can see here Skibbereen A, very commanding lead. The bow takes a look to her left and her right. They have a very big advantage, so they're in a very comfortable position. They're just looking left and right, making sure they can do everything they can. They're not letting Lee Valley catch up to them. Lee Valley doing everything they can. You can see Skibbereen C and Athlone just a few boat lengths behind. They're doing everything they can as well. Only 250 meters to go for these crews. They're putting in their sprint. They don't want to be the crews that come 7th, 8th, or 9th. The crews that won't make it into the final later on. So they're just trying to make it the standing time, trying to be the crew to beat, and just doing everything they can. Coming into the last 100 meters, you can hear the crowd shouting. They're doing it. Only J16 guys, so they're doing absolutely everything they can. And Lee Valley has now regained connection. They're doing absolute sprints. They're just trying to catch onto the Skibbereen crew, but it looks like they're not going to do it, but they're trying their best. They only have about 50 meters left to the finish line. Skibbereen C and Athlone are the next crews to come through. Skibbereen C have pulled away from Athlone, and they're up in the rate, and they're just pushing on. They're dealing very well with these conditions. It's a cross tailwind. It seems to be a bit of a pattern for this weekend. And Skibbereen A and Lee Valley have crossed the finish line. Skibbereen C are now coming up to the finish line, followed by Athlone and followed by the 2 Coxless crews, A and B. So further back to Coxless in lane A and B in lanes 2 and lane 1. So Skibbereen C pulls through the finish line, sharply followed by Athlone, who only have a few more strokes left. They're just pushing it up, they're putting everything they can. They don't want to leave anything left in the race. Just putting their foot in the pedal for the last 2 strokes. And here we can see the 2 Coxless crews finishing as well. So that concludes the first heat of the junior women's 16 double time trial.
So back on the course now and coming down with just over 500 metres to go. It is race 211, the second time trial of the women's junior 16 double between Killorglin C in lane 1 on the far side, Offaly lane 2, Cork C in lane 3, Sligo A lane 4, Fermoy B lane 5 and Neptune nearest to us in lane 6. Looks like the crew from Sligo leading it out in the centre of the course. Clear water, ideal for them. They can look left and right and see any of the charges that are coming from the other crews that are either side of them. And again, racing against the clock again in the women's junior 16 doubles here. So out in front doesn't necessarily mean that you'll guarantee a spot into the final. We'll have to see how the overall times are. Lots of encouragement here. Big crowd from Sligo right in front of us here, encouraging the double skull from that crew. And they have clear water, you can see, back to the crews. Chasing them then, it looks like on the far side, the crew from Killorglin, and right beside them Offaly, also in the mix then the crew from Fermoy as well. And nearest to us then it is Neptune, and a little bit further back to Cork. So again, racing against the clock here, and we'll shortly have the times from the previous time trial to see who's leading it out. So they're keeping the pressure on here on the run in towards the finish. And out there on their own, centre of the course, and making use of that tailwind, it is the crew from Sligo leading it out. Really nice rowing from these junior 16s. Ahead then of the crew from Killorglin on the far side in the yellow boat, just holding off about half a length ahead of the crew from Offaly. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Further back then to Fermoy, Neptune and Cork, back in 3rd, 4th and 5th. So just waiting to see. Finish line is in sight. We can see on screen last few strokes. Really great rowing from the junior 16 girls from Sligo. They're going to cross the line. Clear water. It's back then to the crew from Killorglin, who are under increased pressure from the guys from Fermoy coming in as well. And just coming up to the line. Really exciting finish there. Just coming in, surging the crowd from Athlone. Sorry, Fermoy just coming in as well. It's the Fermoy crew in 3rd ahead of Neptune, and then back to Cork. So we'll see how those are going to get on with the times. So that's the second time trial of the women's junior 16 double, and now we're going with the third time trial. Is already on its way down to us. Alan's up at the start to pick up the one after this, so we're going to pick up this one as well. And this is the third time trial between Waterford, Shandon, Lee, Waterford and Commercial. And this one is just coming up at about 700 metres to go. And you can see it on screen, the overhead shots there. Leading it out in lane 2, it's the crew from Shannon. Well ahead then of the crew in lane 4, or lane 5. Lane 4, it looks like Lee. So Shannon from Lee at the moment. And then further back to the crew from Waterford. They're the 1, 2 and 3. A lot closer then for 4th, 5th and 6th. Back between the crews from Commercial and from Shandon as well. But leading it out in lane 2 in the second time trial, it's the Shannon crew. And they're just coming up that 500 metre mark. You can see on the far side just where the safety launch is, and on the bank there's a yellow marker with the white buoys. So that's 500 metres to go, and they'll know that they're down to the last quarter of the race here. And start to hear the encouragement that's going to come from the enclosure as well. So it's a nice little pick-up for the crews as they get to run in towards the finish. So we've seen some tight races so far, and with these time trials it's that bit difficult because you think you could be having the race of your life, and then you come in and find out that you're 7th, 8th or 9th, as Brian was saying in the previous race there. So that you need to keep the pressure on to make sure that you guarantee those spots, and that's exactly what the Shannon crew are doing. A slightly lower rate compared to Lee. Really powerful in the water for these junior 16s from Shannon. They're leading it out. We're just seeing footage of the Lee crew. Grant's over the shoulder from the bow girl there. She's just keeping an eye on where they are, and they're starting to wind up for the line here in lane 4. So it's Lee will be looking to come and try eat into the lead that Shannon have opened up. But the Shannon crew, you can see just how much of a lead you have there. Centre of the course, Shannon ahead of Lee, and then further back to the crew from Waterford. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and then it's some way back to the other crews. You can see the umpire just having to do his best to stay back. Unfortunately, might have to wash out some of the crews. to make sure that the leading crews get through safely. We're just watching Lee again as they come in towards the finish. But the Shannon crew on the far side, really nice rowing from them. They've been in full control here, and they're starting to take up, wind up for the line here, take the rate right up, and guarantee every millisecond will count here in these time trial events. So they're pushing on and not taking the foot off the gas. As they come in towards the finish, it's Shannon leading it out ahead Lee. Last few strokes for them, you can see just coming into the line now. It is going to be Shannon crossing the line in this time trial ahead of Lee in second place. And then the Waterford crew did really well there, coming back on the far side just in third. And these three crews well ahead of the chasing pack in the time trial. So we'll wait for the remaining crews to come down.
So for the next heat of the women's junior 16 double, we have CRCC in lane 2, Kilorglin A in lane 3, New Ross in lane 4, Muckhurst in lane 5, and Shandon A in lane 6. So this is the next heat of the women's junior 16 double. So first of all, we see the times of the last heat on the screen in front of us. So Sligo A having a good lead over the rest of the crews with 8:15.5. I'm sure, I have no doubt that's a good time to get into the final, but we'll have to see with the rest of the crews on their way. So leading, we see Kilorglin in lane 3. Yesterday they had a tremendous win in the women's junior 16 quad, so absolutely no doubt they'll be putting in some huge times here as well. So leading, having a commanding lead in lane 3 is Kilorglin, followed by Muckhurst and New Ross. So you can see the light blue of the Shandon on the screen and the canary yellow of the Muckhurst. So Shandon going at a good rate with the bow looking over to her left. She can look left and right because she's in one of the middle lanes. So she has a good view of the other crews around her. So they're have a very commanding lead over Muckhurst on the screen. So they're coming into the last 250 meters. They're up in the pace. They're doing everything they can, as I said, to get into the top 6 crews. They don't want to be the crews coming 7th, 8th, or 9th, just missing out in the final. So we can see here there's a good battle for first place between Kilorglin and Shandon, with Muckhurst right behind them. So only 100 meters left to go. They're upping the rate. They're doing everything they can, just doing what they can to battle the other crew, try and knock the other crew out for the first place spot. And they're just coming up to the finish line now. We can hear the crowd absolutely shouting for them, cheering them on, trying to give them as much motivation as possible. And in about 2 seconds, we'll hear the hooter for Kilorglin. So Kilorglin in first place, followed by Shandon, and we can see Muckhurst coming up. They're about 50 meters left to go, about 20 strokes. You can see they're doing everything they can, just a really tough, really hard finish. They're pulling as much as they can just to try and get into those top 6 crews. We can see further back, we can see New Ross, and we can see CRCC. Apologies. So CRCC and New Ross, they're battling it out, trying to get another good time as well. So we see here, so Killorglin in first place, Shandon second, Muckers third. They're only J16s. They're the youngest crews in this championships, guys. So make sure you're cheering them on. Only 100 minutes left to go.
So we're in the mix in race 215, the women's junior 16 double scull, and I'm looking across here now and I see we have out to an early lead, Killorglin B at out in lane 3. We have Lee Valley in lane 2, Killorglin, Sligo, Skibbereen, and on the enclosure side we have Shandon. So as I said, 43 crews with only the fastest 6 to go through. It's a real battle for every second, every step of the way. Killorglin leading the way now as we've gone through 520 metres. Killorglin B crew moving very well under a little bit of pressure now from Lee Valley, who are just about a length down in lane 2, and then it's a further length back to Skibbereen B. Sligo and Shandon then battling it out further on back, but holding a lead now and pushing away is this Lee Valley B crew and the Killorglin crew on the far side as you look at it from the enclosure. Lane 2 and lane 3 really moving well, really moving strong. Now we have the best seat in the house and we're right beside that Lee Valley B crew. Stroke looking across, just gauging where the Skibbereen girls are out in lane 5. They're holding a third spot. Again, Skibbereen crew, renowned scullers, renowned successful at every level of Irish rowing over the last number of years, but that Skip crew now in holding that third spot, moving very well through the water and starting to put a bit of distance between themselves and Shandon. A little further back now to Sligo B crew, but out in front and has been out in front now from the off. It's that Killorglin crew moving very well, very steady, don't look like they're under pressure at all. The Lee crew right beside us, Stroke moving very, very well, a lot of focus on the bow. Just staying in perfect time. These are moving really, really well, these two crews. A little bit more effort coming from the Skibbereen crew there. They know they're in that third spot, but they want every second they can. As I said before, these are real racers. You always want to beat the crew beside you, even though you can get the mentality that you have to fight for every second for the time trial, but there is always that racer's instinct that you want to beat that person beside you. You want to cross the line first. Killorglin B now moving very, very strong. Don't look like they're under pressure at all, just easing through the water in this women's junior 16 double sculls, and those two crews, Skibbereen and Killorglin and Lee Valley, really pushing on. Bit of an effort now coming as we go through the 1,000 metres from the Skibbereen crew in that third spot in lane 5. They're putting distance between themselves and Shandon, and further back then to Sligo. Big effort now, big push at the 1,000 metre mark from Skibbereen to see can they close the gap on the Killorglin and Lee Valley crews. We might just ease off here and we might have to leave it back to the tower, but as they move away from us with probably about 900 metres to go, it's the Killorglin B crew holding that lead as they have from the very start over Lee Valley. Further on back to Skibbereen, to Shandon and Sligo pushing on there in that 5th spot. Back to the tower.
Thanks, Alan. Apologies, there was some confusion with race 214 that was skipped by accident, so it was Cork B that were the winners of that heat. But moving on to race 215, we can see here Killorglin have domination in this heat. Again, crews from the winning J16 quad yesterday, and there is the Lee Valley crew in second place, followed by Skibbereen. So only only about 750 meters left to go. They're just upping the pace, upping the race, doing everything they can, just getting that best time they can. They're only racing against them time trials. There's no places for heats, so they have to keep going until the finish line, and they won't know where they'll be until they come off the water. So only 750 meters to go. It's a hard race. 2 kilometers is longer than you think. It's just pain. Building up. So here we can see on the screen Killorglin followed by Lee Valley. So they're not letting each other go. There's a really good battle there. So you can see the crews behind them are a considerable amount back, but they're still not letting it go. So here we see Killorglin followed by Lee Valley by half a length, and then Skibbereen in lane 5. So Skibbereen are catching onto those other crews. They're not letting it go either. They really want this this to get into the J16 women's final. So they're doing everything they can. You can see the bow of the Skibbereen boat is looking to her left. They have a really long finish. They're just trying to put as much power into this race as they can. And you can see here Lee Valley is catching onto Killorglin. So we can see here, we can see them tiring out, but Lee Valley are now taking over. It's really competitive. We can see the bow from the Lee Valley boat looking over to her left, and the stroke looking to her right. They have now taken the lead, and they're looking over just to make sure that they're leading. They really want to be in the first position in this heat, and they're quickly running away from the other boat. Here we can see the results of race 214. You can see Cork, Neptune, Shannon, Fermoy, and Neptune B. So apologies, that one was looked over with the cameras. But here we can see coming to the enclosure, only about 400 metres left to go. We can see Lee Valley, followed by Killorglin, followed by Skibbereen. We can see here as well that they're lengthening their strokes. They're just trying to put everything into what they have left. They're putting their foot on the gas pedal. They're not leaving anything left on the water. They're just putting everything they can into this race. You can see here the Lee Valley boat. They're really starting to tire, but they're not letting it go. The bow is looking over to her left. She's just on her right. She's just making sure that they have a commanding lead. They don't want to let this go. They have to come into first. So I have no doubt that Gráinne O'Donovan of Lee Valley will be absolutely just over the world proud with these girls. They're just doing amazing. Only J16s. They're the youngest category in the championships, and they're doing absolutely brilliantly. They're just putting in the best time they can. We can see here the stroke looking to her left and looking to her right again, just making sure, doing everything they can to stay in the first position. So just about to cross the line, we have Lee Valley in first place, followed by Killorglin, and then followed by Skibbereen, Shandon, and Sligo. So we can hear the crowds. They're going absolutely wild.
Yeah, late two, yeah. So
next up, we're just looking at the last heat of the women's junior 16 double. This is a time trial, and well out in front we have lane 2, Fermoy, and then lane 3 we have Cork, lane 4 Athlone C, lane 5 Lee, and then lane 6 we have Athlone B. So again, it's Fermoy A, well out to a commanding lead, and then it's a pretty close race for second here between Cork A and what looks like Lee B. So again, this is a time trial, so all these athletes will be pushing as hard as they can because there's no telling who makes it through to the final.
Yeah, no, it's grand. So they're just coming up with about 700 to go.
So we're past the halfway mark. They have about 700 to go. So the last few minutes of this race, they'll be looking to make the most of the strokes they have left. Again, for Moy, way out in front. And there's the results of the last heat. So race 215, we have Lee Valley B, Killorglin B, Skibbereen B, Shandon B, and Sligo B.
Anyone tuning in or checking the results, you can see the leading times. You can see they're available online.
Anyone tuning in to check results, you can see the leading times are available online for these time trials. So this is the 6th and final heat of the women's junior 16 double, and this is just a shot of that Fermoy double out in the lead, looking strong coming into the finish.
Clear water back to the chasing pack.
And they've clear water back to the chasing pack. Here's a shot of the Lee crew and the Cork crew battling it out for second. It looks like Lee's bow ball might just be about a canvas ahead, but it's a tight race.
Say Cork and Lee train together in Cork City, so they'll be well used to each other.
So these two clubs train together in Cork City, so they'll be well used to racing each other and training alongside each other. And Fermoy down to the last few strokes coming into view here. They're right in front of the enclosure. And just a shot of the commanding lead. No other boat in view. And Fermoy across the finish line in first. Good race for Fermoy, clearly gave it everything they had. And Cork look like they're taking the lead against the Lee coming into the finish here. So some trade-offs coming into the line. And those two Athlone boats just crossing the line here. And that closes out the heats of the women's junior 16 doubles. Next up will be the time trials for the men's junior 18 Coxless quads.
I can pick this one up, yeah. So next up, we've closed out there the women's junior 16 double. Welcome to Addy, who's joined us here on the commentary team for this morning. So we've closed out now the women's junior 16 double races, and we're getting ready to head up the start and pick up the first time trial of the men's junior 18 Coxless quad between Closhagnoid, Enniskillen, Muckross and Lee Valley and Cappaquin, and we'll head up to Allen to pick up this race.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, with the first one, of course, men's junior Cox's quad, 19 entries for those 6 coveted spots in the final at 12:25 today. The first heat has just gone past us now. We mightn't be able to stay too long with them because there is quite a gap in the spread in the field, but passing us at about 600 metres, we had very strong Cappaquin crew came out of the blocks, followed by Muckross, followed by Enniskillen, and then Lee Valley and further on back to Coxless. But out of the blocks really like rockets with that Cappaquin A crew on the enclosure side. We'll try and get back up with them here. Now we may not be able to get too close, just both the two crews of Coxed and Coxed and Lee Valley are some way back, but really charging up the course now as they are up on 1,000 metres at this stage are the Muckross crew and the Cappoquin crew, with a slight further back to Enniskillen. We're not really going to be able to get too far up on the leaders of this crew. Battling out here further back is Lee Valley, the Lee Valley and Coxed, but probably at the with about 800 to go, and really moving well at that Cappoquin and Muckross crew. Further on back then to Enniskillen, and then it's further on back to Coxed and Lee Valley. I'm going to have to hand it back to the tower.
Thanks, Alan. So, yeah, a little bit of difficulty with the crews being so spread out. We don't want our commentary launch to wash out any of the crews, so Alan's going to make his way back up to the second time trial. So, again, these time trials, some tough racing here for the quads to get the 6 fastest times, similar to the doubles that we've seen in the Junior 18 and Junior 16 women's categories. So, coming down now to about 600, 700 metres to go, still leading it out. The crew from Muckross, centre of the course, are leading it out in lane 4, and then they have on their inside then the crew from where? Cappoquin, sorry, crew from Cappoquin right beside them. They're the two that are leading it out. Clearwater then back, you can see quite a bit of a distance. The umpires moved over to the side to make sure he gives fair racing from the guys. Just up on screen, we have the women's junior 16 doubled results there. The times 7:57 for Fermoy A ahead of Cork in that race that we just saw there. Cork just getting the better of Lee, and of course all those time trial times will be mixed together until we get the overall fastest crews that are there. Meanwhile, coming up to the 500 metre mark, it is Muckross and the crew from Cappoquin. Cappoquin now putting on a big push, and it looks like they might have moved into the lead ahead of Muckross. They're the 1 and 2, and then further back to the chasing back, we have the Castleconnell crew, and we also have Enniskillen Coxless as well. So Cappoquin just turning it on here in the last few hundred metres and moving into the lead ahead of Muckross. They're the 1 and 2. Clearwater back then to the crews from Coxless back in third on the far side. And Enniskillen as well. So really nice rowing here for the men's junior 18 quads, racing against the clock. So they're going to push all the way to the line here. Really impressive Cappoquin's quad that are racing here. We've seen the quality that they have in some of the smaller boats already yesterday. Really great program from Cappoquin to see them back in the mix here. And they've opened up a lead now and pushing on. They're getting a little bit of clear water as they come in towards the finish. We're getting the side-by-side shots there. Winding for the line, it's going to be Cappoquin coming across the line first ahead of the crew from Muckross. They're the 1 and 2, and we'll shortly find what the leading time to beat in the men's junior 18 quads are going to be. So job done for Cappoquin. They just have to play the waiting game now and see how they'll fare against the overall results. So they're the 1 and 2, and then it is further back to the crew from Enniskillen coming in now in third place ahead of Coxless. So it's third for Enniskillen, Coxless, and then further back the crew from Lee Valley to close out the first time trial. Second time trial will be underway shortly, and hopefully Alan has made his way back up and we'll be able to pick that one up. But just to recap again, first cross the line there, it was the crew from Cappoquin ahead of Muckross. They were the 1 and 2. Enniskillen in third, just ahead of Coxless, and the crew from Lee Valley, the local crew, just coming in to close out that first time trial of the men's junior 18 Coxless squad. Back to the start now for the second time trial of the men's junior 18 quads. Here we will have Athlone, Cork, St Michael's, Galway and St Joseph's. 5 crews racing here, and again all racing against the clock, and hopefully Alan has made his way back up to pick this one up. Just on the stake boats, as you can see, so they'll be shortly getting underway, just making their last few corrections, and we can see the umpire's launch just coming around to the side. Fantastic overhead shots that we have from our streaming company, Upshot. Great addition to the championships in the last few years. Well done to Rowing Ireland for making a part of it. And our side-by-side racing footage that we had was a big hit with people as well. Lots of great feedback just to be able to see the up-close racing from our man and the catamaran out there, along with the commentators. Just a reminder, the Rowing Ireland merchandise tent is open here at the back of the finish line, and the Finish Line Cafe is open here in the National Rowing Centre main building as well. Teas, coffees, lunch, breakfast, everything that you might need is here, and shorter queues so you can make your way up. And again, great to have them, the Finish Line Cafe, open here supporting Rowing Ireland. So we're just watching the 5 crews get ready for the second time trial. Last few adjustments will be made. And of course these junior 18 Coxless boats, so someone in the boat, normally the bow or 2 person, will have that steering plate on their feet, doing the steering as they come down. Yesterday we did see, with the blustery conditions, just up on screen, sorry, the men's junior 18 quad first race. 6:25.2 is the time to beat for Cappoquin and Muckross and Enniskillen. They're going to be playing the waiting game. So Cappoquin 6:25.2 is the time to beat, and we'll keep an eye on the next time trial coming down. And they're underway. So second time trial underway. Here we have Athlone, Cork, St Michael's, Galway and St Joseph's. Just coming off the start and already centre of the course. It is the crew from St Michael's leading it out just by about half a canvas ahead of the crew from Galway right beside them. They're the 1 and 2 quite close beside them. And also in lane 1, the crew from Athlone, they're the 1, 2 and 3. Great footage here. You can see the crew from St Michael's and Galway. St Michael's nearest to us, and the crew from Galway on the inside there, just coming up, and there's Athlone zooming past as well. So we're going to head to our man up at the start. Alan's going to pick up this race, the second time trial of the men's junior 18 quads.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, an absolute rockets. We are at 400 metres gone, and they are flying past us. Athlone, Cork, St Michael's, Galway and St Joseph's, and already showing out in front. Athlone, St Michael's and Galway. Off the start, I thought the best lookers were St Michael's and Galway, but as they storm towards us, Athlone are in total command. They are absolutely flying. Now, under a bit of pressure from St Michael's and Galway, but at the moment, I'd have to say Athlone are looking as the neatest, tidiest crew. They've gone through 500, still huge amount of distance to go. And again, this is a time trial, but these 3 crews, I would say by the looks of this, are going to be knocking lumps out of each other for the next 1500 metres, because as I look across, St Michael's seem to have lowered the rate slightly, but the power through the water is still there. Galway on the enclosure side of them have not let go. They're maybe a half a length down. We are looking across now with just a bit off the back, St Joseph's on the enclosure side and Cork beside us here in lane 3, excuse me. But out in front and powering on, we have Athlone and St Michael's, and only very, very slightly back to Galway. We just don't want to wash anybody out here. Sometimes there can be a bit of mixed abilities in these time trials, of course, but as they push towards the 1,000 metre mark, as I look ahead, Athlone really, really moving well, but St Michael's have not let them go. Those 2 crews now starting to put a bit of distance between themselves and Galway. Now, when I say distance, it's only maybe 2 lengths down to St Michael's and another half length then to Athlone, but those 3 crews putting distance between Cork and St Joseph's. Still moving well, very neat on the Cork crew who are right beside us here. Moving very well, very tidy, but they just don't have the power and the size now of the 3 crews in front of them. oh, it's going to be very harsh. 19 crews, and if this was a final, it'd be a great race. But 19 crews and only 6 to sit in the final seat, so every second counts. They're through 1,000 metres, and Athlone holding probably a length lead over St Michael's, with maybe 2 lengths over Galway. But very, very strong St Michael's and Athlone crew. Athlone, not a great start, but they really, really muscled their way back into it, and as they came past us at 300 metres, they were on fire, eating up that gap that they lost, the distance they lost off the start. St Michael's and Galway still not out of it. Galway dropping back a little more now as Athlone keep that pressure on and hold that length over St Michael's. We're coming up to about 7:50 left. It's further on back then Cork and St Joseph's, kind of out of it at this stage, but at the top of the pile and fighting for every second to see if they can make it through to the final. We have that Athlone crew. We're going to start easing off now, headed back up the river as they push away from us and into view of the enclosure. It's Athlone on the far side, holding a length lead over St Michael's, who have now got clear water over that Galway crew. Started very well, but just couldn't keep the couldn't keep the pressure on as St Michael's and Athlone really pushed on. So moving away from us, it's Athlone, St Michael's, Galway, further on back to Cork and a bit of a distance back to St Joseph's, and it's back to the tower.
Thanks, Alan. So some fantastic footage there, up close and personal to the crews as they were racing. We saw the Athlone stroke person just call out there as they came through the halfway mark, putting another push on. And as Alan said, they've recovered from the little bit of a speed wobble they had coming off the start, one of the slower crews, but just coming through 250, they got back into the lead and they've opened up clear water. St Michael's, current holders of the Men's Junior Quad Championship, in second place at the moment. You can just see at the moment it's about a length of clear water between the two of them. They've gone through the 500 metre to go down to the last quarter, so that yellow marker you're seeing on the bank there indicating 500 to go. Some way back then to the Galway crew back in third place, who will need to come up a gear or two if they're going to get into the mix of the fastest times. Athlone pushing on here, winner of course of the Junior Scull yesterday, in powering on here now as they come in towards the run into the finish. Looking really strong and powerful in the water. You can see why they're leading this one out, and they'll be looking to get that fastest time to secure the spot. St Michael's staying with them, not letting them shake them off too much, but you can see the clear water's opened up more as they move through the boys there. Just about 2.5-3 lengths of clear water back to St Michael's, and they'll be doing the best to try get into the mix to those 6 fastest times. But I think the crew to watch when we advance into that final is going to be this Athlone crew, to see who can get close to them. They are powering on here and coming in towards the enclosure, just down to the last 200 metres now in full control. It is Athlone ahead of St Michael's, in turn ahead of the Galway crew. They're the 1, 2 and 3 as they wind up for the line here. Little glance over the shoulder from the stroke man, see where the enclosure is. They'll know this course so well, having raced so many times, and they'll wind up for the line here. St Michael's starting to take it up again and go for it, but a real class row here from the Athlone crew. Crossing the line, they're about 4 lengths ahead of St Michael's. They're the 1 and 2. And you would imagine with a row like that, the Athlone guys looking grand and fresh rowing on here, so they might have more in the tank. We'll have to see how they get on when they go through. So they're the 1 and 2. Galway just coming in to take third to close this one out. And then we can see the St Michael's and Athlone crews. So hopefully we'll see both of those into the final, he said impartially. And we'll just check and see once those times are available. And the remaining crews coming in just to close out the second time trial. So the Cork crew there in third place, ahead then of the crews from St Joseph's coming in to close out. So that's the second time trial. Third time trial is already on its way down to us. I'd say Alan is heading up to the start, so hopefully we can get the footage of the race that's on. There we go. So already coming into view, it's going to be the third time trial of the Men's Junior 18 quads, and in this third time trial we've Clonmel, Athlunkert, Methodist, New Ross and Muckross, and it looks like the Methodist crew centre the course, leading it out. Ahead then in lane 1 looks like the crew from Clonmel. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, and then further back to the crews from Athlunkert. Muckross in third, Athlunkert in fourth, and then back further to the New Ross crew. So in full control again, similar to what we saw in the previous race. Looks like the Methodist crew here leading it out. Opening up clear water as they come down towards 7:50 to go. So it is Methodist leading ahead of the crew from Clonmel on the far side. They're the 1 and 2. Clearwater then back to Muckross in third. And again, Clearwater back to the crews from Atlunkert and New Ross in fourth and fifth. Fantastic footage again of that you can see on the left-hand side. Crews heading up towards the start on the way, and all their crewmates, of course, will be shouting encouragement off the start, coming down the course as well. A little bit of a lonely place to be, centre of the course with no one around you. Just the person in the boat making the calls. And then suddenly you come into the last few 100 metres into the enclosure and hear the cheers that come and from the enclosure side, lifting the boat again as they wind up towards the finish. So good shot there, showing all 5 crews that are racing in the third time trial. Centre of the course, Methodist. Clonmel over on the far side. They're the 1 and 2. Muckross in the yellow colours on the left-hand side in third, ahead of Atlunkert and the crew from New Ross. There's all 5 boats in the shot here. And you can see the umpire centre of the course. Gone through 500 and into the run-in towards the finish. Still leading it out, Methodist. They won't have known how the previous races are going, but the time, 6:22.5 from Athlone, 6:29 for St. Michael's. They'll be in the mix. You'd imagine Athlone leading it out. We'll shortly see who the leading times are for the 6 into the final. But Athlone, 6:22.5, I think, is the fastest out of the time trials so far. And we'll see how they'll fare. So Methodist racing against the clock here. In full control, centre of the course, can look left and right and see there's not much of a challenge coming when they have clear water open. The Clonmel crew doing well. Great up close shot here of Methodist as they come in towards the finish, wind up towards the line. Very distinctive blades. As they come in, they're pushing on, and you can see just the Clonmel crew on the far side. They're a couple of lengths back, but doing well in second place, hoping to get into the mix of the top 6 as they come in towards the finish. So watching it coming into the line, there's about 100 metres to go. Methodist powering on here, really great display of rowing. You can see the finish line just coming up now. Centre of the course is going to be Methodist leading it out, and last few strokes for them. Just coming to the line ahead of the crew from Clonmel. They're going to be the 1 and 2. There we go, Methodist. Let's check what that time is when it comes available. Great race from them. Clonmel in second place. And then you can see some way back to the crew from Muckross just coming in to close it out. Tough race from the Methodist guys. They look a little bit tired compared to the Athlone crew, but I'm sure they'll recover well and be ready for the final if they make that qualifying time. Thumbs up to the Clonmel crew as well. So that closes that. We're just seeing the Atlunkert crew coming in now to come out fourth in this time trial, and they'll be ahead of New Ross, who'll finish out this race in the second last time trial of the men's junior 18 quads. And we will wing our way back up already. They're coming down fast and furious, but we can pick up the last of the time trials, and Alan should be able to pick up this last time trial of the men's junior quad. Mic on, but it's not working, so can't be the battery already. So Alan just running into some commentary issues there, so we'll pick this one up as they come in to close out the men's quad. The next race coming up on screen. So the last of the time trial, the men's junior 18 quads between Cappoquin, Shandon, Muckross and Commercial. Just 4 crews in this, and again really spread out as you can see. Leading it out, Cappoquin. On the far side, the left-hand side of your screen, leading it out ahead of Shandon. They're the 1 and 2. A little bit of an overlap, I think, between Shandon and Commercial then. So Commercial within striking distance. If they make a push now, they might come up and challenge that Shandon crew. And then further back to the Muckcross C crew in 4th place at the moment, just on the run in towards the finish. So they're coming up on the 500 metre mark. And this will close out the time trials, the men's junior 18 quad. And I think shortly on screen we'll be able to see that time from the Methodist crew and compare it to the time from the Athlone crew from the previous time trials. But no doubt about the leaders here, Cappoquin pushing on the far side, right hand side of your screen there. And they are ahead of the crew from Shandon in 2nd place. Commercial then nearest the enclosure. They're pushing on here. Commercial now really winding up for the line and trying to eat in to the crew from Shandon in 2nd place. We're looking at the Muckcross crew here who are in 4th place at the moment. Really high rate. They're pushing on in the men's junior 18 quad. But here are our leaders in lane 2, the Cappoquin crew. The B crew from Cappoquin will be looking to advance on 2 crews into the final here. And just looking 6:33 for Methodist, so a bit off the pace for Methodist compared to Athlone, but still might be in the mix. We'll get those details shortly. And Cappoquin pushing on here now. They've opened up that clear water. Shandon are doing their best to hold off the challenge of the Commercial crew. The Commercial crew having a blinder of the last 500, and they're coming back into contention of the Shandon crew. So the race is going to be for 2nd and 3rd here, but no doubt about the leaders. Cappoquin wind up for the line and push on. The B crew looking to get into the mix into the final. They're going to close out the time trials of the men's junior 18 quad. Cappoquin crossing the line, and a really exciting finish then just coming up between the 2 crews of blanket finish there between the crews from Commercial and from Shandon. Really exciting finish between the 2. We'll have to see who got the better of them there, and Muckcross just coming in now to close out the race. So you can see it took a lot out of the guys from Cappoquin. Hopefully everyone's okay there, and Muckcross just closing out. So that gives us the time trial results, or the time trial races for the men's junior 18 quad. We have a little bit of a break now until the men's intersculls, so we'll take some radio silence time and we'll come back with the men's interscull, but it will give the results and the draw of the time trials for the women's junior 16 double and men's junior 18 quad as well. So back shortly with the men's intermediate scull.
1, 2.
So the results are out for the 6 fastest crews in the women's junior 16 double. It's Clorglin, Lee Valley, Shannon, Skibbereen, Fermoy and Shandon. And in the men's junior 18 quad, the times are in and the draw is made for that final as well. And we'll have centre of the course, Athlone and Cappoquin A were the 2 fastest crews. And then outside of them, we have Muckross A and St. Michael's, the next 2 fastest crews. And then we have Methodist and Clonmel. So the lineup, Methodist, Muckross, Athlone, Cappoquin, St. Michael's and Clonmel for the final of the men's junior 16 quad. We are back on the course now with the men's single will be underway shortly. Men's intermediate single scull between Muckross, UCD, Athlone, Neptune and Castleconnell. So this race up at the start, and we can just see they're underway. So they've gone through about 100 metres or so. So we're just waiting for the commentary launch to get back on the water. A little bit of a technical issue, but Alan will be winging his way up to the start to pick up the next series of races, which are going to be the men's intermediate single sculls. And again, time trials here for the 6 fastest crews. So we have 5 races coming up in the time trials to find out who they are. And just up on screen, we can see the first time trial between Muckross lane 2, UCD in lane 3, Athlone lane 4, Neptune lane 5 and Castleconnell in lane 6. Just a reminder that the Finish Line Cafe is open here in the rowing centre, and they have teas, coffees, pastries, lunch all ready for you, and they have a station set up in reception as well. A pop-up shop there for anyone that's on the go. You can get a bag to go with all of the goods that they have there as well. So just on reception when you come into the main building, along with the canteen area that's here as well. So we're just looking up the course here, and we can see that looks like leading it out in lane 6, Castleconnell O'Connor on the left-hand side of your screen, and the UCD Sculler just there, maybe UCD by about a canvas now in lane 2 and lane 6. They're the leading scullers. Clearwater then back to Muckross and to Athlone, and Neptune as well back in 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but really close race on two extremes of the course. The Castleconnell Sculler will be nearest to us, and the UCD Sculler. So Castleconnell O'Connor and UCD Gillick, they're the two. And again, time trials, so they're battling it out here to get the best time into the fastest 6. They're coming up to about the halfway mark is in sight for them there. And tough racing again when you're in a single scull against the clock, but glancing over and seeing UCD and Castleconnell, they've just gone through that 1,000-metre mark you can see in the background there, and they're matching each other stroke for stroke here, and side by side there's just about half a canvas between them. The lead has changed once or twice depending on who's putting on a push, so a nice little race between the two of them as they come in towards the second half of the race here. Further back then to the sculler from Muckross, just on the inside as well. You're just seeing the UCD sculler there in the blue colours. And inside UCD, it is Muckross Tot there. A little bit further back, but UCD, I would say, just about leading ahead of the crew then from the sculler from Castleconnell O'Connor will be nearest to us. There's the side-by-side Castleconnell sculler. Feeling the cold, he's got a big woolly hat on. I don't know, I hope we don't get the weather he's expecting. But he is pushing on here. He's opened up now about 3/4 of a length ahead of UCD. So UCD just in the last few hundred metres was leading. But nice push from Castleconnell O'Connor. Sees him move into the lead in this first time trial of the men's intermediate single scull. And he'll be pushing on now, coming into the 500-metre mark is going to be in sight. For these scullers as they come in. So we have a series of 5 time trials here in the men's intermediate single to find out our fastest overall 6 scullers into the final. Down now, there's the 500-metre mark you can see on the far side, just coming through. So opening up even more of a lead now, it is O'Connor of Castleconnell, just pushing on and looking to break a little bit of clear water. Down now to the last quarter for this race here. And you can see in the background the second time trial already underway, so we'll pick that one up as soon as we get through the business here. Castleconnell still leading it out. He's opened up even more. Just a really good 500 for him to push on and try get into the lead here and get that fastest time. So stayed with UCD up to about the halfway mark and really has turned it on in the last few hundred metres and is motoring towards the finish now. So O'Connor of Castleconnell nearest to us, UCD doing his best to push on and get back into contention. Muckross back in 3rd place at the moment, then ahead of the crews from Athlone and Neptune. So let's see what UCD can do coming in towards the finish. But the Castleconnell sculler in full control here. Really nice second half of the race for him to push on. Castleconnell O'Connor driving on towards the finish here. Using that tailwind, you can see with the flags that are flying, it's now turned into more of a strong tailwind coming down. The crosswind has more or less gone. So not affecting these scullers here. So it's going to be Castleconnell opening up Clearwater, winding it up for the line. Castleconnell O'Connor just coming in towards the finish. And Clearwater there. So he is going to be first across the line in our time trial of the men's intermediate singles, ahead then of UCD. Gillick in 2nd. And then the next crew over the line, it's Tot of Muckross. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and a little bit further back then to Athlone and to Neptune. We're on to the second time trial of the men's intermediate single now between Lee Valley, Monaghan, Lee Murphy, Athlone Hannon, Athlone Dolan and St. Michael's Rafferty. They are the crews coming down now in the second time trial. I'm going to hand over to Brian.
Thanks, Richie. So here we can see Shane Rafferty of St. Michael's in lane 6. Or lane 5, apologies. He has a massive lead over the rest of the crews. We can see him here in first place. He's been selected to go to the World Championships in Canada this year on the senior men's sculling team. So absolutely no doubt he'll probably be in this final later on. He has a huge lead over the rest of the crews. In second place, we see Alex Murphy from Lee Rowing Club. He's a good second place as well, putting in a good time into this intermediate men's scull time trial. In third place, we can see Noah Monaghan of Lee Valley, world champion in the lightweight men's 4 in 1999. So go on, Noel. So his daughter Sophia won the senior women's double with Holly Davis with Lee Valley yesterday. So absolute massive congratulations to them. So here we can see in the screen, we can see Shane Rafferty of St. Michael's still keeping that lead. It's not over until he hits the finish line. You don't know what can happen. He needs to pick up a really good time to get into the final later on. So he needs to be in the top 6 crews. We can see Alex Murphy, from Lee Rowing Club in second place, and we can see Athlone, Lee Valley, and the second Athlone Sculler in the third, fourth, and fifth positions. So on the screen here, we can see Shane Rafferty of St. Michael's, massive lead. He's putting everything he can into his strokes, putting as hard as he can just to make it into the final later on. So we can see here St. Michael's from Lee, from Athlone, from Lee Valley, from Athlone. So you can see here his technique is absolutely tremendous. He's not making a single mistake, just gliding through the water, doing everything he can, doing absolutely brilliantly. Alex Murphy from Lee just putting hard and coming into the second position, and you can see the Athlone Sculler taking over Noah Monaghan of Lee Valley in lane 3 or lane 4, sorry. So Shane Rafferty has crossed the finish line. Absolute amazing row there. You can see the Lee Sculler just coming up behind him, putting in a really good effort, and Athlone and Lee Valley trailing behind. So you can see just as he comes up to the finish line, last few strokes, pushing, doing everything he can, and he crosses the finish line. Here we can see the Athlone Sculler and the Lee Valley Sculler battling it out, but it looks like the Athlone Sculler has gotten the best of Noah Monaghan of Lee Valley, and he crosses the finish line, just followed by Lee Valley, and followed by Athlone.
So the turn trial, the men's intermediate single scull, is on its way down to us now. Muckross, UL, University of Galway, O'Sullivan, University of Galway, Keeley, Lady Elizabeth are on their way down, and Alan is going to pick up the one after that. So 3 more time trials left, and they're coming down to about the halfway mark for this third time trial. So I said it's Muckross, Daly, UL O'Donoghue, University Galway O'Sullivan, University Galway Keeley, and Lady Elizabeth Quigley. They are the crews. Much tighter race here, as you're seeing on screen, just on the footage as they come up towards about 800. They've gone through the halfway mark, 800 to go, and really competitive here. And nearest to us, leading it out, it does look like the Lady Elizabeth Sculler Quigley. Just ahead of, right beside them then, University of Galway Keeley. They're the 1 and 2. Little bit of clear water opening up then, and very close between the other scullers, between University of Galway O'Sullivan, UL O'Donoghue and Muckross Daly. for third, fourth and fifth. But a real battle here, one of the closer races we've seen in the time trials, side by side for the single sculls and the mentor intermediate here. Lady Elizabeth and University of Galway. They are the two, Quigley and Keeley. In lane 5 and 6, they're nearest to us, so they're going to have a real battle on coming in towards the finish. They're matching each other on the stroke rates, and just it's all going to come down into the run into the finish. So this will be nice for the two scullers beside each other, pushing each other on as they come in towards the 500 metre mark. Just in sight for there, over on the marker on the far side. They're through the yellow marker, 500 to go, and it is still side by side. Maybe now the University of Galway sculler just putting on a push here in lane 5. So Keeley of University of Galway, Quigley right beside Lady Elizabeth. They're pushing on beside each other, and a little glance over. They're really good push, knowing that the sculler is there, pushing each other on side by side. A little bit further back then you can see the chasing pack of University of Galway, UL and Muckross, and again racing against the clock, so they've all to play for here to try get into the mix into the final. Beautiful footage again here. We just see Keeley of University of Galway push on and open up a slight lead. We'll see what reaction we have from Lady Elizabeth Quigley as they come in towards the finish. So half a length separating them out as they come into the run-in. Down to the last few strokes, and the University of Galway, he pushes on again in towards the finish. Really strong rowing from Keeley of University Galway ahead of Quigley. They've really helped each other out here in the run in towards, and hopefully those times will reflect that. He just opens up a length lead as he comes in towards the finish. Last few strokes for him. A lot of encouragement here from the enclosure as well as they come in towards finish. Just one boat length separating first and second there, well ahead of the chasing pack. So great row from Keeley, University Galway. And Quigley of Lady Elizabeth is going to have to wait and see. Will that second place be enough to get him into the mix of the fastest times? Just crossing the line then, the second University of Galway sculler ahead of UL and Muckross. This will close out this time trial. And that is the third time trial in the men's intermediate single scull. The fourth time trial is already off the start. And we're going to head straight up the course because our man up at the start, Alan, is ready to go with the next time trial of the men's intermediate singles.
And you join us here at 7:50 metres gone, and Commercial Leadov is holding a nice lead over Presentation Cork O'Leary. The lineup here from lane 2, O'Leary, Presentation Cork, Graham Smythe from Commercial, Moylan from New Ross, Leadov from Commercial, and with the orange hat on the enclosure side we've got Malone from Neptune. So showing early was O'Leary from Presentation Cork, but certainly Leadov from Commercial didn't let him away. Creeping up on 1,000 metres now. Leadov, two contrasting styles between the O'Leary and Leadov there, the Commercial and Presentation Cork scullers, and they're putting a bit of distance between themselves and Malone of Neptune now at this stage. Through 1,000 metres, Commercial still holding that lead. Very different styles, as I said. Lead off from Commercial, long, strong stroke. O'Leary from Pres Cork, much more upright, huge power through the legs. Boat really sitting up. We're right beside us here. Boat really sits up on every drive, but just not getting the reach that Leadov has. So two different styles, but both working very well. Again, time trial here, 25 crews fighting for those 6 places final here today at 12:45. Hope you can join us for that. Third spot there, Malone from Neptune in the orange hat, as you'll see him approaching you, is under a bit of pressure now from Moylan of New Ross. Further back to the Commercial sculler, Graham Smythe. But out in front, Leadov now has held this lead. But again, they're fighting for seconds. Not necessarily just racing their opposition, but it certainly helps. The Malone, the Neptune sculler, has moved through the field. He's taken the New Ross sculler, but they're some distance back now. There's clear water between the Presentation Cork O'Leary on the far side and Leadov on the enclosure side, more so in the centre in lane 5. So those two rowing really, really strong, hoping for a place in that final. Further back then to the Neptune sculler Malone, further back to New Ross, and they have about a length over Graham Smythe, the Commercial sculler, who's in 5th spot at the moment. But as they're moving towards the 500 to go mark, we're going to probably drop off here, but pushing away from us now and coming into view of the enclosure, we have Leoduff from Commercial in lane 5, followed by O'Leary from Presentation in Cork. Those two hold the lead over the field, with the New Ross Sculler Moylan putting a push back on Malone from Neptune. Those two are going to be battling towards the finish, and a further length and a half back to Graham Smythe from Commercial. So inside the last 500 now, about 400 to go. We're going to hand it back to the tower with Leoduff in the lead, followed by O'Leary from Presentation in Cork. Over to you, Richie.
Thanks, Alan. Right now we have Commercial Leodov in front. He's in lane 5. He's currently holding a strong lead against Prez O'Leary. They're both really pushing each other on, but Commercial seems to have that big lead on the Prez boys. In the back we have Commercial and New Ross. They're really fighting it out for each other, but Commercial A, he really has a good lead now, about a boat's length I'd say, against the Prez. They're just really fighting it out. We're coming up to the last 250 mark here. They're going to have to push to get into the final time trial. Is it New Ross? Further back we have New Ross. I think he's coming third. He's fighting it out with Commercial and Neptune. So Commercial coming in first right now, and then we have Prez following closely behind. Then New Ross, Commercial, B, and then Neptune. Giving it their all here. Neptune has a strong lead still. He's really winding it. The puddle's getting far away. It's clear Commercial has them now. And Commercial just passed the line. Really gave it all. Followed by Prez. Only about a boat's length between them. New Ross following behind. And we have Commercial and then Neptune. Really tight race there from Commercial and Neptune. And that closes out that time trial.
Okay, that's all right. Last time trial of the men's intermediate single scull is coming down on the halfway mark now, and we have Commercial Murphy, Skibbereen O'Donovan, Cork Hurley, Neptune Gillick and St Michael's Foley. So we're going to head straight up the course and pick up this last time in the trial of the men's intermediate scull, just coming up on the halfway mark.
So the crew's well spread out here. We have St Michael's Foley Keeley well up now on the rest of the crews as we look around, and we see second place there would be Skibbereen O'Donovan. So Foley Kiley really pushing well, strong through that 1,000 metres. I'd say he holds, well, the distance at this stage. There's say 10 lengths or so over his competitors. Skibbereen Sculler of O'Donovan now holding off Hurley from Cork and Gillick from Neptune. And it's further back then to Commercial. So actually, unfortunately, the spread in the field now is such that we may not be able to follow this for too long. Last thing we want to do is wash out any scullers. So unfortunately, we're probably going to have to let this race go. But huge spread in the field, but really showing strongly. And hopefully on their way to the final. But again, time will tell. St Michael's Foley Kiley pushes away from us. Huge lead over Skibbereen O'Donovan. Bit of a battle there between Hurley and Gillick, both from Neptune and Cork, and then further on back to Murphy, the Commercial Sculler. Unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it here, and they'll come into view of the enclosure quite soon. So it's the very impressive Foley Kiley of St Michael's pushing towards the finish.
Thanks, Alan. I don't want to cause any trouble, but Spuddy would have stayed with the race. But no problem, we can pick it up here. And as he said there, it is David Foley of St. Michael's leading it out. David Foley, part of a junior quad that went to the World Championships a number of years ago, back after taking a short break from rowing, back now into competition here, racing in the men's intermediate single, looking to close out this final time trial. Look at the lead that he's opened up. He's on the left hand side of your screen there. It's about 100 metres back to the chasing pack then, with Skibbereen O'Donovan in second place, ahead then of the Scullers from Cork and from Neptune as well, and Commercial. So St. Michael's, Foley in control here, centre of your screen. A little glance over to his left and right to get his bearings to know where he is. The chasing pack, so far off he's able to look left and right. He's in the danger course here is that you take the foot off the gas because you're racing against the clock. It's not for positions here, it's for the times, so hopefully he'll push on and get into the mix from the previous time trials as well. So it's still St. Michael's. He's got that clear lead. The Skibbereen O'Donovan, you can see on the right hand side of your screen. Then it is the Cork Sculler, Hurley. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Further back then to Neptune Gillick in fourth place, ahead of Commercial Murphy on in the distance, just coming up on the 500 metre back. So we're down to the last quarter, and this will close out the men's intermediate single sculls time trials. We'll have those 6 fastest times hopefully soon. And one of the times to beat will be Castleconnell O'Connor 7:21, University Galway Keeley 7:15. Looks like the fastest time, so that we saw that in the races previously, and also Lady Elizabeth Quigley 7:17. They're the 2 fastest, and they were in the same race side by side, so that seems to have benefited them. Keeley and Quigley of University Galway and Lady Elizabeth, 2 of the fastest times. Back on the course and coming into the run and towards the finish, it is going to be David Foley from St. Michael's. Clearwater lead then back to O'Donovan as Skibbereen and Cork. Absolutely ideal conditions. The wind has dropped down, so that strong tailwind we had earlier on, a little bit lighter now. And you can see the water like glass as David Foley-Kiley just comes in. Last few strokes for him, crossing the line there. And we'll see how his time is against the other competitors. Hoping to get into the mix into the final. Coming across second, then it's going to be Skibbereen. Just 1 length ahead of Cork, so Cork Curley had a nice little row there to get back on contention with Skibbereen. Really good last 500 from him. Ahead then of Neptune Gillick, and Commercial Murphy will be coming in to close out the men's intermediate single scull. So just seeing on screen there footage of Hurley here of Cork and O'Donovan of Skibbereen side by side there, and Gillick of Neptune as well. So that closes out the men's intermediate single. We'll be back shortly after a small little break with the women's intermediate pairs heats, where we're looking for 3 boats from each race to advance on to a 6-boat final. So in the women's intermediate pair, it's going to be a race not to come last, because we've 4 crews in each of the heats, 3 tours to qualify. Back shortly with the women's intermediate pair. So we're underway again now with the next series of races. We have the women's intermediate pair. So we're out of the time trials, moving into the heats now, with 3 crews to qualify from each of these and 4 boats racing. Rather cruelly, 1 crew is not going to make it into the finals. So in this first heat, we have University of Galway, Queen's University, Neptune B and Coxed. So they've just gone through the first few 100 metres. A little bit of steering issues. You can see the overheads there. Very difficult in the pairs, but they're getting back into control now. And it looks like in lane 3, the crew from Neptune leading it out just slightly at the moment. Right beside them then the crew from Coxed. And also in lane 1, University of Galway. Queen's the only crew at the moment, a little bit further back, but 1 boat length separating first to fourth. They're all still in contention here. And the race is on not to come last and lose out on that qualifying spot. So we're going to head straight up to the start, and Alan will pick this one up. And Alan, it's a race not to come last in the first year of the women's intermediate pair.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, 400 metres in, and we have early showing from, initially from Galway, but now Neptune. So it's lane 2 and lane 4. Neptune and Galway holding a slender lead over Coxed and about a length back at the minute now to Queen's. So 1 to get dropped out of this, back into the heat format, going through 500, and it's going to be University of Galway Boat Club storming through that with half a length lead over Neptune. Half a length lead over Queen's, and I would say a length back to Queen's. Coxless on the enclosure side holding that 3rd spot. So 1 to get dropped. Oh, so cruel on this. But final at 105. 8 crews for 6 places in the final. 2 crews are going to be hanging up their boots early, but as we are pushing on for 600 metres now, these doubles, really tough boat to row now. Really test your skills. So you're talking about balance, you're talking about steering, you're talking about copying your the stroke, every stroke. Really strong, lovely movement from the University of Galway crew on the far sides there in lane 2. I just caught the bow steering over, gauging to where Neptune is. Obviously you're going to have to measure your effort with 3 crews going through. Neptune and Coxless battling it out there, just half a length between them, fighting for 2nd and 3rd, and some way off the pace now is Queen's. So tactical, you got to save your matches for the big final. So they have to gauge, should they push on? Queen's now, if anyone at the moment, Queen's bit of a distance back. So the 3 crews looking good at the moment now would be University of Galway still holding that lead over Neptune, over Coxless. Now they have to weigh up. Do they save a bit of energy? Do they push, make it a bit safer, get a bit of distance between themselves and Queen's? One thing about pairs rowing is that any mistake is amplified. Unfortunately, you can get away with a bad stroke in an 8. You really can't get away with it in a pair. Pushing on, 1,000 metres gone now, and we see University of Galway in lane 2 coming through. That with a length lead over lane 4, Neptune, half a length lead over Coxless, and again then Queen's some distance back. So nobody really letting up at the minute. Very steady pace from the University of Galway. Really haven't put a push on. A little bit of chat, a little bit of banter coming from the bow in the University of Galway, just letting, probably calling the shots, letting them know what they want to do, when they want to do it. No need to put on a push. Neptune and Coxless, all those 3 crews now looking very comfortable. Queens are going to have to make an effort. They're through 1,000 metres, Queen's just now, but probably with an 80 metre lead at this stage, University of Galway over Neptune, over Coxless. Those 3 crews looking good, but as I said, 1 mistake, and we've seen it already in the men's novice quad. 1 mistake can lead to a boat stopper, but these 3 crews very smooth through the water, all 3 of them now. Nobody really putting a push on. Well, as I say that now, I see a little bit more effort, a little bit more length from the University of Galway, putting a little bit more distance between themselves and Neptune. Neptune looking very comfortably. Coxless looking under a little bit of pressure, maybe staying, just trying to stay with the Neptune crew in lane 4. Further on back then to Queen's University, so they're going to push away from us and into your view, but you'll see on the far side, from the enclosure, you'll see University of Galway leading this one home, probably with about 2 lengths over Neptune, over Coxless. Coxless really battling to pull in, to reel in Neptune, and then further on back to Queen's University. So we're going to drop back now. But as they push towards you, Richie, I'll let the tower take this over to University of Galway, over Neptune, over Coxless, with a bit of a distance over Queen's University. Belfast, it's over to the tower.
Thanks for that. So Heat 1, different set of racing here from the time trials. So it's going to be about tactics. We mentioned 4 crews racing, but only 3 crews to qualify. So it's all about who doesn't come in that 4th spot and doesn't advance on to the final. But with these heats then, what do you do when you're up as far as the crews are here? Many of the crews in these women's pairs, maybe it's their first race of the championship weekend and they want to open up the legs and the lungs, so they might push onto the line here like NUIG are doing on the far side, leading it out, and then the chasing pack of the crews from Queen's in back and forth place at the moment. So then it is Neptune and Coxless beside each other. So you do want to hold off and keep your energy for the final later on this morning. But at the same time, if it's your first race of the weekend, you might want to open it up and just get a feel for the course, how things are running when you're at your full race throttle. And we'll see how that goes in the last part of this race here. They are down to the last quarter and in the run into the finish. Doing all the running is NUIG. We had some beautiful shots of the crew from NUIG down the course with side by side when the commentary crew was beside them. They have clear water ahead of the 2 crews then from Neptune and Coxless. Neptune in second place, able to look over to their left and keep at bay the challenge that might come from Coxless. Both crews pushing on here side by side, so they're certainly not taking it easy as they come in towards the run into the finish. The job now is just hold on to the qualifying spot. Queen's well back and forth and looking like the crew that won't advance into the final. So it's all about keeping the heads here and getting a good row under the belt, getting ready to have a final later on this morning. So here's our leaders. They're coming in really nice rowing from this women's intermediate pair from University of Galway. Clearwater lead from them back into the crews chasing them down, but they're in full control here, rock solid in the water and powering on towards the line. Last few strokes for them, of course, not racing against the clock here. They are just racing for the position to come first, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So there's that first qualifying spot secured for University of Galway. It looks like the Neptune crew and coming in to take second, just opening up a little bit of clear water then ahead of the crew from Coxless, but it's still enough to get those 2 crews through. So Neptune and Coxless through in second and third. They're the 3 going on to the final, and it will be the Queen's crew just coming up to their last few strokes who won't make it into the final of the women's intermediate pair. And we'll see. We'll just check in with Alan if he's ready to pick up this next race. Just seeing footage of the Junior 16-8s getting ready for the start there. But in the meantime, we also have the second heat of the women's intermediate pair, which is coming up on the halfway mark. And in this race, we have GULBC, Neptune, AUL, and UCC. And again, 3 crews to qualify here out of the race. So again, similar to what we had seen, it's a race not to come last and get into that qualifying spot. So they're coming up on the halfway mark, leading it out, and nearest to it's in the enclosure, it's UCC. They are some way ahead then of the crew in lane 2. It looks like Neptune, they're the 1 and 2. Further back then to UL and Trinity. So it'll be a race between UL and Trinity at the moment. I'd say maybe the Trinity crew just leading UL, but with these small pairs races, anything can change in the space of a couple of 100 metres, and they're not quite just on the halfway mark. I think they've just gone through that now. So still plenty of time to get that spot into the final, but the crew from Neptune will have to make a move soon if they're going to come up and challenge the University of Limerick crew right beside them. So I think Limerick and the crew from Trinity side by side pushing each other on here, but the leaders UCC are nearest to us, And the crew in danger of not making it is that crew from Neptune. So we'll see how things go in the second half of the race here. UCC on the left-hand side of your screen. And looks like the UL crew now is getting the better of the crew from Trinity. So really solid 100 meters from them. Put a big push on. Apologies, just been corrected. It's Neptune, not UL, those green colours, and my aging eyesight looking at too much rowing races. It's the Neptune crew. Apologies to anyone from Neptune. Spuddy will bait the head off me when he sees me. So UL back in, it's the UL crew back in 4th place. So Neptune having a really nice 150, 200 metres there to move ahead of the crew from Trinity. So they're now moving into 2nd place, but the leaders are the crew from UCC on the left-hand side of your screen there. They're opening up, but the Neptune crew are really pushing on here. And if anything, it is the crew from Trinity who are struggling to keep up with the pace. Some steering issues you can see from the crew from UL. They're just making corrections there. And of course, any correction that you need to make is going to slow that boat down a little bit. So the UL crew in the background there in 4th place at the moment. Rock solid from University College Cork, centre of your screen there. Little glance over to the right-hand side from the bow person there, and she knows that they still have a little bit of clear water ahead of the crew from Neptune in 2nd place. So they're the 1 and 2. And the Trinity crew coming under increased pressure now. UL, they might have a little glance over their shoulder and see, but they're in striking distance coming down to the last few 100 metres. That qualifying spot could be theirs. The Trinity crew struggling to keep up with the pace here, but let's see if they've done enough just to advance on to the final. Still looking good for UCC. They've been in full control of this race coming off the first few 100 metres. They've opened up that lead. That's exactly what you want to do in a heats race of a pair. Get out to a lead, sit on the chasing pack, and know that you can respond to any of the challenges that come in. They've opened up that clear water now. You can see it's about 2 boat lengths between UCC and the crew from Neptune. They're the 1 and 2, and it might be a race for 3rd and 4th for that last qualifying spot. The UL crew starting to wind up for the line, and we're going to need to see a response from Trinity if they're going to hold on and advance on. So on screen, UCC pushing on here. Really nice rowing from them in full control. It's UCC from Neptune. They're the 1 and 2. I think maybe Trinity might hold on as they come in. They've about 20 strokes left as they come in towards their finish. UL doing everything that they can to get back into contention for that 3rd qualifying spot. But it might run out of water here just as we watch UCC claim the 1st spot into the final from the 2nd heat of the women's intermediate. Smiles all around there. UCC taking the win from Neptune, and the crew from from Trinity just holding off then the challenge that came from UL. So the University of Galway, Neptune and Coxless from the 1st heat, and then we have UCC, Neptune and Trinity from the 2nd heat advancing on to the final. That closes out the women's intermediate pairs. We're down to the last 2 heats of the morning session before we take our break and get ready for the finals later on this morning. So next up, it's going to be the heats of the men's junior 16/8s. And again, 3 crews to qualify here. We've 2 5-boat races. First race is underway between St. Joseph's B, St. Joseph's A, Pres Cork, Lee and Commercial. They're the 5 crews battling out for the 3 spots. Second heat between Enniskillen, Castleconnell, Neptune, Blackrock and Closhtegnoid getting on the stake boats now. But we're seeing some upfront footage here. In the background, we can see the crews from St. Joseph's well ahead of the crews here from Presentation Cork, I think right beside us. The 2nd crew from St. Joseph's as well. So overhead shot there to see that leading it out at the moment, it is the crew from Commercial in lane 6. They'll be nearest the enclosure ahead of the crew. Then right beside them, it's the Lee crew. So Commercial from Lee, they're the 1 and 2 at the moment. And then over to the crew from St. Joseph's in 3rd, ahead of the 2nd St. Joseph's crew and the Pres crew as well. So fantastic side-by-side shots here from our cameraman out on the commentary launch as they come down towards the halfway mark, and we're going to head over and pick up. So Alan's hopefully in position to pick up the first heat of the men's junior 16.8, 3 to qualify out of this race into the final.
Thanks, Richie. Yes, so we are just coming up on 1,000 metres, and showing at this stage is the crews of Commercial, Lee and St. Joseph's A. So 3 to qualify, 2 to go home. Commercial, Lee and St. Joseph's look very, very strong from the off. In fact, they were the 3 crews. Commercial and Lee with the best start. St. Joseph's really came back into it after about 400 metres, but slowly and steadily Commercial and Lee have pushed on. Now try and tell these lads that they can ease up because they're safely through. You're wasting your time, because these lads are absolutely fearless, throwing everything at it. That's St. Joseph's crew now beside us. It's St. Joseph's A crew looking very, very sharp, even though they're a length down on the Lee crew, who are about, I would say, half or quarter of a length maybe down on the Commercial crew. So on the enclosure side, you're going to see Commercial, you're going to see Lee, those 2 8s really moving well through the water. Further back to St. Joseph's, another step back to Presentation Cork, and then another step back further on to St. Joseph's B crew. 2 to get dropped, 3 to go through to the final, which is coming up at 1:15 p.m. So 10 crews in total now over the next 2 heats, and looking really, really strong as Commercial. They're out to half a length over Lee, who have a length and a half over St. Joseph's A, but not a mistake from any of these crews, really moving well through the water. Some of these, it's hard to tell now if some of these are starting to ease off, just that they know they have a comfortable lead over Presentation Cork and St. Joseph's B, and they're on their way to the final. Commercial, as I look across there to the enclosure side, pushing up towards with about 600 left, or excuse me, yeah, about 600 left. Commercial crew don't really look under too much pressure. Lee half a length down, actually rowing probably a bit tidier than Commercial at the minute, even though they're holding second place. And looking very slick right beside us here on the launch of St. Joseph's, coming up to 500 to go. Really now I don't see any huge effort from these crews. If anything, I would say the best looking crew out there at the moment of the top 3 is the St. Joseph's A crew, even though they're in 3rd place in lane 3. Whether they're saving their powder until the final. I look back a bit, and Presentation College now are back to about 2 lengths down in lane 4, really putting the effort in, and St. Joseph's B aren't out of it yet. There's a real battle between those 2, but I just think the race has got away from them. We're pushing on towards the enclosure. Richie, I'm going to hand this over to you as they move away from us here. It's Commercial from Lee, from St. Joseph's A, from Presentation, from St. Joseph's B. Over to you.
So just coming into the last quarter of the race, this is going to close out our last heats before we move into the finals of this morning's session. It's Heat 1 of the men's junior 16.8 between St. Joseph's B, St. Joseph's A, Presentation Cork, Lee and Commercial. And nothing has changed since the start. Coming through the first few 100 metres, we saw the Commercial crew open up their lead, and they've pushed on again and open up clear water. The Lee crew staying with them up to about 750 and had an overlap, but just in the last quarter we've seen Commercial push on again and looking to secure that first spot ahead of Lee. 3 crews to qualify here, so the Joseph's crew that you see top of your screen also in that 3rd spot as well, and in control. They've got clear water ahead of the challenges that might come from the 2nd crew from St. Joseph's, along with the crew from Presentation Cork. But in control here, Commercial, they push on again, opening up and extending the lead. Maybe the Lee crew have taken the foot off the gas, saving it for the final as they have secured that 2nd qualifying spot, and it's going to be St. Joseph's then back in 3rd. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and then really very little between St. Joseph's and Presentation for 4th and 5th, but just 3 crews to qualify. Looking good so far here, just crossing the line, nice and relaxed from that Commercial crew. Looks like they have plenty left in the tank. The Lee crew coming in to take 2nd. They're the 1 and 2, and we have the St. Joseph's A crew just coming in to take that 3rd qualifying spot. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And then a real tussle for 4th and 5th between the 2 crews, between St. Joseph's B and Presentation, but it is St. Joseph's B just crossing about half a length ahead of of the Presentation crew. So that completes Heat A. So it's going to be the crews from Commercial, Lee and St. Joseph's A moving on to the final. And the 2nd race will hopefully be on its way down to us soon. And we'll head up to get that footage. You can see the crews there, St. Joseph's and Presentation. Tough racing for the junior 16s, placing 4th and 5th there. and hopefully to see them back and in the mix over the next seasons and into junior 18s as well. And we're going to hopefully find out who's going to join them into the final now. The next heat between Enniskillen, Castleconnell, Neptune, Blackrock and Coxless is underway. Can you ask them for the footage? So they've left the start, and hopefully Alan's in position there. We're just going to see if we can get some. There we go. So we can see the race coming underway, and the boats, just the race of the women's intermediate heat just coming up with the times there. UCC 7:58.5 and the Neptune crew 8:03.6. Those two crews, along with Trinity, advancing on to the final in the women's intermediate. We're just catching up now with the second heat of the men's Junior 16-8. So we'll head up towards the start and pick up our last heat of this morning's session, Heat 2 of the men's Junior 16-8.
Thanks, Richie. Yes, and this is a thriller. So we're at 700 metres gone. They're just coming up to us now. One thing I would say, there's certainly 4 boats here fighting out for 3 spots. Coxless on the enclosure side out in lane 6, just off the pace. But between Enniskillen, Castleconnell, Neptune and Blackrock, there is literally, I would say, 1 length at most. Enniskillen now coming up beside us. I would say Castleconnell probably holding the lead of the race between themselves and Neptune for the lead here, with Blackrock not too far behind. But there's 4 boats here that are in serious contention and 1 to get dropped. Further off the back, unfortunately, Coxless ignored well out of it at this stage. I'm just seeing, no, they're moving well, but just don't have the power, the pace or the speed, and as they that the other 4 boats have. Now as they come up, we're right beside the Enniskillen, the Wilbur Temple named boat of Enniskillen. Really strong lads driving through. Now they're in 3rd spot, but there is literally half a canvas between themselves and Castleconnell and Neptune. So those 3 boats starting now to push away from the Blackrock boat as they approach 1,000 metres. Blackrock are going to have to react because they can't let this spot in the final go. 1,000 metres gone, and it's Neptune, Castleconnell and Enniskillen. They're really now just edging slowly away from that Blackrock squad. Blackrock through 1,000 metres now, but they are a length down and they're going to have to do something if they want to stay in this race. Coxless ignored, unfortunately, well out the back, but fighting on valiantly. Enniskillen, Castleconnell and Neptune. Neptune holding probably a canvas over Castleconnell. Literally nothing between Castleconnell and Enniskillen. Blackrock are going to have to react, and they're going to have to react now. This is where you're going to see a lot of drive, a lot of passion. It has to come now or else their race is over. The final here coming up at 1:15. So the last thing any of these crews want is to absolutely have to empty it and be wrecked for the final. But those 3 boats steadily pushing away from the Blackrock squad. It's going to be a great final if any 2 or all 3 of these boats get there, because they do look evenly matched and they were certainly racing hard over the first 1,000 metres. And it's hard to see anything between them. But still, Neptune hold that lead. Probably you might have it a little better than us on the amazing drone footage that's going on there at the minute. Neptune probably have half a length over Castleconnell. Enniskillen probably edging up on Castleconnell. Blackrock really need to push now. There's about 600 to go, but if they want anything out of this race, they're going to really have to push and close that gap. Castleconnell dropping back slightly now. Could be just playing it smart, because there's no point in emptying the tank completely in the heat. Those 3 boats look safe. They're really holding a good lead, that length and a half over Blackrock, and further on back Coxless ignored, unfortunately, well out the back at this stage. But as they come inside the last 500 metres, you're going to got to say Neptune are holding over Enniskillen, over Castleconnell, but really nothing much between them. Fascinating 8s racing. Lovely seeing these lads just hammer out this power, these huge boats ploughing through the water. Some great technique, great skill. Richie, there's 400 to go and I'm going to hand it over to you.
So really solid 500 metres for Neptune. You've seen them move into the lead. They've opened up a half a length lead. Enniskillen now into 2nd place. The Castleconnell crew were really pushing Enniskillen for that 2nd spot, but now Enniskillen change gear and move into 2nd. Interesting to see what the tactics are going to be. I'm sure some of the coaches said, lads, look around you. If you've got your spot, ease off. But if you put 16-year-old lads beside each other, side by side, they're not going to take it easy. They're going to push each other to the line here. It's starting to open up a little bit. The Neptune crew moving on now, looking for a 1 length lead. Really solid rowing from the Neptune crew. We saw that side-by-side footage. Some fantastic up-close racing with the Enniskillen, Castleconnell and Neptune crews. Neptune push on again here. A little bit of a push from Enniskillen. They're winding for the line. They want this first win. They're not going to let Neptune push on here. Down towards the finish. Neptune looking to hold on to the lead that they've opened up. Really good response from the Enniskillen crew. Castleconnell look like they're going to wait for the final. Smart rowing from them. They know that third spot is secured. The crews from Presentation and from Coxless can't get back into contention here. But Neptune powering on. Enniskillen pushing them all the way to the line here, but Neptune still holding on just about 2/3 of a length ahead of the Enniskillen's crew. They're the 1 and 2, and you have to say a little bit of a relaxed crew from Castleconnell back in third. Neptune get that first qualifying spot, 2/3 of a length ahead of Enniskillen, and in turn just get a little bit of clear water then back to the Castleconnell crew, holding off and winding down towards the line. They're the 3 that are going to move on to the final, along with the crews from Commercial, Lee and St. Joseph's from the previous heat. Just seeing the crew there close out then from Presentation, and also the crew from Coxless. This will close out our heats for this morning, and we'll take our little break before we get ready for the finals. So well done again to everyone competing so far this morning. Really fantastic racing. Heats and time trials all out of the way. The draw is updated, available online, printed copies down in the office, and we'll be ready to come back shortly with the finals for this morning in this morning's session, day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships 2024.
Test. Test 1, 2.
So we're back after the break there, and we're back with our finals. We're coming up with the first final of this morning's session. It's the women's junior 18 double scull, and they're underway and on screen. You can see coming off at the start, we have the first race underway between the crews that qualified through the time trials earlier on. So we've Shandon in lane 1, Athlone lane 2, Skibbereen in lane 3, Ban in lane 4, Muckross lane 5, and Fermoy in lane 6. So there is seedings here, so the 2 fastest crews are in the centre of the course in lanes 3 and lane 4. For that's Skibbereen and Ban. So we should see them making the early running as they come in towards the first few hundred metres. So Alan is up there at the start, and we'll tune in with him shortly. You're seeing the footage up on screen. So hopefully Alan's in position there, and we'll head up towards the start and pick up the first race of the day for the finals here, the final of the women's junior 18 double.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, and showing early, it's Athlone putting Skibbereen under pressure already, and there's only about 400 gone. So really rocket off the start here in the women's junior 18 double scull championship of Ireland. So the qualifying times would show that Ban and Skibbereen would be the top crews here, but certainly putting it up to them is Athlone, who were as I look at this, who were 11 seconds behind Skibbereen in the final, but they're the ones who are going to go through 500 first. The final, I suppose, heats and time trials mean nothing. When the final, it's neck and neck, and anything can happen. And I tell you what, at 500 to gone, we have a real battle on our hands. Shandon showing as well in third place over Ban. So looking across the field now, we have 550 gone. Athlone showing over Skibbereen, Shandon showing well, Ban, who were excellent in the time trial, back in fourth place, Muckross, and then Fermoy on the enclosure side. So Athlone have come out of the blocks, and they have put this challenge up to this Skibbereen crew in the centre of the course. Skibbereen will qualifying time of 7:42, Athlone will a qualifying time of 7:53, 11 seconds in the difference, and here they are neck and neck, 700 gone in the first final of day 2 of the Irish National Rowing Championship. The Skibbereen bow is certainly under pressure already. They did not expect this. They thought they'd have to try and put Ban to the sword, but it's Athlone who are up there in the mix and holding half a length in lane 2 over Skibbereen in lane 3. There's real pressure and real drive coming from that Skibbereen boat. If anything, the Athlone crew are a little more relaxed. They're a smaller crew, a lighter crew, but they are moving that boat through the water. Shandon now holding off Ban. Shandon, who had an 8-minute qualifying time over Ban's 7:51. So the time trial results have really been thrown out the window, certainly with 800, 900 metres gone as they push on for the 1,000-metre mark. Athlone have come out of the blocks and they've never looked back. At this stage, it's a battle between themselves and Skibbereen coming up on 1,000 metres, and I would say Athlone are going to go through there with half a length over Skibbereen, over Shandon, who are a length back, and then further back, well, Shandon and Ban maybe neck and neck. Muckross really doing themselves proud here. The Muckross qualifying time 7:58, and further back then Fermoy dropping off the pace slightly, but Skibbereen and Athlone are battling it out. We're inside the last 950 metres, and I would say this is a bit of a shock to that Skibbereen crew. We watched them in the time trial and they were so slick, so smooth. Athlone did very well, all right, but certainly they didn't stand out as much as that Skibbereen crew. As I said, 11 seconds in the time trial difference, but when it comes down, when the gun goes and there's a pot at the end of the rainbow, it's up for grabs. Athlone really holding that half length, and Skibbereen still under pressure. They're a lot more vicious through the water, a lot more violent, maybe feeling that pressure. They've put some distance between themselves and the third place Shandon crew now on the far side. As you look at it there, the Shandon crew right beside us, moving very well through the water. The Ban crew, who you'd have to say were probably second favourites for this, have slipped back to fourth place and are under pressure from Muckross at the minute, but at the leading the field and still out in front, and have been from the start, and I expected them to fade. I foolishly expected them to fade, but they have not done that. It's Athlone, and Athlone are now pushing out, I'd say, to 1 length over Skibbereen. So all the action in lane 2 and lane 3 as we push towards about 600, I'd say 600, 650 to go. This is a savage race. Athlone are holding that lead. Will they tire? Certainly Skibbereen are trying to up the rate. They've been vicious through the water, really driving that on. Athlone longer, a bit smoother, certainly lighter crew, but they have just shifted that boat from the start to certainly with 1,500 metres gone, and pushing inside the last 500. You hear the cheers from the crowd on the sideline beside us, opposite the enclosure, really giving that lone beans, and they have, I'd say they've taken a length and a half. I'll be surprised at this, but they have rode amazingly now through 1500 metres of this race. They're pushing inside the last 500. Skibbereen really have to make an effort now. Again, we've seen plenty of things change inside the last couple of 100 metres, but Skibbereen, I don't know if they have anything else to give. They put distance between themselves, Shannon, Ban, and further back to Muckross and Fermoy. But the real battle still at Lone. They've led from 400 out. I thought they'd fade. They certainly didn't. And I think they're increasing their pace. Richie, this one's over to you, but certainly inside the last 300 to go at Lone and Skibbereen, they're going to have to do something to pull this one back. At Lone looking sweet.
So fantastic footage here of the Athlone double. They've led from the start. What an amazing race they've had. We've seen this tactic from the Athlone crews in yesterday's racing as well, where the men's junior single scull got out to the start, held on to the lead for dear life and powered away at the finish. And the Athlone women's junior double doing exactly the same here. We thought it would be Ban and Skibbereen doing the running. Skibbereen, winner of this event last year. It also, in the bow seat, we have the winner of the women's junior scull yesterday. But Athlone powering home here, opening up a lead in the second half of the race, and now they've got clear water. They're pushing on, and the Skibbereen crew are doing their best to get back into contention, but with clear water and 100 metres to go, you'd imagine this is Athlone's to win the final of the women's junior 18 double, coming through those time trials, throwing out the times by coming into the finish here. It is going to be the Athlone crew leading it out from Skibbereen. Ban putting on a big push now to pass out Shandon to move into third place ahead of Muckross. Back and forth and Fermoy. So still looking down to the last few strokes. We're looking at the crew. A fantastic display of racing. Really smart tactics here. Getting out to the lead and extending it over Clearwater. Skibbereen have done their absolute best to get back into contention and push for the line. But with Clearwater, it is going to be a championship of the women's junior 18 double. Heading to Athlone. They take the win. Arms aloft. A fantastic win there from the crew in the John Francis Waldron boat there, ahead of the crew from Skibbereen in second place, Ban in third, just ahead of the crew from Shandon, and then the crew from Muckross closing out in fifth ahead of Fermoy. What a way to kickstart our afternoon of finals. Absolutely jubilant double there from Athlone, adding to their number of wins. A great race from them. Taken by the scruff of the neck off the start, opening up that Clearwater lead and taking the win as they came into the finish. Really well done. A fantastic race there. And the first championship of Saturday in the women's junior 18 double heading the way of Athlone. Congratulations to the crew. They're coming down fast and furious now. Next up, it's the final of the men's novice Cox quad. These came through the heats earlier on, and in lane 2 we have UCD B. In lane 3 we have Fermoy. Lane 4 we have Trinity. In lane 5 we have Queens, and in lane 6 we have UCD. So just footage there of the crews getting underway the first few 100 metres, and it looks like in lane 5 it is the crew from Queens leading it out with UCD and Trinity right beside them, and then a little bit further back they're already opening up a bit of clear water to the crews from Fermoy and UCD. So we'll see how it plays out over the first few 100 metres, and hopefully Alan has made his way back up to pick up the next final of the day, the final of the men's novice Cox quad. Alan just getting into position above there, so we'll stick with this race for a minute. And nothing really has changed. You can see the two crews tailing off in the background there in lanes 1 and 2. That are the crews from UCDB and Fermoy. So all the running being done then centre of the course, and just about half a length separating first and third, with the crew from Queens at the moment leading ahead of UCD and UCD and the crew from DUBC. So it's Trinity and Queens and UCD battling it out here. Clearwater now opening up, so hopefully we'll head up to the start, and we'll get Alan to pick up this race. Final of the men's novice cox squad.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, we're here at 600 metres gone, and these boys are charging towards us now. Some two great heats now that saw UCD B come back against Trinity B to steal it on the line for their qualifying spot. This race not going hugely well for them at the minute, though. They're down along with Fermoy, and all the action seems to be on the enclosure side with UCD-A, Queens and Trinity A in the mix. Looking good at the minute now as they go through about 700 metres gone. We have holding canvas, we have Queen's University Belfast up against UCD with probably about a length back, not even a length back to the Trinity A crew. Fermoy and UCD B battling it out at the moment there. But we might have to just a bit of a distance now between the crews, so we might just have to adjust to avoid washing anybody out, but pushing on towards 1,000 metres. Queens holding half a length over UCD, holding half a length over, not even half a length over that Trinity. So those three crews on the enclosure side, lane 4, 5 and 6 are the ones showing well. Queens, I didn't actually see that heat, but they are looking very, very tidy, moving that boat very, very well. All these three crews now are pushing that boat, their boats through the water. Very, very nice. There's nothing really between them. I'd say there's a length between three boats. They're through 1,000 metres now, and Queens take that half a length over UCD, half a length over Trinity. So when will things start to kick off? We might have to back off here as UCD and Fermoy are distance now at the moment, not really breaking up there at the front of the race. It's still about 2.5 lengths between three boats at this stage, and they are moving away nicely. Everybody moving well. Certainly I would say that Queens are looking the tidier boat. The Queens bowman there just looking across, checking where UCD are. UCD probably a physically bigger squad, but they haven't made an inroad into that half length. If anything now, those two boats on the enclosure side, UCD and Queens, are moving away slightly from that Trinity crew in the centre in lane 4. So as we look at it now, where are we at? We're about 700-800 to go, probably 700 to go, and I would say that it's a battle between two crews. UCD on the enclosure side, a couple of heads turning in that Queen's University boat, just double checking, seeing where that UCD boat are, but there's half a length between them. There has been half a length between them from about 500 metres. Trinity being distanced further back then to UCD and further back again. Battle between Fermoy and UCD B crew. Now you can definitely see there's a bigger stroke, a longer stroke coming from UCD, and they are eating up a bit of distance on that Queen's crew. It's 1 from 2 on these two. It's Queen's University or it's UCD and this, and if anything I would say that UCD have slowly, steadily started picking up the rate. Now they are still rating relatively low, but they're certainly underrating the Queen's crew. Queen's crew are trying to pick up that rate, but they're losing distance, and if anything that's been eaten up. UCD are eating up that distance. They had half a length, they had a length at one stage, but Queens are being reeled in. This is going to be neck and neck. Queens are being reeled in, and as I come to about 300 to go before I pass it over to you, Richie, I would say that UCD for the first time in the race with 17:50 gone have taken the lead. They've taken the lead over Queen's University. Richie, this one is going to go to the line. We're going to hand it over to you.
So fantastic finish in prospect here. Two crews side by side battling it out. It has been the Queen's crew who did all the running in the first half of the race, but just in the last quarter we've seen the UCD crew, longer, more powerful strokes, now moving into just about half a length lead, and it's going to come down to can the Queen's crew come back and respond to the challenge that's there. Tough racing for Queens to come back after being pulled back through by UCD. UCD, current holders of this championship event, winners of the event in 2023, now now looking to retain it for a second year. And the Queen's crew trying to respond here. They're not pulling away now, UCD. They've had about half a length, but we're seeing a response from Queen's. The rate has come up. The Cox is telling them if they're going to go now. The finish line has come up in sight. So it's all between UCD. Long, powerful, great shots that we're seeing here from the UCD novices, rowing for the first season. And they're going to be a force to reckon with when they move into club and intermediate. The Queen's crew doing their very, very best to get back into contention. But can the UCD crew hold on? A really solid second half of the race for them sees them move into the lead. And coming in towards the finish, they're leading now just by half a length. Queen's coming back at them with every single stroke. But we can just see how much of an effort it's taking for these crews to cross the line. It is going to be UCD. They've just realised, champions in the men's novice squad, just taking the win by a third of a length ahead of the team from Queen's in second place, in Trinity back in third, and the crew then from Fermoy back in fourth, along with the second UCD crew, closing out the men's novice Coxed Quad Championship. A really great race there from UCD, taking it in the second half. You can see just how much it has taken out of them. The Cox telling them put the oars back. She's not fancying a swim just yet. So hopefully they'll recover well there. The second UCD crew just coming through ahead then of Fermoy. Well done to all the novices. First season rowing, and we're looking forward to see them come up the ranks and race in the next couple of seasons as well. Next up, it's going to be the women's senior Coxless squad. Straight final here. 3 boats between UCC, Queen's and a composite crew of UL and Shannon. So we'll be back shortly with our next final of the day, the women's senior Coxless squad. So we'll be back shortly with the women's senior Coxless squad. Just a reminder, our 2 championships won so far this morning. That great win for Athlone in 7:33.9 in the women's junior 18 double scull, and just saw the men's novice Cox squad a win for UCD. They retain it for the second year in a row. And next up then we have the women's senior Coxless squad. This is a straight final, so these crews haven't gone through qualification or time trials, and it's UCC, Queen's and a composite crew of UL and Shannon, and you can see just the footage up on screen, and they'll be underway shortly. Wind has turned from a tailwind into more of a crosswind here, and blustery at times, and Little bit of light rain, but nothing too much to worry about. And we're just watching the crews make their final adjustments. You can see the umpires launching the catamaran ready to go, poised in behind those two crews, and Alan in the catamaran as well, ready. And on the right hand side you can see some of the crews making the way up to the start for the remaining finals. After the women's senior quad, we have the women's junior 16 double, men's junior 18 quad, the women's novice quad as well, the men's intersingle, men's senior pair, women's interpair, and men's junior 15 or junior 16-8 to round off this morning's racing. Just a reminder for everyone, there is freshwater taps in the boathouse, just outside the boathouse. So if anyone needs to stock up on water, you can use the taps that are here. And also a reminder that the Finish Line Cafe is open here in the National Rowing Centre main building for food, tea, coffee, pastries, and plenty of seating up here as well if you want to take a little suspiog from the breezy conditions that we have. Meanwhile, back at the start, we're seeing the start of the women's senior Coxless quads are off at the start into the first few 100 metres, and leading it out either side, it is the crew from UCC and the crew, composite crew then of UL and Shannon. You can see at the bottom of your screen, maybe with just a half a length lead. And we're going to head straight up to our man right beside. You can see him on screen there, the commentary launch, picking up the women's senior quads.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, we're at 300 to go, or excuse me, 300 gone, and it is the composite boat of UL Shannon that have taken this out hard and strong, and the UCC boat not letting them go anywhere. But to be honest, the UCC had a bit of a steering issue now. I noticed as they were coming towards us in the commentary launch, not holding the middle of their lane, so that would have cost them slightly. But still, literally length and a half over, as you can see from the drone shots as I look across, the drone is following this beautifully now. I'd say you're getting some amazing shots, and you can see from there that the UL Shannon composite are holding that lead as they hit 500 metres. They probably have, I would say, about half a length over the UCC boat, who have about a length over, 2 lengths over the Queen's University boat. So really powering through now that the composite on the enclosure side. Queen's crew now were right beside them, and they're moving very well, very strong. A few words from the bow there. These boats, of course, Coxless boats. That means they're steered by one of the feet of one of the rowers. So as well as trying to put the hammer down, use all the power they can, they obviously then have to keep the boat in the middle of the lane and steer. So added complexity, but that's what makes these athletes what they are, best in their sport. But UL Shannon on the enclosure side holding that lead of a length and a half probably over the UCC boat. Queen's slipping back now as we look back in lane 4, slipping away, but and maybe even out of contention at this early stage. But we are fast approaching 750, and still UL holding that lead. They held it off the start, the UL Shannon composite. They held it off the start. Now they're certainly rating lower than the UCC boat as I look across here, but the UCC bow again looks over her left shoulder, catches where that UL Shannon composite boat is. They're really going to have to dig in. There's a few grunts and a few shouts coming from that UCC boat. We're in the commentary launch, just right beside it, but they're going to have to react. They're going to have to react now as they're coming up to the 1,000 metres. Again, steering, they're very much over on one side of their lane. They're moving, correcting again, moving back into their lane, and every inch of that they move that boat is costing them that little bit of a fraction of a second. UL Shannon steering seems to be rock solid, and they are sitting up and sitting up stronger. Will they need the push at the 1,000 metre mark? They've gone through it now, and they're holding clear water now at the moment over the UCC boat. Well back and out of contention of the Queen's boat in 3rd position, but 900 to go now, and it's that composite boat on the enclosure side in lane 5 doing all the work. They did all the hard work at the first 300. They passed us. Flying Cork had a few steering issues, and I'd say that could have cost them. They're down now to about 2 lengths down, but pushing away in this women's senior Coxless quad. the UL Shannon composite are really holding their own, and they look very comfortable in that. I see the two in the UCC boat looking around, kind of lost vision now, of lost sight of the UL Shannon composite boat, and they're really going to have to do something now if they want to come back. They're moving quite well, but just not as strong and powerful as that composite quad that's coming into view now with about 600 to go, I'd say. They're standing tall. They're really pushing that boat through the water. They look a lot more comfortable, a lot less laboured than the UCC boat, who are really throwing the kitchen sink at it. As I said, few steering issues that seem to be at the UCC boat that probably cost them a metre or two, but even if everything had gone perfectly, it's hard to see anyone challenge that UL Shannon composite, because they have stood up tall. They're certainly underrating the UCC boat, but they are just using all that power and putting it straight down in a straight line. Their bar incident or accident, they are moving into that 500, and they can taste that senior women's pot, because that they are moving so strong. Bow just looks around, gets an idea of in that composite, gets an idea of where they are. They're inside the last 500, and they've got comfortable clear water now over the UCC boat, who have a fair distance back to Queens, but it's really a one horse race, and it has been from, I'd say, about 600-700 metres ever since Cork came off the start with a slight bit of steering issue. But that UL Shannon composites are really, really strong, and in fact they're cruising. UCC throwing everything they can at it. Certainly a lot of fatigue appearing now. We're right beside the UCC boat. They are tired, they are feeling it, they are throwing everything at it, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Nothing's going to reel in this UL Shannon composite as they come inside the last 300. Richie, we're going to pass it over to the tower. It's the women's senior quad, and it looks good for UL Shannon. Over to you.
Really powerful display here from that composite crew. The current holders of this championship are UL, so they're now racing in a composite crew, and some of the crew from last year is still in this boat. Just one member, Shannon Rowing Club, in the 3 seat there, breaking up the UL crew. But this composite crew rowing so beautifully. They're in full control here. This is exactly what you want to do. Get out to that early lead, and you can react to any of the challenges that are coming in. But with clear water opened up, they haven't flinched with the lead that they have opened up, and powering on towards the finish here. UCC have made a race of it. They've done their very, very best to get back into contention, especially in the first half, but just coming in towards the run in towards the finish. It's all about UL and Shannon. Shannon looking to add to the Women's Intermediate Championship that they won yesterday. UL looking to pick up their first championship of this 2024 regatta. Looking in control here. 2 lengths of clear water back to the crew from UCC, who in turn have clear water then back to the Queen's crew in 3rd place. So it is in full control. We're seeing a fantastic display of women's senior quad racing here between that composite crew of Shannon and UL. Doing a lot of their training out in the Anicotti base for Shannon, and for UL out on the Castleconnell stretch and O'Brien's Bridge stretch. Huge celebrations there, and a really great win for UL. Shannon composite crew, that's how you do it. And well done to that UCC crew. Really put it up to them and made a push to stay in contention. It's UCC in 2nd, ahead then of the crew from Queens, just coming in to close out the women's senior Coxless quad race. And Alan makes his way back up to the start, and we'll pick up the next race. Is going to be the final, the women's junior 16 double, who came through those time trials. And that race will be underway shortly. So we'll be back. Next race, women's junior 16 doubles. Just getting ready for the next race and watching some of the crews going out to launch. O'Connor of Castleconnell with his woolly hat on, watching Game of Thrones. Winter is coming. We'll see. He did a fantastic race early on qualifying. We'll see how that goes. Next up for us on the track, it's going to be the women's junior 16 double between Killorglin, Lee Valley, Shannon, Skibbereen, Fermoy and Shandon. And the crews are just on the stake boats there. And I mentioned already the progression system. The fastest crews get the centre lanes. So in 3 and 4, on paper, Shannon and Skibbereen are the crews to watch. But we saw in the women's junior 18 double at Lone, not one of the fastest crews, top 2. They were top 3 and went out to win it. So we'll see. The times could go out the window once you get into those finals. So they're still just off now. We're watching the footage there. Amazing footage again. We're loving all the drone footage from the guys at Upshot out on the water as well. The side-by-side footage. Such a great addition. And thanks again for their amazing job that they're doing with the streaming service. Hope everyone that's tuned in at home is enjoying it. And of course, thanks to all our sponsors as well, because it's with their investment that we're able to take this step up in our production that we do for the championships here at Inniscarra. So the women's junior 16 doubles underway. You can see we're opening up a lead right now, and we're going to head to our man up at the start. Alan's just about to pick up these junior 16 doubles coming into the first few hundred metres.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, 43 boats set out this morning to qualify for this final, and here we are looking at the top 6. Only 7 seconds between them in the qualifying times. Shannon Skibbereen with 7:55 out to Shandon at 8:02, but that means nothing now, as we saw in the last few races. The final is what matters, and showing early and showing fast is that Killorglin boat in lane 1. They are looking strong over Fermoy in lane 5 with Shannon 3rd place. Now, you'd expect the boats in the centre, based on seeding, based on time, to be showing first, but Killorglin and Fermoy doing all the early work with 400 metres gone. Nothing really between all the 6 boats out on the far side. From us here, Shandon A, they maybe would be a little off the pace at this stage, as we're the guts of 500 metres in. We're just approaching the 500 metres, and Killorglin have gone off the start like a scalded cat, because they're going to go through the 500 metres first, and they are going to be closely followed by Shannon, who look a little more comfortable. Fermoy probably 2nd place, Shannon in 3rd. Killorglin do look good, but if anything, the most relaxed boat there is the Shannon one in 3rd spot at the minute, and moving slowly, creeping up on Fermoy into 2nd place. Skibbereen, and then it's back to Lee Valley, and then back to Shandon A, but not much between them. As I said, 7 seconds between the qualifying times of all these boats. Really tight for the top 6, but as we look across there, Killorglin still holding that lead, probably lead of about a length over that. Nothing between Shannon and Fermoy for 2nd place. Skibbereen then in 3rd, but Lee Valley certainly creeping up on that Skibbereen boat. So all the action here right beside us on the far side of the enclosure, with Killorglin holding that lead as the bow in the Killorglin boat looks across, sees where they are. Certainly they're not starting to fade yet. Bit of panic I would notice from the Shannon crew as the bow in the Shannon boat looks over. She looks left, she looks right, she checks where Fermoy is, she checks where Killorglin is. She finds out that she's in lane 3, but she's in 3rd spot. That's not good. They had the fastest qualifying time themselves in Skibbereen, and Skibbereen are a length and a half down on Shannon at the moment, who are neck and neck with Lee Valley, and further back to Shandon A. All the action and all the early working as we push towards 950 gone is from that Killorglin A squad. Now, did they go out too quick? Can they hold on? If anything, there is definitely a push coming from Shannon. Shannon have upped the rate. The bow into Shannon looks left, looked right, checking out that Killorglin. She stares down that Killorglin crew. They made a big jump. She's settled down a bit now, because I think Fermoy on the enclosure side have reacted. This is a big push between these two. Fermoy, Shannon and Killorglin. We're through 1,000, we're coming up on 1,000 metres, excuse me. I'd say we're just a few strokes away from 1,000 metres, and it is going to be blanket across there, because Killorglin look like they may be fading, and on the push, on the charge are Fermoy and Shannon A. Skibbereen really rowing well, but just not off the pace at the races at the moment. They're a length down on the Shannon crew, 2 lengths down, sorry, on the Shannon crew, and Lee Valley are probably half a length up on Skibbereen. So that's the battle for that 4th spot further on back then to Chandonnay, but still holding that lead, if tiring a little. And I can see now right at the face of the Killorglin A crew, the rate has come down. They are tiring a bit, but in the centre and on the far side, on the enclosure side, Fermoy and Shannon do seem to be upping the pace. Will Killorglin get punished for that ferocious start and that real strong finish? They're still holding on to that third spot. Everyone is tiring at this stage. 1,250 metres into this race for the Irish Rowing Championship 2024, the women's junior 16 doubles. If anything now, I would give a slight lead to Fermoy on the enclosure side. Fermoy, the A crew in lane 5, Shannon, the A crew again in lane 3, and they're coming to the 4. They've both overtaken Killorglin. Killorglin have slipped back into third, but there literally is only a canvas between the 3 boats. I look further back, and Lee Valley aren't out of it. If Lee Valley are putting a push on and they're starting to catch Killorglin, Skibbereen, I would say, have too much to do at this stage to come back on this race. But out in front at this stage, I'd have to give it to Shannon in the centre. Maybe they're coming good. Shannon with a 7:55, the same as Skib in their qualifying time, but they are now about 4 lengths up on Skibbereen. But they have taken control of this race. They certainly were looking rowing smoother, rowing longer, rowing stronger, but they were well down in the positions now. They have put a push on at 1,000 metres, and that seems to have paid dividend. Fermoy certainly not out of it yet, but I would say, if anything, Killorglin could be on the downward slope. They might have given it all and given it too early, but Shannon and Fermoy are starting to push away from the crew. Fermoy are not letting Shannon go, though. There is only half a length in this now as we push towards the last 400 metres. There is a battle for third spot going on between Lee and Killorglin. Skibbereen on a big push now, but is it just too late? I would say Shannon have enough in it to fend off Skibbereen. Skibbereen are doing a big push. Lee Valley are doing a big push. Killorglin on the far side are probably just a little too tired at this stage after a huge 1,250 metre push. But Shannon are taking 3/4 of a length out of Fermoy at this stage. Fermoy upping the rate, but Shannon just looked that bit smoother. Killorglin are on a fight back. Killorglin are on a drive that I did not expect from them, because they are fending off Lee Valley for that third spot. But then Shannon, will they take their eye off the ball? They're so focused on Fermoy, but coming through, we have Lee Valley really coming through now at this stage. But have they left it too little too late? We're pushing inside the last 300 metres. Richie, this one I'd say will go to the line. It's over to you.
These junior 16 doubles, this race has had absolutely everything. The lead changing a number of times over the 700 metres into the second half of the race. Shannon timing it to perfection to move into the lead ahead of Fermoy, but Fermoy pulling back and coming up to challenge. They're matching each other side by side. It might be Shannon crew just by about half a length. Lee Valley coming up and passing out our early leaders. Killorglin back in third place. So Killorglin now relegated back to fourth. Skibbereen in fifth, and the Shannon crew back in sixth. But it's all about the lead here between Fermoy and Shannon. You can see Fermoy, bottom of the screen, pushing on again in lane 5. Shannon take it up. They found another gear coming in similar to the women's intermediate double that timed it to perfection yesterday. They might just hold on in lane 3, holding off the challenger Fermoy, but it's not over yet. We're down to the last few strokes as they come in towards the finish. Women's junior 16 double. This race has had everything so far. Such an exciting finish, and it looks like Fermoy might be coming into challenge again. Finish lines in sight. Dust off the camera for a photo finish. Let's see who gets it on the surge just as they come up to the finish. Shannon or Fermoy, huge support. It might be. It's the Fermoy crew. Fermoy just... That's how you do it. Fermoy just timing it to perfection. It looks like they might have taken it just on the surge there by a foot or two, half a canvas at most. And the Shannon crew, all hats off to them for what a fantastic race they did. Really great race rowing. Junior 16s, wow, they're putting the rest of us to shame. What a fantastic event through the time trials and into the final there. That race had everything. Killorglin leading it out. Lee Valley back in fourth place off the pace, come into the mix to take third. And then our leaders, Fermoy and Shannon, lead changing a number of times, and it did look like it was the Fermoy crew just coming in towards the finish that got it there. We'll wait for the official result. It'll come up on screen. Shandon just closing it out. So well done and congratulations. But looking at the screen, it did look like it was a win there for Fermoy, just closing out the women's junior 16s. Let's try catch our breath before we go back up for the men's junior 18 quads between Methodist Muckross, Athlone, Cappoquin, St. Michael's and Clonmel. and I'm sure the results will just pop up the screen, and you'll be able to give your cheers there for our winners in the women's junior 16 double. Just before we head up to the next race, I think those junior 16 all crews need a huge round of applause and a cheer from everyone. That was one of the races of the weekend. Well done to all of the crews there in that fantastic race. No pressure to anyone racing for the rest of the weekend, but that's exactly what we want in every single race. So back up next is going to be the men's junior 18 quad between Methodist Muckross, Athlone, Cappoquin, St. Michael's and Clonmel. So I'm just trying to get my heart rate down before we go to the next race. Alan is winging his way up towards the start. Our next championship race, the men's junior 18 Coxless squad, is underway, and we'll get an update shortly. Current holders of the race, St. Michael's, they're racing in lane 5, winners in 2023, and they're up against in lane 1 Methodist, lane 2 Muckross, lane 3 Athlone, lane 4 Cappoquin, lane 5 St. Michael's, and lane 6 Clonmel. The two fastest crews from the time trial, Athlone and Cappoquin, in the centre of the course. So you can just see the first few hundred metres, they're underway. A lot of steering. Hopefully the umpires are there giving the crew some guidance as well. Looking like we'll get the drone footage shortly and we'll see who our leading crews are. But they're about 150, 200 metres gone from the start. And the Clonmel crew on the left-hand side of your screen beside them, St. Michael's. And then we have the Cappoquin and Athlone crews, Muckross and Methodist. So just waiting to see who the early leaders are. And we'll check in with Alan as well. He'll pick this race up. Hugely competitive race. We've seen Athlone dominating the men's junior scull yesterday, the women's junior double earlier on this morning. And they've got a tactic of getting out and holding on for dear life. And it's working for them so far. Let's see how it fares in the men's junior quad as well. They do have the fastest time on paper. And we're going to head up now to Alan, who's going to pick up the final of the men's junior quad.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, here we are at 7:50 gone, and it is Athlone showing true to form why they are the top seeds now with a 6:22 in that. It saw them 3 seconds over the Cappoquin crew in the time trial, but showing it as well as St. Michael's, who are holding that second spot at the moment. Now, they were 7 seconds off the pace in the qualifiers, but certainly, as I said before, it means nothing when it comes to the final. Athlone, St. Michael's and Cappoquin, those three crews in lane 3, 4 and 5, doing all the early work. We're looking back here, we have Methodist College and we have Muckross, and slowly, further over on the far side, Clonmel, but all the action up front is that Athlone crew, and they have taken a length as we push towards 1,000 metres. They have taken a length at 1,000 metres, a length over the big battling crew between Cappoquin and St. Michael's. They are neck and neck as they go through with 1,000 to go. Further back, Muckross, further back, Methodist, they're battling it out neck and neck, and then further back, Clonmel, they certainly aren't out of it. It's 3 up the front, 3 down the back, but the real action is that Athlone crew, who are holding that probably 1 length advantage over St. Michael's, over Cappoquin, but there is nothing between Cappoquin and St. Michael's now with 1,100 gone. Just have a look at some of the form. Big, strong lads in that Athlone boat, and they're given the reason why they qualified top in the seeds. 17 seconds between all these crews in the heats, but certainly Athlone are living up to top billing at the minute. But we saw that can get thrown out the window when it comes to a final and a pot on the line, because St. Michael's on the far side, on the enclosure side, they're in lane 5. They are now probably holding a canvas over Cappoquin, so a big battle on between those two. And as we see before, if there's a boat right beside you and you're battling that, you can inch back in on top of the leaders without them even noticing it. Very good form, very good style coming from all these three boats out in the lead. Muckers have taken a slight lead to carry that fourth place over Methodist College, who are battling over Clonmel. But the real action now is up the front, and it's Athlone. They've held it. They've held the lead from the start, and they've continued to hold that all the way through. Cappoquin now showing slightly over St. Michael's. There isn't a mistake. There's not one bad stroke in these three boats. They are flying. Muckers are really pushing on now through the middle, but they could have left it too little too late at this stage now. As I look around me and I'm trying to gauge where we are, we're probably 700, we're less, we're 500 to go. Muckers really coming back into it, but unfortunately they've probably about 300 or 400 metres less water than they need to come back into this race. Athlone really putting a push on. Noted increase in rate there from the Athlone stroke. Look back there, Cappoquin are still holding that lead over St. Michael's. Big battle there. Will they close that gap? They probably have 2 lengths to do in about 400 metres, maybe even less, 350. It's probably too little too late. Can Athlone control this all the way home? Richie, as we move away from us, it's Athlone from Cappoquin and St. Michael's, but battling it out there. Athlone are in charge, but still some water left to row. Over to you at the tower.
A very familiar sight for us to see the Athlone crews leading from the start. We've seen it in the men's junior single, the women's junior double earlier on today, and now again in the men's quad. Athlone looking to take the win here away from previous winners 2023. St. Michael's in second place at the moment, and some steering issues now. We'll just have to see. Maybe it's just the camera angle that's there, but in full control. They're getting an overlap now. Cappoquin coming back on the crew from Athlone, but with less than 100 metres to go, it looks like they're going to run out of water here. The battle's going to be on for second and third. St. Michael's and Cappoquin winding it up, but it's the Athlone crew dominating here coming into the finish. They change again. Up the rate goes as they wind it up for the line, just coming in. They don't want that overlap. They're shaking it off to get that bit of clear water. So it's the Athlone crew. We're seeing overhead footage here just ahead. It looks like Cappoquin. It's Athlone taking the men's junior quad, and just on the line, Cappoquin taking second place ahead of St. Michael's. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Ahead then of the crews from Shandon coming in, along with Clonmel, and the crews from Methodist as well. Another fantastic race, another dominant display from the crew from Athlone. They're taking the win in the men's junior 18 quad. Fantastic racing that we have seen. Well done again. Huge round of applause please for all the competitors in that race. Another fantastic championship race, giving us heart-stopping moments watching this. Everyone tuning in from home and here on site as well. Really well done, and congratulations to Athlone. Another championship heading their way in the men's junior 18 quad. Didn't catch my breath after the women's junior 16s. I'm not going to catch my breath after the men's junior 18s. And now we're going to go on to the next championship, which is the women's novice Coxed squad. And we'll be back shortly with that race. Those crews coming through the heats earlier on before we get on. But congratulations again to Athlone, winners of the men's junior 18 Coxless squad for men. So we're up at the start with the next race, which is the final of the women's novice Coxed squad. Just a recap of the women's junior 16 double to confirm it was Fermoy who took the win there, just ahead of that Shannon crew. Really exciting finish, so well done to Fermoy. And we just saw the Athlone crew taking the win in the men's junior 18 quad as well. And we're underway now with the next race, which is the women's novice quad. Between, in lane 1, UL, lane 2, Queens, lane 3, UCC, lane 4, Commercial, lane 5, Trinity A, and lane 6, Trinity B. So 6 boats in this women's novice quad final. We saw UCD taking the win in the men's event earlier on. Let's see if they can go 2 for 2. And again, the winners of the heats would be placed in the centre of the course. Looking down the course now, hopefully Allen's in position and they'll be getting ready, but looks like it is lane 2. Queen's leading this one out. So just coming off the first few 100 metres, hopefully Allen's in position to pick up this race. The final of the women's novice quads.
Thanks, Richie. Yes, so as we approach the lunch break, 10 finals in a row here, and at 300 metres we have the women's novice Coxed quad, UL, Queens, UCC, Commercial, and 2 Trinity boats. And showing early, I'd have to say, is the Queen's University UCC crew. The Trinity A crew then also in the mix at this stage. UL then slightly back, Commercial slightly back, but again only 400 metre gone. A little bit of drizzle falling now down at the start. Nothing too much. Flat calm conditions here. Great sculling weather as they pass us now, and we are just coming up on the 500 metre mark. I'd say it's UCC and Queens in the mix there. Trinity A, Commercial, UL, and then the Commercial or the Trinity B crew. But there is probably 4 lengths covering the field at this stage. They go through 500 metres and it's UCC holding that lead over Queens, over Trinity, but Trinity are on a bit of a pushback at this stage. They certainly haven't let them go. Really nice sculling now from these novice scullers. Moving very well through the water. Trinity B slightly back, Commercial slightly back, UL slightly back, but moving out in front, and I'd say probably pushing out for a further lead. You've got UCC, Queens, and that Trinity A crew. So I would say those 3 will be in the mix at the finish now. Commercial haven't let it go, neither have UL. But slightly a little bit messy now on the enclosure side is the Trinity B crew. They are fading a little bit out of this as UCC put the hammer down and really put a squeeze on through the first 600-700 metres. They are rowing really, really well, really together. Queens, who probably led in that first 300 or 400 metres now, edging back, unfortunately, losing a bit of ground to UCC and to Trinity. So as we look across there, those 3 boats of UCC, Queen's University and Dublin University Ladies Boat Club have taken the lead over UL, Commercial and the second Trinity crew. Clearwater now, 2 lengths I would say to UCC as we go through 750, approaching the 1,000 metre mark, moving really, really well. The stroke in the UCC gauges across, looks at that Trinity boat, looks across towards us here at the Queen's University boat, gauges where we are. Of course, the Cox doing all the steering, all the hard work in this one. The rowers really hammering away, approaching 1,000 metres, and UCC have run really, really well to pull this probably 2-length, maybe even a little more, 2-length lead out of Trinity, who have a half-length lead over Queen's University. Then it's further on back, probably 2 lengths to UL, Commercial, and then back again to the second Trinity crew. But this UCC crew through 1,000 metres now are really on fire, and it is hard to see either of these college boats coming back at the UCC crew, because Queens and Trinity have to do something really drastic, because that 2 lengths has now gone to probably 3 lengths, and I don't see it coming back. I haven't seen a bad stroke coming out of that UCC crew. They've held their advantage in lane 3 from about 800 metres gone, and they are now putting UCC to the sword. The Trinity are fading at this stage. They've given everything they can, and it's just not enough to contend with this UCC crew. Queen's University still not out of it, but they're going to have to do something, and they're going to have to do something quick, and I don't know if they can. I think UCC will answer any challenge that Queen's University put up to them. Trinity fading, UL moving up on Trinity, closing the gap for that third spot. Further on back, Commercial doing quite well, holding off that second Trinity crew, but there is a distance between the front and the back of this race because UCC are in control, and in control well. As I say that now, there is some reaction from Queen's University. They've upped the rate, they're going to have to do something, but that 3 lengths is now 3.5 lengths, and I don't see it being reeled back in. Dominant performance here by UCC. They really, once they got that lead, they commanded it and they inched it out with every stroke, and they're still rowing together. They are so sweet moving. They belie their novice status at this stage. Hard to imagine that these guys are only rowing a couple of years, because they are moving this boat through the water now. As I say that, the commentator's curse kicks in, and a dodgy stroke there from the stroke in the UCC crew doesn't seem to upset them. She's got it back, and it could have been a hell of a lot worse. It was a great recovery, to be honest, and I don't think they've lost much ground. They're still probably holding 3 lengths over Queen's, holding a length over Trinity. UL on a big pushback now to try and claim that third spot. I'd better shut up now about UCC lest I throw any bad luck their way, but they are still looking very, very good for this. We're inside the last 500. They probably have about 400 metres to go, and they're well in control. I won't say they can afford another mistake, but they have rode this race really well, really dominated. Queens have done all they can, but they just couldn't close the gap. They needed to stay with UCC while they could, while there was still very little between them, but UCC inched away, and as they go towards the finish and we hand it over to the tower, it's UCC from Queen's, from Trinity, with a big pushback coming from UL, further back to Commercial, further back to the Trinity second crew, over to the tower.
Thanks, Alan. Great to see these women's novice cock squad came through the races earlier on, and I have a very happy Taoiseach Micheál Martin here beside me on the balcony cheering on a Cork crew from UCC who are leading out the women's novice cock squad race. They came through the heats earlier on this morning, leading in their heat, taking that first qualifying spot. They're leading it here from Queen's, who did their best to put pressure on them as they came in. We saw some fantastic side-by-side footage. Just looking at the overhead there, you can see the clear water that UCC have opened up against the chasing pack that's there. Nearest to them in inside lane, it is the crew from Queen's in second place, and then a real battle, it looks like the Trinity crew, current holders of this championship, back in third place, ahead then of the crew in lane 1 from UL. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4, no doubt about the leaders here as they come in towards the finish. UCC looking for the 4th championship of our 2024 regatta, having picked up 3 championships yet, and they're in full control as they come in here. Lots of local support for these novice women. First year of rowing and a championship going to be under the belt. Finish line is in sight for them. Lots of encouragement from the Coxed as well as they come in. It is going to be UCC taking the win ahead of the crew from Queen's. They're the 1 and 2. Arms aloft and a little reach back from the Cox. You can see her sitting up now. Celebrations there from UCC. Queen's in second place, and it is going to be the crew nearest to us coming in, closing out these races. UL as well back in 4th place, and our crews from Commercial and Trinity to close out the women's novice cock squad. So the win they're going to the crew from UCC. And that closes out that race. We'll be back shortly with the next final, which is going to be the final of the men's intermediate single scull. So 4 more races left in this morning's session before we have our lunchtime break, and the 4 races and 4 championships to be decided, or 3 championships to be decided. It is the men's intermediate single scull up next, followed then by the men's senior pair straight final, and then we have the women's intermediate pair, and then the men's junior 16-8 to close out this morning's session before our lunchtime break. And we'll be back then with the men's junior 16 double up on screen. You can see the scullers getting ready, and again, interesting here, the 2 top scullers with the fastest times from the time trials, University of Galway Keeley and Lady Elizabeth Quigley, they were in the same heat racing side by side, so they are the ones that all eyes will be on, and interesting that they are in the same race. They're the 2 fastest, and then outside of them, Castleconnell and Commercial, the next 2 fastest, and then UCD and St. Michael's the 2 fastest out of that. So the lanes coming in there. So we're just looking to see in the men's intermediate are underway, and it looks like we don't have one of the rowers. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like we don't have the rower in lane 4. Quigley from Lady Elizabeth, unless my eyesight's failing me, does not start. So that means we have a 5-boat final here. Not sure what the issue is with Quigley. Hopefully he's doing okay. Did well to place second in the times, but not in the final here. So it is Keeley of University Galway who has the best time on paper, and he's the one leading it out at the moment. It's the commercial sculler, commercial sculler Lidoff is leading it out in lane 5. He's really gone for it here, taking clear water ahead of St. Michael's beside him. Little glance over from Shane Rafferty to see where exactly his competitor is, and you'll see 2 or 3 lengths ahead now for commercial. He's going for it off the start here, not hanging around at all, and coming through the first few 100 metres. Bit of a surprise here with the tactics. We'll see how it plays out, but we're going to our man up at the start there, and commercial doing all the running in the final of the men's intermediate single.
Thanks, Richie. Yeah, and showing early is a laid off of commercial now as they approach the first 500. Castleconnell O'Connor in second spot, and it's University Galway Keeley taking that spur that third. Right beside us now, Gillick from UCD in a battle with St. Michael's Rafferty. I do not see, I think we're looking at a 5-vote final. I do not see Lady Elizabeth Quigley here, but we'll continue on anyway. 25 down to 6, so 25 qualifiers. Lads attempted to qualify this morning down to the top 6. Well, the top 5 as it looks like here, and we have commercial belying their lane draw out in lane 5. Laid off with a 7:24 qualifying time. University of Galway with a 7:15 qualifying time. So that just gives you some idea of where things are at the minute now. But laid off 700 metres in, 750 in, is holding a very, very comfortable lead over University of Galway. Keeley, you would have to say, from his qualifying time this morning, favourite for this race. Keeley over the Castleconnell sculler, battling it out for that second and third spot. Obviously a long way to go. We're in about 800 metres. It's laid off, still holding that lead. He powered off the start, an absolutely savage start, so the commercial sculler go out to a very healthy early lead, and the rest have been fighting to reel him in since. Now 900 metres gone as we approach the 1,000. It's still laid off. It's still Keeley now from the University of Galway looking over his left shoulder, but under pressure from O'Connor. And if anything, I'd say O'Connor probably has a lead over Keeley of University of Galway at the minute. The Galway sculler is completely focused, and is just for the first time in the race has looked right, and he's seen O'Connor from Castleconnell has a half a length on him. He wasn't expecting that. Keeley, the nailed on favourite, I would have said, based on the time trial, is under a bit of pressure now, but laid off is starting to tire. 1,000 metres has gone by and he is through first, but Castleconnell O'Connor is coming through, and coming through strong, and I would say Keeley should focus his attention on O'Connor, because O'Connor, I'd say, is the number one threat at the moment. Castleconnell sculler, 950 to go. Further back we see the St. Michael's sculler Rafferty and Gillick of UCD battling it out for that 4th spot. Keeley now putting all his focus over his right shoulder when previously it was his left, because Castleconnell O'Connor in his woolly hat in perfect rowing conditions through the middle of the course is the number one threat at the moment. Keely looking right, looking left, and again he looks right, and again he looks left, and he drives on because this is pushing him on. A Heron goes very close to the action across the field there. Ladoff still not out of it, but he has relinquished his lead at the minute. But I'd say it's one from these three. St. Michael's, Rafferty on the far side doing a real big push and closing the gap in on Ladoff, but it's probably too little too late. Gillick doing the same. Great rowing, great skill in rowing here at the minute in actually beautiful conditions through the middle of the course. But Keely is under serious pressure, and I would say I'd give the O'Connor the edge at this stage. Castleconnell rower in his woolly hat, really pushing putting the heat down. He is now getting concerned because we're getting into the serious business end of this race. There's 550 metres to go. I'd say Ladoff might have gone too much too soon. It was worth a try because he really put Keely under pressure, and Keely's focus was all on Ladoff, all on that commercial sculler, and O'Connor from Castleconnell stole the march, I'd say. Now it'll be between these two unless Ladoff can come up with something serious in the last 500 metres, which, as I say that, he has put a push. He looks over his right shoulder, he gets a gauge on where Keely from University of Galway is, and he is coming right back into the action now. I didn't expect it, because I thought he had done all his work in the first 1,000 metres, but he is coming back in on Keely, but still out in front it's O'Connor from Castleconnell, and it's going to be a real tight finish. Richie, this one is going all the way to the line because Keely has upped his rate. Can O'Connor from Castleconnell react? There is about 2 lengths in it now, but Keely is closing that gap, but he's starting to run out of water. This one is going right to the line. Ladoff is still not out of it. He's half a length down on Keely, who's a length and a half, if maybe a little more. He's closing on Castleconnell, but as they drive towards the line and coming into view, Richie, it's over to you. It's O'Connor for Castleconnell. Can he hold on?
We've seen absolutely everything is possible with these smaller boats, and we've seen another response from Ladoff of Commercial our early leaders trying to get back into contention here. Glance over the shoulder from Keely, he's pushing on again, but in control over the middle half of this race has been O'Connor of Castleconnell. He's dogged determination there, looking also for a hat deal by the scenes, looks of it out there, holding on to the lead as he comes in towards the finish. He's held off the challenges now in the last few hundred metres that are coming. Keely did everything that he could to get back into contention, was in striking distance of getting an overlap, but now being pushed back and on a charge for Commercial. It's Ladoff, our early leader, coming off the start, is powering home here, and in the Castleconnell sculler is going to glance over and see. He starts to wind up for the line. Can he hold off the challenge that's coming here? He's going to run out of water, I think, the Commercial sculler, even though he's pushing all the way. He's just getting an overlap now to move, and he's moved into second place, but I don't think he's going to get back and take this championship in the men's intermediate single scull from O'Connor of Castleconnell. Finish line is in sight from him. He takes the win just with a little bit of clear water and jubilant celebrations there. Leave that hat on. You can leave your hat on. There we go. What a win for O'Connor of Castleconnell. Just taking the win, a fantastic second half of the race as he came in to take the win in the men's intermediate. It was then from Commercial. Round of applause for his competitors there. It's the win there for Castleconnell O'Connor ahead of Commercial Ladoff and Keely of UCG, and then UCD and St. Michael's in 4th and 5th. A fantastic win there, very popular. A huge round of applause, please, for all of the competitors there in the men's intermediate scull, coming through tough into time trial racing into the finals as well. A really great win, and congratulations to Castleconnell, their first championship of this weekend's regatta. Thumbs up from Derek Bone, even though he's St. Michael's. So next up is going to be the men's senior pair. Alan winging his way back up there. And you can see the official result there. The women's novice squad, a win there for UCC. Took that win, and we'll have the results up there shortly. Big smile on David Breen's face. Another championship for UCC. I'm sure he'll claim he was coaching it just to get in the photo opportunity. Yeah, wave at me. Thanks, Dave. Next up, it's going to be the men's senior pair. And they're getting on the stake boats now between Commercial A, Cork, UCD A, UCD B, Commercial C and Commercial B. And this is a straight final in the men's senior pairs. Commercial current championship holders from last year. Let's see if they can retain their championship win. And this race is just underway. So you can see Alan, I think, might struggle to get back up to pick this one up, but we'll take it from here as far as we can. So the men's senior pair, these crews not having to go through the time trials or heats. It's a straight final here in the men's senior pair. So Commercial A will be on the far side in lane 1, Cork in lane 2, UCD A in lane 3, UCD B in lane 4, Commercial C in lane 5, and Commercial B in lane 6. So 3 commercial crews, 2 UCD crews, and the Cork crew as well. We'll see how this goes. Of course, Cork winner of the men's senior 4 yesterday. And let's see if they can do the double in the pair here as well. So they're coming up to the first few 100 metres. Once we get that overhead shot, we'll see who our leaders are. And Alan, as I said, making his way up to pick this race up, coming off the start. 3 commercial crews and the UCD crews centre the course in the distinctive blue colours. No steering issues, it seems. I haven't seen the umpire raise the flag, so they're all off cleanly through the first few 100 metres. And Alan will be in place there to pick this one up. Just 3 races to close out this morning's programme. The men's senior pair, the women's inter pair, and then the men's junior 18-8 before we have our break. And just looking, it might look like in lane 1, the crew from Commercial. On the right-hand side of your screen, then we have the crews from Cork UCD, the 2 UCD crews, and then the commercial crews being C and B crew as well. So hopefully Alan is in position up there. We'll head up towards the start and see if Alan can pick up the final of the men's senior pairs.
Thanks very much. We are at the 600 mark, and it's the battle of the real capital. It's Cork up against it with 5 Dublin clubs. It's Commercial, Cork, UCD, Commercial and Commercial in this men's senior pairs final. And Cork seem to be doing a good job of it at the moment now, as we were at 700 metres, and they hold half a length over the UCD A crew, and another half a length back to the Commercial A crew. Slightly off the back there, you see D, B crew, Commercial C crew, and Commercial B crew. So, excuse me, getting tongue-tied, but out in front, and some very familiar faces in these boats. But it's the Cork crew that are leading the way, and they have a length over the UCD and Commercial A crews. So I would say these 3 have shown best and shown first, and they are moving slightly away now. It's not over yet, but there's UCD and Commercial crew on the enclosure side. They're starting to get a little bit distance, but the real big boys are out to play here today, with the Cork crew pushing up on now on 1,000 metres. They're going to go through this first, and they're going to have a length over UCD, who have half a length over Commercial. And all the action here is in lane 1, 2 and 3, the furthest side away from the enclosure. The Cork crew now rowing really, really well, really strong. These guys, of course, have rowed everything, be it 8s or 4s, sweep. They sit this boat up so well. I mean, it's the fastest boat. It get the most value for money out of it, because there is literally no waste. Everything you put down goes through the water. Every mistake you do is amplified 10 times. But if you get it right, which these 3 boats are, they are a sweet thing to watch. Cork still holding that lead. It is still a length over the UCD crew, still half a length over the Commercial crew out here in lane 1, 2 and 3, furthest from the enclosure. We have to go a good bit back for the other Commercial crew and the UCD crew, and then further back again for the 3rd Commercial crew. But the battle of Dublin and Cork is well underway here, and so far, with 1,200 metres gone, probably 1,250 gone, it's Cork that seem to be on top. Cork Boat Club now looking really, really strong, and they've actually put some distance between themselves and the UCD A crew, who have about a length up on the Commercial A crew. Cork, I'd say, physically a bigger squad over that UCD crew. both rowing, all crews rowing really, really well. It's just the physical presence of that Cork crew. They're really getting the best value for money out of every stroke, and they've upped the rate again. They're really, really digging in now as they approach the last 500 metres. They have 2 lengths up now on that UCD crew. They haven't let them go, but I just think there's too much in it. There's too much strength coming out of that Cork boat for them to be caught at this stage. So they have 2 lengths up on UCD, who have a length and a half over Commercial, who are under pressure from their other compadres there in the enclosure side for the other Commercial crew. They're coming back into it, and it's further on back then to UCD and the 3rd Commercial crew. But as we push in towards about 400 metres to go, this Cork crew have looked untouchable from 600 metres. They looked untouchable at 1,000 metres, and they are riding home to an Irish Rowing Championship senior pot in the pairs, because they are rowing so well together, moving that boat through the water effortlessly. I won't say effortlessly, because there's a stroke man has as red a head on him as I've ever seen, matching the red hat of his bow man. We're going to leave it to the tower to call this one home, but Cork have this wrapped up. They are so strong, so powerful, and they're going to take it home. Over to you, Richie.
So we're seeing some fantastic side-by-side footage there from the cameraman out on the catamaran with the commentary crew. That Cork crew dominating this race here. Commercial, the winners of last year's championship, not able to maintain it here. Lovely footage of the rowing centre there in the background as we see Cork power on. They're going for the double here. Already took the win in the men's senior 4. These pair from Cork now push on. The UCD crew staying in touch but trying to get back into contention. But in the last few 100 metres, they're going to run out of water when there's clear water between them and the leading crew. Cork have done a fantastic job here, dominating this race through the first few 100 metres, opening up that lead. But UCD doing their best to get back, and they're pushing on here, but I think they might run out of water. They're charging towards the line here and taking it up yet again. The Cork crew just need to hold on. They've done all of the running over the first part of this race. They're still holding on to that clear water lead just for the last few strokes they're coming in, and it looks like it's going to be the win for Cork Boat Club, taking the men's senior pair along with the men's senior 4 ahead of UCD. And the senior pair, Barry O'Flynn and Fionn Tolan from Cork Boat Club, taking the championship there. Thanks to Jerry giving me some notes. Just as they came in, a really classy display there from Cork, dominating the race and taking the double along with the men's senior 4 that they had yesterday. They're 1 and 2 from UCD, in second place, ahead then of the crew from Commercial. That closes out the men's senior pair. A fantastic win there for Cork Boat Club. Congratulations to that crew. Next up is the women's intermediate pair. So just a reminder that the Finish Line Cafe is open here in the rowing centre, and they have a pop-up station as well for those of you on the go. If you want to grab some teas, coffees, pastries, they've lunch available now as well, and quick snacks too, all hot food. And there's plenty of seating here as well, so when we take our little break, if you want to come up and check out the Finish Line Cafe at the National Rowing Centre main building. And just a reminder that there are taps in front of it there, so any athletes or coaches looking to top up the water supply, the taps are there. I know down on the beach they're topping up the tankers that are there, but you can get it from the rowing centre as well. Next up, it's the women's intermediate pair. These crews went through the heats earlier on, so we have in lane 1, it's going to be Closhignoid, lane 2, Neptune. Neptune A. Lane 3 will be University of Galway. Lane 4 will be UCC. Lane 5 will be Neptune B. And lane 6 will be Trinity. So the final of the women's intermediate pair up on screen, as you can see, the stake boats will be underway shortly. Just want to say thank you as well to some of the additional commentators who've joined the team over the weekend so far. We've had Brian O'Callaghan and Johnny Creedon and Adi Telzo, who had commentated with me here this morning during some of the races. Great to see more people involved, and we tried an initiative up in Lochran and also at Limerick Regatta, getting some of the junior crews involved. So great to get some fresh voices in. Next up, it is going to be the women's intermediate pair, which is now underway. You can see on screen these overhead shots give us plenty of footage in case there are any steering that you mightn't see with the side on. You can definitely see some of the boats that might have to make adjustments as they come down the course. Just checking who our leaders are. So the rundown again here on the far side in lane 1 by Coxed, Neptune A, University of Galway, UCC, Neptune B and Trinity. That's the rundown. And in the centre of the course, it looks like in lane 2 at the moment, the Neptune A crew leading it out just by about half a canvas as we see the official result there, the men's senior pair. The win for Cork in 6:53. And back on screen now, we have in lane 2 leading it out Neptune A. It looks like doing the running here ahead of the crew beside them in University of Galway and UCC. So centre of the course, these three crews battling it out as they come up towards Allen up at the start.
Thanks, Richie. Yes, Neptune, University of Galway and UCC with the Neptune B crew not too far off the pace. Trinity and Coxed in this women's intermediate pairs championship. So we're at the 500 metre mark, and going to come through that first will probably be Neptune, very closely followed by Galway, very closely followed by UCC. So those three crews, Neptune B crew also in the mix. Everything actually within about 2 lengths of each other at the moment. Now we're going to pick up the pace and start rolling with the in line with these crews, so we'll get a real good idea of where things are at. And it's that Neptune crew in lane 2 that are holding half a canvas over University of Galway, over UCC, over Neptune B. Coxed and Trinity then battling neck and neck really for that 5th spot, but out to a half length lead at 550 metres is that Neptune crew, that Neptune A crew in lane 2, moving very well. Very impressed with the University of Galway crew. Some very big time differences in the qualifiers, but again, it was a qualifier as opposed to a time trial for these races, so hard to put any stall in that. But I tell you who is really pushing hard and moving well in is Coxed in lane 1. They have moved up on that Neptune B crew, and they're battling for that 3rd spot. UCC still holding that 3rd spot over Coxed, over Neptune B, and out in front only by a canvas, I'd say, is that Neptune boat, the green and black of Neptune, holding that lead over lane 3, which is the University of Galway. All crews looking very steady, very settled, nobody looking too laboured at the minute, and we're 750 metres in. Coxed really have put a push in, and they are in the mix for that 3rd spot, with UCC looking a bit under pressure actually. Certainly Coxed have moved in on that 3rd spot. Neptune B crew closing in on that UCC crew, and UCC trying to react, but that's in the battle for 4th. Up front we have well, at the 1,000 metre mark as we approach it now, we really have, I'd say, a 2-horse race, if not 3. Coxed have really put a push in, and they have secured that 3rd spot, but they are still only a length down on Neptune, who hold a canvas over University of Galway. So through 1,000 metres, everyone moving really, really well. UCC losing a bit of length, and these 3 boats now on the far side as you would look across, Coxed in lane 1, Neptune in lane 2 and University of Galway in lane 3 are starting to put a bit of distance in the field. That 1,000 metre mark must have been a bit of a trigger for the UCC crew, because they have put in a push, got a bit splashy there as they up the effort in lane 4, but they are trying to react and get back in the mix. If anything now, I would say University of Galway have started to put a squeeze on Neptune and may have taken a bow ball of a lead, and hopefully you're getting fantastic pictures from the camera, because our cameraman here, Andrew, is right up with the action. We see Bow and Neptune looking across. They are neck and neck, lane 2 and lane 3 in this women's intermediate pair championship final. These 2 boats are squeezing out a length, but they only have a length over Coxed. Coxed, a smaller, lighter crew, are moving that boat fantastically through the water, and they have not given up that 3rd spot. In fact, they've taken from 5th to third, or to fourth to third, and they are only a length down on both those crews. University of Galway maybe have a slight lead over that Neptune crew. We are now, I'm losing the run of myself here, we are now 12:50 gone, I'd say 7:50 left very roughly. It could be a battle between these two. Hope you're following it at home and online and in the audience there at the tower, because this thing is going down to the line. I would say this will go all the way. We have Neptune bow looking over across at the Galway boat. The Galway stroke looking back. There's a face off here, and there is literally nothing between them as we approach the final 500 metres. I would say we're just about to hit the final 500 metres, and there is a reaction from the University of Galway, and they have put half a canvas into Neptune. Half a canvas into Neptune with 500 metres to go. Will it be enough? Neptune have to react, and they do. Bow and Neptune looks across. There is half a boat length now as these two boats start to put distance between themselves, and the Coxed boat in third, and back to UCC, back to Neptune, back to Trinity. There's not a huge distance between any of these crews, but there's half a length now where it really matters, and that's where it matters up the front, with University of Galway holding half a length over Neptune at the moment now as we come into the last 350. Richie, we're going to hand this over to you, but this one is going all the way down to the line. Neptune have to react, and they have to do it now. Over to you, Richie.
So really exciting finish again in the women's races here. In the women's pair, we've seen Neptune do all the running in the first half of the race, opening up the lead, but University of Galway moving into the lead in the second half of this race, and they've pushed on here. They're coming under increased pressure from Neptune, but as they come in towards the finish, there's still enough time for the Neptune crew to come through, but University of Galway are going to have to hold off the challenge, and it is just about half a length. Don't worry about the steering there, that's just the camera angle, but it's the University of Galway in lane 3, just about half a length. The Neptune crew charging towards the line here, trying to get back into contention. They've got an overlap, and down with about 100 metres to go, they're going to run out of water. I think the University of Galway crew have enough left in the tank to take the win here. They're powering on towards the finish. A really dominant display coming on. It looks like Neptune have given everything that they could in the last few 100 metres to get back into contention, but it looks like University of Galway, stroke from the bow side there, coming in towards the finish. In the last few strokes, just coming up on screen now, you can see they have shaken off the challenge that came from the crew from Neptune, back in second place. Coxed holding on to third ahead of the UCC crew, so finish lines inside. It is going to be a win for University of Galway. They take the win in the women's intermediate pair. Our last championship of the break here. Just Neptune. What a spirited performance we had from the Neptune crew. Put it up to them as much as they could over the first half of the race. Coming in second place, just half a length ahead of Coxed in third, ahead of UCC. And we're just watching then the second Neptune crew and Trinity to come in and close out the race. Really exciting. So congratulations and well done. If we could ask all the championship winners from the races this morning, if you can make your way down to the podium. Taoiseach Micheál Martin is there to help us with the prize giving ceremony. So all crews from the championship winning crews so far this morning, if you can head down to the podium, and we'll get the championship presentations underway. And we're delighted to have one of our guests of honour over the weekend, Micheál Martin, a great supporter of rowing events and inside in Cork and here in the National Rowing Centre as well, is going to help with the presentations. So when that University of Galway crew can catch their breath, they'll make their way down, and hopefully we'll see big crowds down there to cheer everyone on for the championships that have been decided so far. Next up, it's going to be our last race of this morning's session before the break. It's a non-championship event. It's the men's junior 16-8. Came through the heats already this morning. We'll have St. Joseph's, Enniskillen, Commercial, Neptune, Lee and Castleconnell. So Alan heading his way back up to the start, and we'll be underway shortly with our last race of this morning's session, the final of the men's junior 16-8. So we're underway. The men's junior 16-8s just off the start. Lane 1 on the far side, it's going to be St. Joseph's. Lane 2, Enniskillen. Lane 3, Commercial. Lane 4, Neptune. Lane 5, Lee. And Lane 6 will be Castleconnell. Centre of the course, Commercial and Neptune were the crews that won the earlier heats. So we'd expect them to see them doing some of the running as they come into the first few hundred metres. Our drone footage there, we can see that leading it out, it might be the crew nearest to us, the Castleconnell crew. Nearest to the enclosure, looking like they have opened up a length of a lead coming through the first few hundred metres. Castleconnell nearest to us in the grey and red colours. Bottom of the screen, leading it out. They've about half a length then ahead of the crew. 2 lanes inside them. Looks like the Neptune crew in second place, maybe just ahead then of the crew from Enniskillen. Lovely overhead footage here as we see the crews making their way down. Really nice from Enniskillen. To get back into contention as well, but doing all the running so far, it's Castleconnell. You can see just how perfect those rowing conditions are up the course. So it's Castleconnell about 3/4 of a length from Neptune and Enniskillen, who are neck and neck, and then a little bit further back, but all still in contention. The crews from St. Joseph's, Commercial and Lee as well, all within overlap as they come through the first few hundred metres. We're going to head up and pick up for the final time this morning's session, the final of the men's junior 16-8 over to Alan.
Thanks, Richie. Yes, and through the 500 we have Castleconnell first by Neptune from Enniskillen, from Commercial from Lee, and St. Joseph's A then slightly further back, but we're right up with the action now, and hopefully you get some cracking pictures of these 8s as they charge up the course. Castleconnell on the enclosure side, Neptune half a length down, and there's a canvas to Enniskillen, and half a length to Commercial, and Lee still in the mix as well with St. Joseph's. So this is fantastic racing. These guys are absolutely fearless in this men's junior 16-8 championship. Just absolute savage racing. Great to see these boats, these lads really knocking lumps out of each other, but Castleconnell holding that lead, half a length over Neptune, and 700 gone at this stage. These guys, sky's the limit in relation to the rate. These lads belie their tender years, because there is some fantastic rowing going on here. Castleconnell pushing out to 3/4 of a length as we approach 900 metres gone. That 3/4 length lead is over Neptune in lane 4 and Enniskillen, who probably only have half a canvas down. So those 3 boats are starting to put a push, starting to put a squeeze over the remaining field, which is Lee, who have a slight lead over Commercial, who have a slight lead over St. Joseph's, but 3/4 of a lead through 1,000 metres now, 3/4 of a length, for Castleconnell over Neptune, half a length over Enniskillen, further back to Lee, further back to Commercial, further back to St. Joseph's. We may just have to tail off a bit as there's a bit of a washing on St. Joseph's. So we might have to let this one go, or maybe pick up a slightly different position. But looking at 900 to go, I would say Castleconnell have lost that commanding lead, and I'd say it's back to half a length over Neptune. We're going to have to back off a little bit here as St. Joseph's are... we don't want to wash them out, give them a fair chance, but pushing away from us now. Unfortunately, there's the top 3 here are in a great race. Castleconnell over Neptune, over Enniskillen, pushing now beyond, I'd say about 600 to go. Neptune and Enniskillen certainly not out of this race. Castleconnell have held a commanding lead for most of this race, but they are just giving up that little bit of room now to Neptune and Enniskillen. As it stands, maybe difficult to tell here. We are at the back of the field now, just trying to get an angle and how the race is going. Richie, unfortunately, from this angle, I think you might have a better option with the drone. So we're going to hand it over to you at 500 left. It looks like it's Castleconnell, Neptune, and Enniskillen fighting it out for the win in this junior 16-8s.
So they're just coming into view, just over 500 metres to go, and it's still Castleconnell leading it out, but you can see they've done their best to try shake off the challenge that's coming from Neptune and Enniskillen, but those two crews keep charging down, and they're trying to get back into the lead that have opened up between Castleconnell over the first half of the race here. They're down to the last quarter now, half a length between Castleconnell, back to Neptune in second place, just ahead of the crew from Enniskillen, but it's all to play for in the run into the finish. The only thing with the big boats is they're going to run out of water very quick. They're coming back into the race now. Enniskillen coming up on Neptune. Liam Gogan in the Neptune boat. His Auntie Anne messaged me earlier on. I'm sure she's cheering on at home watching this race on the streaming service. They're just about holding off Enniskillen, and these two crews pushing each other on are eating into the lead that Castleconnell have had. So they're coming down to about 200 metres to go. They're winding up to the line. Castleconnell go again. They lift it up for another push in the men's junior 16-8. This mightn't be a championship event, but those guys aren't acting like it is. They're powering on towards the line here. A really dominant display, but well done to Enniskillen and Neptune, pushing them all the way to the line here. It's not over yet. Last few strokes to be taken. Castleconnell go again. They lift it up. And we see what response they have. They move out now to 3/4 of a length, securing the win in the men's junior 16-8 as they come in towards the finish. It's going to be Neptune just holding off Enniskillen as well. It's the Castleconnell crew taking the win in the men's junior 16-8 just by 3/4 of a length, ahead of Neptune in second place, just a canvas ahead of Enniskillen. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Really well done for the junior 16s there. Just coming in then ahead of the crews from Commercial and from Lee and St. Joseph's, closing out in third, fourth and fifth. Tough racing coming through the heats earlier on this morning, and a great way for us to wrap up our first half of today's racing. A win there in the men's junior 16-8 for Castleconnell. So a huge thank you to and well done to everyone who's involved in this morning's racing. All the championship crews, if you make your way down the presentation area, we're delighted to have Antonis Michal Martin here helping us out with the presentations. And well done to everyone. I'm sure everyone's looking to catch their breath on the lunch break. Thank you to the commentary team, Alan out on the water, myself here with Brian and Johnny, and Eddie as well, who gave us a hand. We'll be back this afternoon for the second half of the day's racing. A reminder that the cafe is open here in the boathouse, and we'll be back shortly with the series of races for this afternoon. We'll be kicking things off at 2:15 with the men's junior 16 double time trials. So enjoy the little suspiog, and we'll be back shortly.
1, 2.
So welcome back to second session of Saturday, day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships 2024. We're going to kick things off now. In the next couple of minutes, we have Jerry Spuddy Murphy out on the catamaran. We're going to open up this afternoon's proceedings with the men's junior 16 double sculls time trial. 40 entries in this one, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 races with the fastest 6 from each one going through to the final at 4:44. So as soon as they're underway, we're going to pass it down to Spuddy, who's on the water, and he'll give us a bird's eye view of the first time trial.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and here we go. It's the Saturday afternoon, and it's glorious up here on the start for the men's junior 16 double sculls time trials, and the first one has just gotten underway. So we'll pick this up now when we've got St. Michael's C Crew in lane 1 on the far shore, Clonmel in lane 2, and Athlone B lane 3, Waterford A lane 4, St. Joseph's Galway A Crew lane 5, Athlone A lane 6. And on they go, and St. Michael's in lane 1 on the far shore. There's C Crew leading the way. They've jumped out to a length. So it's a time trial. I'm sure you're all tired of hearing what time trials, but anyway, we'll remind you the top 6 will go through from 7 time trial races coming down one after another now over the next half hour or so, and the top 6 will go into the grand final later on at 5 to 5 this afternoon. You couldn't have picked a nicer afternoon for rowing. The sun isn't blinding them. It's practically flat calm along here at the moment. There is a little bit of a gust now and again, but there's nothing at the moment as we move along here now with St. Michael's about less than a length now as Waterford start attacking them from lane 4. And then they've got a length then to the lanes 2, 3 and 6 who are practically dead level. That's Clonmel, Athlone B and Athlone A. So the 2 Athlone crews there running along the same speed, and followed by St. Joseph's A. So through the first 500 in this first time trial, and St. Michael's, who jumped off very fast indeed, have been caught up now by Waterford in lane 4, so they're dead level out in front by a length from Clonmel and Athlone B, and the Athlone A crew has just fallen back a little bit, about another half a length, and then St. Joseph's. So really looking forward to some great races here after all these junior 16 doubles. We'll move on to 18s 4s women, Coxless 4s, then the men's senior quads and men's club 2 singles. All this to look forward to later on this afternoon, and then all the finals after that. So there's loads right through to the end of the day, but let's concentrate on this as we follow them down the track here now, as Waterford now have jumped out to nearly a length, and the other crews are fairly bunched up, but Waterford leading the way with the Athlone B crew now into second place, about 2/3 of a length behind them, and then it's quite tight after that, another half a length back to Clonmel and the crew right in the far shore. St. Michael's having a good weekend, great championships, lots going on there, and we'll watch them now. So we're coming nearly halfway already down here. So the only crew that's fallen away is the St. Joseph's crew in lane 5 in the near shore. But the rest of them are all fairly bunched up and coming back together again as they move along now through the 1,000 metre mark. So watching it here, lane 4, that's Waterford now pushed out in front by a half a length from Athlone in lane 3. And they've a half a length then from Clonmel in 2. And then lane 1, the St. Michael's, who've just beginning to fall back a little bit there. Moving on down, about 1,250 metres to go. It's lane 4 continuing to lead, Waterford A from Athlone B, about a half a length, and then another half a length back to the other Athlone crew on the near shore and Clonmel in lane 2. So all tightly bunched and charging down. Can't take your foot off the pedal here, because it's looking for that fast time, trying to get into that grand final, as I say, later on today. But what a glorious day it is. I'd nearly put my shorts on now and sneak out later on for a little row myself. It's gorgeous, really, really nice as we come on down towards you, and it's getting better as the afternoon. Normally it gets windier as the afternoon gets, as we move into the afternoon, but this is great. You couldn't have asked for better. So we'll watch this for another little bit now. I'd say that these Junior 16 doubles are going to come flying down at you every 5 minutes now over the next while. But it's lane 4. That's as we come along down here. Waterford, yes, apologies. Waterford leading the way here now for the last little while, and then a right battle going on then between the crews from Athlone and Clonmel, the B crew from Athlone, and then another couple of lengths back to the other Athlone crew, and then another length and a half back to St. Michael's Limerick. So as they go through the 1,500 metre mark here, Waterford continuing to lead, looking good, looking strong, and then the other two crews to their right, Athlone and Clonmel, now having a right fight and pushing each other along, trying to get that fast time, trying to get into that big final later on. But Waterford leading here, they probably have about a half a length, and then it's absolutely level then between Clonmel and Athlone, and then the other Athlone crew about a length and then behind them, and then another length behind them. Right over in the far shore is the crew from St. Michael's, followed by St. Joseph's. So I'll hand this one over to the finish now to take this first time trial men's Junior 16 doubles home.
Thanks, Jerry. And as they approach the finish, it's still Waterford battling their way with Clonmel and Athlone for that top spot, although crossing the line here in first spot doesn't guarantee you a place in the finish, but certainly having those boats around you, there's two Athlone boats, they're really driving on. Having the boats beside you really pushes on and gets those extra few seconds, because that's where it counts. So St. Michael's, Clonmel, Athlone B, Waterford, St. Joseph's and Athlone A, and it is the two Athlone boats really pushing on each other, Clonmel and Waterford. Waterford who've held the lead on this for quite a while, but every inch, every stroke, they're getting an extra second that will hopefully see them into the final. It's going to be tough because only 6 boats are going through from a total of 40 entries. Really fast pace here. Athlone really putting it down to that Waterford crew. This would be a classic final if it was, but this is only a time trial, and it's only time trial number 1 of the afternoon. They crossed the line, they registered their times. We'll be back to you with those times. Hopefully it's good enough to see 1, 2, if not all 3 of those boats in the final. Some great racing here. As they wind up that heat 1, we're going to get some footage now from down the course, and we'll be up and running with more commentary in a few minutes.
And the second heat of the men's junior 16 double is off with Sligo in lane 1, Ban A in lane 2, Castleconnell lane 3, Killorgan lane 4, Ban B lane 5, and lane 6 is CRCC Crew B. And the boys are just coming up into their first 200 metres of the race in this time trial to see them through into the final, with all crews having to push through now for the top 6 spots. And we now have the times of the first heat, with Castleconnell taking in a 6:16, and these were for the final of the 16/8s. So congrats to Castleconnell, but we're back to the boys in the junior 16 double at the moment, who are still making their way up the course, still in the first 500 metres of their race as they're trying to make their way up here. And we still have all crews looking fairly even at the moment, with it appears as though it is the lane 2, Ban A, seem to be closest to us at the moment. And we also have Ban B, all crews looking very strong at the moment as coming into the first quarter of their race, and they make their way up here with all junior 16 lads trying to secure their spot in the final. And we have over 40 entries for this category, so all boys are really going to have to bring their best game into this time trial as the doubles are making their way up the course, and they're coming up to the first 500 mark now. And it seems as though lane 1 are really pushing on with Sligo A, and Ban A are following in close behind as they're past their 500 metre mark now. And this is the second time trial for all the boys, so they're really working hard in the water now with the ideal conditions, no crosswinds, nothing. This perfect temperature as the boys are trying to make their way up here now, up through the course to see what kind of time they can pull through. So it really seems as though it is lane 1 at the moment with Sligo A with the lead, and then close behind them, about boat length or 2, we have Ban A, and then beside Ban A we also have Killorgan following behind them. And right after Killorgan then is the boys from Ban. So at the moment it is still Sligo A holding that lead, about a boat length on the Killorgan crew in lane 4, but it's still lane 1 that appears to be ahead at the moment as they're coming up to the halfway mark now. And all the boys are really working hard in the water, really trying to push through and give it their absolute everything. And seems as though in lane 2 we have Ban A, and they are followed closely behind in lane 6 by the CRCC B. But it is still lane 1 with Sligo and Killorgan in lane 4 that are holding the lead at the moment in this time trial as they try to work it hard in the water as they're coming up to their halfway point now in this junior 16 men's double. This is the second heat of 7, I believe, with the 40 entries. So the boys try to secure their top 6 spots to see them into the final. But at the moment, it is Killorgan and Sligo who are ahead, followed closely by the Ban crews and CRCC. And it appears as though Sligo are still holding a slight lead. They're half a boat length out as we get the times in from the first heat for the boys. So Athlone with 7:29, Waterford with 7:30, and Clonmel with 7:31, and Athlone, St. Michael's C and St. Joseph's A behind them. So those are the first times in, and now the boys are coming up, and they're over halfway now. They're coming up to the 1500 metre mark, and we see how Sligo still hold their lead, only half a boat length on Killorgan. They're really challenging each other now, pushing through this time trial, and every second counts in this highly competitive category with 40 entries. So all the boys are really working hard in the water in these good conditions to try get their best times to see them into the final. And it still seems as though Killorgan and Sligo are holding the lead in this time trial as they try to see themselves through, and they come up to the 1500 metre mark about now. So Killorgan is half a boat length now in Sligo as they're coming up to the last part of their race. But it is still Killorgan and Sligo who are ahead, followed by Ban A, and then behind them you have lane 6 with CRCC. But it is still Killorgan and Sligo who are holding it in this time trial. They're neck on neck now, these boys, and this could be the difference in their time, so they're really trying to push through, and we can see Killorgan taking a look to their right, really trying to push on now as they come into the last part of their race. Only about 300 metres left for the boys as they're coming up here now, approaching the crowd. And we see that it is still Killorgan and Sligo leading this time trial. Killorgan just has quarter of a boat length on Sligo, and both crews are trying to push through. Killorgan and Sligo are coming up to their finish line now, and they're really trying to give it absolutely everything. And it's Sligo and Killorgan who are still holding their lead with clear water. And then it's neck on neck for Killorgan and Sligo at the moment, so they really need to bring it home now, the boys, as they're coming up to the last 250 metres of their race. It is Sligo and Killorgan at the moment, and it's hard to call. It's looking like it could be Sligo with a slight lead over Killorgan, but both crews are really trying to push through now in this time trial for the boys' Junior 16 double in their time trial. And you can see that the boys are holding their composure, their timing, their technique as they try their very best to see themselves through. Killorgan and Sligo have the lead in this time trial, and it looks as though Sligo have about half a boat length on Killorgan as they're coming up to their finish line now, 100 metres to go, and is Sligo still with a slight lead over Killorgan as they're coming up to the finish. There's only a boat length in it for the boys as Sligo approach the finish now, with Killorgan just behind them. And in Sligo, it looks like they're winding it up though. Killorgan is still winding it up. It looks as though Killorgan just pipped the Sligo crew at the finish. So brilliant finish from both crews there in the second time trial. And they gave it their absolute everything. And then approaching the finish, we also have the rest of the boys. So they're in lane 1, there's Sligo finish, and then Ban A, Castleconnell. And we see now coming up to the finish line, we have Ban A crossing, and we also have the last few crews approaching now. And it looks as though Castleconnell are just coming up to the finish now as well. And that's it for the second time trial in the boys' Junior 16 double, as we moved on to the third time trial now.
So the next time trial is well underway now. We'll just pick it up for a minute or so as they come through about 12:50. So they're well spread out, but the crew leading the way, Cumann Rovia, the Kalosh and the Corriba in lane 3, and then it's the crew on the inside, the Muckross crew in second position in lane 6, then followed by Greg Namana and Blackrock, who were stuck together in third and fourth, not much between them for the last 600-700 metres, and then it's another 4 or 5 lengths back to Sligo B, and a couple of lengths back to Commercial on the far side of the enclosure in lane 1. So you can see them coming up towards you now into the last 500. The first 4 crews have gone. As we watch this just move away from us a little bit more now, but there's no change there from Cumann Rovia, the Kalosh and the Corriba leading the way in lane 3. And then we have the Muckross crew on the inside in lane 2, in second position, followed by Greg Namana and Blackrock, but as I say, not much between them at all. Greg Namana, if anything, now pushed out into third, and then Blackrock fourth. Yeah. And Sligo then continued to hold on to fifth, a couple of lengths ahead of the Commercial crew on the far station in lane 1, the far station from the enclosure. So that's the positions, and in this time trial race 246, I'll hand back over to the tower.
Okay, so we're coming into the last 300 metres of the race, and CRCCA have a clear lead on the rest of the crews, but Muckross coming up. Third place is lane 4 and 5, Blackrock and Greg Namana fighting it out, with Greg Namana a slight quarter length lead. CRCC coming into the finish with a lead over Muckross, about half a boat length. Muckross coming in second. The Blackrock and Greg Namana crews fighting it for third place, and then Sligo and Commercial just a bit behind them. And CRCC coming into the last 100 metres of the race now. Muckross not far behind them. They're coming into the finish. They're up in the rate. It's a tight finish. Muckross coming back for the last little bit, but I'd say it's going to be CRCC. Yeah, close finish. CRCC coming in first, Muckross second. And then Blackrock and Greg Namana fighting for third.
So as Jerry heads up the river for the next, well, he'll pick up the next heat, but coming down at. Sorry, just got an update there from Jerry. Methodist College in lane 2, leading from CRCC in lane 3 in heat number 4 of the men's junior 16 double scull time trial. You'll pick it up on the camera. So those two are out in front now. Some great pictures coming from the river onto the big screen. Really great way of staying in touch with everything going on. As I said, 40 entries in this, a huge entry, and only 6 to qualify for the final. So there'll be some quite disappointed boats coming in later on. Now we do have initial times in at Lone at 7:29 and Waterford at 7:30 for the first time trial. So that just gives a basis there to these guys know what they're up against. Methodist College in lane 2, holding a length and a half over CRCC. As they push through now, just get an idea of where these guys are. They're probably at about 750, 600 to go maybe. Really moving through that water well. Slight tailwind, probably cross tail at the moment. It's going to make for some great times later on. Really nice. The sun's coming out at this stage. Bit mixed earlier on today, but cloudy. But as long as it's not rainy, we're having a great time here, and it's great to see the National Rowing Centre in such good fettle. So back to the racing and these time trials. We still have those two boats out. Methodist College A in lane 2 and CRCCC in lane 3. They are commanding this lead. To give you the lowdown again from lane 1, from the far side, Closhtignod, Methodist College, CRCC at Lone, St. Joseph's and Methodist College B crew, but still holding that lead and hopefully aiming for a place in the final if their times are right. Methodist College A and the CRCC crew. Some great rowing here for these junior 16 men, but they have really commanded the field. That Methodist College crew well out in front with the CRCC crew battling there to stay within a length and a half of them. These two now have a big advantage over the rest of the field, but as I said, if it can only really tell on the stopwatch at the end of the time, and will they proceed to the final at 4:55 today? That's race 273. So great drone shots there with really get an idea of the effort, the power, and how beautiful these double sculls look as they move through the water. They push towards the finish. Methodist College holding that length. Actually, that length has been reduced to about 3/4 of a length from CRCC. CRCC really with a strong finish. Every second counts in this time trial, of course, and CRCC are pushing on. These guys, even though it's a time trial, they'll always react. They're racers at heart, and crossing the line first is what they're all about. So that Methodist College have reacted, but that 3/4 length, that length is down to a 3/4 length. Looks like Methodist College will hold on to the line, but both those crews driving each other on to some good times. Hopefully we'll see them in the final later on. Quite an important announcement for Cox's required for weigh-ins. So UCD, University of Galway, Neptune and St. Joseph's. Cox's required for weigh-ins. Very important that you only have 30 minutes left to weigh in. UCD, University of Galway, Neptune and St. Joseph's. Cox's required to weigh in at the front of the boathouse, please.
Yeah, race 248 now, well underway into the second half of this, and leading the way is the local club, Lee Valley, on the enclosure side. Very strong looking crew as they move on down now. About 1,350 metres gone already, and then right over on the other side in lane 2, St. Michael's Limerick in second position in this time trial, and then another couple of 3, maybe 4 lengths back to Skibbereen. So that's the 1, 2, 3, and then another couple of lengths back to the other Skibbereen crew, the B crew in lane 1, and the black boat in the far shore, and they've got a length on Cork Boat Club, followed by Lee a couple of lengths further back. So you can see from a distance or from your shots watching online, this time trial is so well spread out, as the first 3 crews now have gone through the 1,500 metre mark, as we watch them now move on down towards the enclosure. So Lee Valley, I'll watch out for them now in the final. I guess I'm guessing they'll be there. They look quite strong, and then the St. Michael's look very neat from Limerick on the far side as well. That's the 1, 2, and then that's Skibbereen crew. So 3 good-looking strong crews in the first. This looks like a strong round of this time trial as they move on towards you there. It's Lee Valley, followed by St. Michael's Limerick, and then the Skibbereen crew in third. Cork Boat Club putting in the other Skibbereen crew, and then Cork Boat Club. So I'll hand this one back over to the finish.
It is Lee Valley with their strong lead over the St. Michael's crew, followed by Skibbereen, but Lee Valley are approaching the line now as they come into the last couple of 100 metres of their race, with their strong lead in this time trial as they try secure themselves a spot in the final. So they're fighting against the clock in this one, and St. Michael's following in behind them, and then the Skib A crew in behind them. But it is Lee Valley in lane 6 who are approaching up the line now as they try get their spot in the final and work against the clock. So they have to give their absolute everything now, the Lee Valley lads, as they try get themselves their best time. But it is Lee Valley in number 1, it is St. Michael's in spot number 2 at the moment, and Skib in spot number 3. And the lads are coming for the last couple of 100 metres now, so they're really picking up the pace now as they try wind it up to the line. And Lee Valley have crossed over the line now, followed in by St. Michael's, and the Skib crew are now approaching the line as well. But Lee Valley came first in their time trial now as we wait for the times to come in to get the official results. But it's great rowing from all the doubles out here this afternoon at the NRC as we're finishing up the time trial now for the junior 16s, and we have some more to go. But it is 40 entries, so a highly competitive category as we get the times in from the last heat for the men's junior 16 double, with Methodist with a 7:14, CRCC with 7:15, and Methodist B crew with the 7:37.
Now we're into the 6th time trial of the men's junior 16 double scull. In lane 2 we have Shandon, lane 3 Killargan A, lane 4 St Michael's B, lane 5 Skibbereen C, and lane 6 Muckross C. And we're coming into the last 500 metres of the race. St Michael's leading a bit, and Muckross ahead. It's hard to tell right now who's in the lead. It'll be coming into the last 500 metres now, pushing on till the end. And they're trying to beat the clock, not each other, to get the best time to get into the final for this competition. And Muckross C ahead with Shandon behind them, and then third is St Michael's B. They're coming into the last 300 metres of the race now, and Shandon seem to be gaining a bit on St Michael's, but it'll be a fight for second. And they have the times in for the last one. So Lee Valley got 7:04, St Michael's A 7:09, and Skibbereen A 7:20. That was for the heap of 4. And we're coming in, and St Michael's are pushing ahead, and they're on into first place now, with Shandon not far behind them. And then St Michael's B close after in third. They're coming into the last 100 metres of the race now, or about 200 metres I'd say. And Shandon and Muckross fighting for first place with St Michael's behind them. I'd say it's Muckross ahead now, but Shandon not far behind, about half a boat length behind. Oh, sorry. Muckross coming in first in the last 50 metres. And I'd say it'll be Muckross winning with Shandon second, and St Michael's B in third. And Muckross C1 with Shandon second, and St Michael's B third, with Killargan not far behind, and Skibbereen.
Race 250 now is on its way down. This is the last time trial of the men's junior 16 doubles, and it's a 5-boat race. And right on the far side of the enclosure are the 2 fastest crews on the course at the moment. Muckross A good strong looking crew in lane 3, and on their right hand side is the Kenmare crew in lane 2. So watching them now, as we watch them move away from us, in Muckross in lane 3 and Kenmare in lane 2, and then in third position it's the Waterford crew in lane 5, followed by the crew from the Jazz, Galway, Coxless, Novice, and then we have Cappoquin. But the 2 crews out in front look, that's why they're there, they look the strongest. A good looking Muckross crew, and then about a length they have on the crew from Kenmare as they both go through 1500 metres. The last, as I say, of these junior 16 quads time trials. So as they move away, as soon as this race finishes, obviously you'll be all looking to see what top 6 crews will make the grand final later on this afternoon at 5 to 5, and no doubt coaches will be running around trying to see straight away. But Muckross continue to lead about a length, maybe a length and a half, and as they come towards the enclosure now, it's just good rowing coming out of them, and a good Kenmare crew as well. If Muckross wasn't in this, Kenmare would have looked really good, but Muckross just beating them now by about a length and a half, and then it's a good bit back to Waterford, maybe 3, 4, 5 lengths, and then another 3, 4, 5 lengths back to Coxless, followed by Cappoquin. So there must be 350 metres between the first and the last crew, but that's what happens in time trials. You don't know what's going to be, how the cards will be laid on the table. So as they come in towards the finish, I'll hand over to the tower.
Muckross and Kenmare, who are holding it in this time trial, and Muckross approach the line with Kenmare about a boat length and a half behind them. Muckross are really winding up now as they approach the finish line, and Kenmare closely behind them, but it looks like Muckross is going to finish in position 1 in this time trial for the men's junior 16 double as they approach the line with Kenmare right behind them. And it is Muckris just coming up to the line now. Ken Mayer only a boat length behind them as they're approaching the finish line now. And it looks like it's going to be Muckris for this time trial finishing in the first position as they try to get their best time. And it is Ken Mayer right behind Muckris as they come up to the line now. So Muckris, and then right behind them is Ken Mayer in the time trial for the men's junior 16 double. And that brings a close to this category with 40 entries. So the boys in all the time trials are going to be looking for the best times to see themselves into the final for this highly competitive category. As we bring a close to that category for now until we get going to the finals again later. But it was Muckris and Ken Mayer who finished in the top 2 positions in this time trial for the men's junior 16 double here in the NRC. And that is it for now.
The next race coming up is the women's junior 18 fours, and in lane 2 we have in lane 2 we have Cork, in lane 3 we have Commercial, lane 4 we have Castleconnell A, and lane 5 Methodist, and lane 6 Lee B. And it looks like Castleconnell are in the lead at the moment. They're coming up to the 500 mark, 500 into the race. And Castleconnell A seem to be leading, but it could all change. It's 2 to qualify into the final for the women's junior 18-4. 2 from the race, so the top 2 will qualify from this race. We're gonna pass it to Spuddy for the rest of the race.
So we've got the Heat 1 now of women's junior 18 Cox's fours in lane 2. We've got Cork and Commercial lane 3, Castleconnell lane 4, Methody lane 5, and the Lee B crew in lane 6. We have gone nearly 1,000 metres, so we're picking it up at 1,000 metres as the Castleconnell crew in lane 3 move out to about 2/3 of a length from Cork in lane 2. So that's interesting. We've got 2 boats with lane number 3 on their bows, but anyway, we'll look at that. So Castleconnell should be forward, have number 3 on it, so don't get confused there, folks. They're lane 4. As we move on down, Castleconnell leading the way, and don't forget 2 crews qualify. So Castleconnell looking very comfortable now. They've dropped the rate right down and out in front, able to dictate with the crew from Cork on the inside in second position. Commercial now in third by about a half a length from Methody, and they've got about another third of a length on the Lee B crew. So with only 2 to qualify now at the moment, the Commercial and Methody and Lee need to do something or the game's up for them. So Cork and Castleconnell, I'd say they're down around 32 strokes per minute, so they're looking very comfortable here as they move on down the course. They're out to about 2.5 lengths of clear water from the other 3 crews that are bunched up. I don't know whether it's possible for them to get back because there's about 2 or 3 kicks in the other 2 crews if they need to respond if there's any charge. So as we move on now further down the course, gone about 12:50. As I said, women's junior 18 Coxless fours, very technical, lovely boat to row in. Somebody steering this with their shoe, could be anybody, whatever seat, and keeping them in the lane. There's no cocks in this boat, and a lot of technical stuff. So in the yellow boat now, Cork Boat Club just pushing out a little bit. A bit of bragging rights in lane 2 on the far side, and the yellow Empacker about a half a length on Castleconnell. But these two crews now looking very comfortable, heading towards the 1500 metre mark, the 3/4 mark. This is the first of 3 races, with 2 from each heat to qualify for the grand final later on this afternoon. No change, but mighty race going on between the other 3 crews. Castleconnell and Cork having an afternoon snooze there as they look at the other 3, because they look so comfortable. But the other 3 crews having a right go. Commercial, Methody and Lee. Commercial just about in front by a canvas from Methody, who have got another third of a length on Lee. If it was a 3-boat race, this would be great to watch. But unfortunately for the other 3 crews, watching them now with about 350 metres to go, Castleconnell and Cork. Castleconnell are probably pushed out in front now. Are leading from, they need to watch it though, because the others are having a right go, and they've plenty of reserve, I guess. But as we just watch this one now with about 250 metres to go, Castleconnell from Cork, a couple of lengths from Commercial, from Methody and Lee, who are all overlapping. So 2 to qualify, and I'll let the tower take this one home.
At the moment, it's certainly looking like Cork and Castleconnell are trying to qualify themselves that spot in the final, with Castleconnell out ahead of Cork as the 3 crews follow up. But Castleconnell and Cork are now approaching the line. There's barely a boat length in it between all crews as the girls try to secure their spot in the Women's Junior 18-4 final. It is 2 to qualify. So Cork and Castleconnell are looking strong right now as they approach the line. But it isn't over yet, as the crews are really putting up a fight. Castleconnell and Cork look to be ahead and look to be securing their spot in the final at the moment. But anyone's game as they approach the line. They're coming up to the finish now, the girls. Last 100 metres, it looks like Cork and Castleconnell as they're coming up to the line. And it looks to be Cork out half a boat length ahead of Castleconnell as in the girls' Women's Junior 18-4. And it is Cork and Castleconnell through to the final in this category.
So the next race we have coming up is the second heat for the Women's Junior 18-4. In lane 2 we have Skibbereen, lane 3 Neptune, lane 4 Lee A, lane 5 Castleconnell B, and lane 6 St Michael's A. And it looks to be Lee and St Michael's leading with, St Michael's seem to be ahead, but there's not much between them, Lee and Skibbereen in the first lane. They're coming up. St Michael's is barely ahead with a boat length between them and Lee, and Skibbereen in between them. They're coming up to the 1K mark, 2 to qualify into the final. So you have to come first too if you want to go into the final. So looks to be St Michael still leading, with Skibbereen catching up a bit, but still St Michael's ahead by about half a boat length, and Lee not far behind them when they're coming up. St Michael's looking strong coming down the course. They're not falling behind at all, and Skibbereen are still going strong as well in second place, with Lee not that far behind them. They could catch up. Yeah, they're on their way down now. They're coming up to the finish now. I'd say the race is between St. Michael's and Skibbereen, but Lee could come back at any time. St. Michael's are leading by about half a boat length, and Skibbereen aren't that far behind them. And they're coming up to the last about 200 metres of the race now, so they really need to push to the finish. St. Michael's are still looking very strong coming down the course. And they're coming into the last 200 metres of the race now, and this is where they really have to go for home. St. Michael's are ahead, yeah, but Skibbereen aren't that far behind them. It could be them two in the final. With Lee third, not that far behind, about half a boat length probably, I'd say. And Skibbereen have caught up to St. Michael's a bit, and it's a bit of a tie, but I'd say about a quarter of a boat length between them. They're coming up to the last 100 metres of the race. And I'd say St. Michael's have won with Skibbereen not far behind them, and then Lee not far behind them after that, with Castle Connell and Neptune on the way.
As that heat wraps up, we're going to pass you back to Jerry, who is around the 1,000-metre mark. Jerry, what's happening?
Yes, Heat 3, the final heat of the Women's Junior 18-4 is well underway here. There's 3 boats, and it's Shandon, Enniskillen, and Athlone, and Coxless, sorry, the 4 boats, but well out in front. 2 boats to qualify, so Enniskillen now running away with this one. And a very strong crew they look indeed. Of course, they've got the pair of the British National Schools champions in there, Niamh Cassie and Isabella Wright. So they're in that boat in the stern pair, so they're looking really strong. They've got about 3 to 4 lengths now on the crew on the inside, Coxless on the enclosure side, but there's a fight on here because remember, only 2 to qualify, so between the Athlone are overlapping with them now and just need to hang on to them, and then there's a slight little bit of an overlap back to Shandon in lane 3, but that's over a length back from second position. So Enniskillen leading the way here now, looking very comfortable well into the second half of this race, but here's a good fight now. Here's a really good fight for that second qualifying position. As we move on down, it's Coxless, and they have about a third of a length only. And I tell you what, Athlone are inching back slightly. They're probably moving faster than them at the moment. They're having a right push, and this is going to be good. So we're heading towards the 1,500-metre mark as Enniskillen go through now. The others are probably 4 lengths behind them. So we let them go. They're definitely going to qualify to the grand final later on. But watching for that second position, will it be Coxless, the Jazz from Galway, or will it be Athlone, who've been doing so well here this weekend? Will they qualify this women's Cox's 4 for the final? They're probably a third of a length down on the crew from Coxless at the moment, as we watch them now for another little bit with about 300 metres to go. Coxless holding on to that, pushing on now. There's probably only about 35 strokes left for them. So Coxless rating 36.5, and it's Athlone. I'll get them again here now, but Coxless look strong, but Athlone are not letting them go. This will be good. This will be a big charge, no doubt, from both crews now for the line. But watch this Enniskillen crew, really strong. We'll see how they do in the final later on. It looks like the Jazz are going to take the second place as they push on again as we hand over to the tower.
Are looking very comfortable in this qualifier as they try to secure the top 2 spots, but Enniskillen are taking a strong lead of Clearwater, with Coxless in position 2 at the moment, with Athlone following closely behind and Shandon after. But it is certainly Enniskillen approaching the line now as they try to secure their spot in the final, and Coxless look to be in position 2 at the moment, but Enniskillen look very comfortable as they approach the line now, with Coxless following behind them, and Enniskillen look to be securing their spot, and Coxless, and then half bolting behind Coxless, we have Athlone, but Enniskillen are just approaching the line now as they secured their spot for their final in this women's junior 14-4. So Enniskillen just crossed the line, and now we've Coxless up next with Athlone and Shannon giving Coxless a challenge, but it looks like it's going to be Coxless into the final as well, joining Enniskillen. And that is it for the women's junior 18 for Coxless.
Important announcement. There is a Peugeot 3008 221 Limerick 2509 blocking emergency services. If you could move your car as soon as possible, please. Peugeot 3008 221 L2509. And could we have Alil O'Reilly to the commentary box? James is looking for him. Alil O'Reilly to the commentary box. James is looking for him. Thank you. So we're kicked off again now. Race 254. It's the men's senior quad. Galway Queens, Lagan Commercial with 3 to qualify. These guys have flown up the course. There's going to be one dropped out of this, and at the moment it looks like the unlucky ones could be over there in lane number 2. That could be Galway. But in the centre of the course, I would say, if I can get my notes together, I would say that looking very strong at the minute is the commercial crew, Lagan and Queens. But all these boats moving beautifully together now, as you can see on the screen. That's the Queens crew ploughing through the water. 2 heats of this, 7 entries. Final to come at 5:25. These guys know how to hold back when they need to. Looks like Galway in lane 2 now are going to miss out on this. Commercial, Lagan and Queens well in control. These are the guys who know how to ease off and save all their energy for the final. Just do enough to get over the line, and we'll see them in the final at 5:25. So as I said, 7 boats, 2 heats. Galway, Queens, Lagan and Commercial, they come into view, but very much in control are that Queens boat, followed by Commercial. Sorry, followed by Commercial, followed by Lagan, and it looks like Galway are the only unlucky ones to miss out on this. Lagan holding that length lead over Galway. 3 to qualify. It looks like Lagan, Commercial and Queens. Next heat coming up thick and fast. We'll see ULRC Clonmel Composite, Shandon UCC Composite and the Queens B crew. 2 to qualify from the next race. Down to the 1,000 metre mark, down to Jerry, and he's going to give us live update.
Yes, heat 2 well underway. 3 boats, so really good standard here now. We've got lane 2, University of Limerick, Castleconnell. Lane 3 is empty, University of Galway, not there. Lane 4, Shandon UCC, and then in lane 5, Queen's University B crew. So just to talk about that, Shandon crew, UCC crew, loads of people in that. Of note, Jack Keating, fresh from his 3rd Henley medal, winning the quads, Henley Royal last weekend in the bow seat. It's just Ronan Byrne, Andrew Sheehan, Adam Murphy. These guys, that's a tremendous crew in the yellow boat coming down. Beautiful sculling, absolutely, coming from them in lane 4. They've got about a length and a half then on lane 2. Coming along down the course, the Castleconnell University of Limerick crew. And the 3-man fresh from his championship earlier on, back out in the quad. And but they will qualify, 2 to qualify. So it's the Queen's B crew who won't make it here by the looks of things now, as they're well spread out moving into the last well into the last quarter of this race. But just watch this crew coming at you. It's full of experienced guys, absolutely technically rowing just beautifully, and in control now of this to qualify. And we look forward to seeing them in the final later on now, as long as they cross the line okay, and I'm no doubt they will. So it's I'll hand over now, but it's Shandon UCC leading from the University of Limerick Castleconnell, who will qualify also for the grand final later on, followed by the Queen's crew, who are unfortunately not going to make it. Over to you, Alan.
Yeah, so we're coming in now to the last, I'd say, 400 metres of the men's senior for the second heat, and there's 2 to qualify. So it looks like UL will be, University of Limerick Castleconnell will be okay, they're second place, and Shandon UCC will be okay because they're first, leading by a good bit. But unluckily, it looks like Queens might not be the ones to qualify in this heat for the final, and because UCC are going strong, they're coming into the last 100 metres. They're just steady state, and UCC came first with UL, University of Limerick coming in second, and unluckily it looks like Queens will be the ones not qualifying for the final in this heat.
So after that great race, the champs pushes on relentlessly. We have race upon race upon race. 32 men's Club 2 single scullers coming up in a time trial, in 7 time trials, fighting for the place in the final at 5:35 today. So 32 racers for 6 spots. So there's going to be some pretty vicious sculling out there. Perfect conditions, bit of a tailwind at the moment. Hopefully that'll keep up, keep the fast times coming. Crews are out on the course at the minute. We'll get a quick update and back to you to call this one home.
First up, we have the first time trial for the men's Club 2, and we have UCCRC Mannix in the lead at the moment, followed closely by Commercial Creedon, and then in tow we have, in lane 1 we have the Galway, and lane 2 we have Commercial, lane 3 we have Commercial and UCC ahead at the moment, but it looks as though Commercial Creedon and UCC Mannix are tying at the moment in this time trial for the Club 2 single scull for the men's, but it looks as though Commercial may just have a pip upon the UCC Mannix single sculler as they come into the last part of their race, and it looks as though the scullers are coming just up to the last 600 metres of their race, but it looks as though it's going to be Commercial at the moment. They've about half a boat length on the UCC sculler, and then behind them we have in lane 1 Galway Cawley, and in lane 2 we have Commercial Gaffney, lane 3 Commercial Keeney, and then lane 5 we have the DUBC Lawrence. But it looks as though it's Commercial Creedon at the moment taking the lead in this time trial as he works against the clock to secure himself a spot in the Club 2 final for the single scull men's. But Commercial looks to have the lead And it looks as though we have a capsize as well, but Commercial have the lead at the moment with UCC following closely behind him, but it's Commercial Creedon at the moment as they come into the last part of their race, just crossing the 1500 metre mark. So they're coming into the last few minutes of their race, the single sculler men's Club 2. But it's Commercial with half a boat length over UCC from Galway Cawley at the moment. But it looks as though Commercial in lane 6 seems to have the lead in this time trial. So all men must work against the clock as we get the times in from the men's senior Coxless quad with Shandon, composite UCC taking the first position in that. But it is Commercial Creedon at the moment who seems to have the lead in this time trial for the men's Club 2 single scull, followed from UCC Mannix and then Galway over in lane 1. As we approach the line now in the last 250 metres, it looks like Commercial has the lead at the moment with all men putting up a fight, but Commercial Creedon seems to be approaching the line now, working against the clock, all guys, but Commercial Creedon is coming up to the line now, followed in by UCC and Galway. But Commercial has about half a boat length or a boat length on the other fellas, but it's Commercial Creedon at the moment as he comes up to the line, followed in by UCC as they come into the last tens of metres. But it looks as though it's going to be Commercial finishing in the top position today. Just crossed the line, and we now have UCC Mannix crossing, and we then have Galway over in lane 1 crossing the line also. And that is it for the first time trial of the men's Club 2, with 6 of the fastest times going through as we move up to the second time trial now.
So yes, back on the course, the second time trial for the Club 2 single sculls, and leading the way here is the Carlo Scullofini. He's got about 3 lengths then on Ruallen from Skibbereen, the first of the 2 Skibbereen scullers in this particular race. And then on the far shore, the Clonmel sculler in lane 1 is in 3rd position, Melrick. But well spread out, and then another couple of lengths back to lane 5, which is Carney from Newry, and then he's a couple of lengths back from Skibbereen Roycroft, who's a length ahead of Neptune Mark Conley. So as I say, there's no overlap, they're just spread out by about 200 metres between first and last here. So as they move on down the course, most of them have gone through the 1,000 metre mark now at this point, but this sculler Carlo Feeney looking good and strong, and I put my money on him making the grand final later on. So 6 make it through, 6 fastest out of 5 heats, mostly 5 in each heat. So 26 scullers entered here, 6 to make it to the grand final later on. So big ask, and not all of these guys are going to make it now, because this is really spread out, this one. This is as good as it gets for being spread out and not being able to watch come along beside the guys up front. But never mind, it's Carlo Feeney continuing to lead, 3-4 lengths on Ruallen from Skibbereen. And don't forget, they have to go as hard as they can, no matter whether you're leading or not, and that's what Carlo is doing. He's got great power out of the legs there. He's sculling very well, and that's why he is leading. So yeah, Feeney, Carlo from Ruallen, Skibbereen, no change there at all, and good 4 lengths back to the vertical stripe Clonmel top of Mr. Melrick, and then Newry, a couple of lengths back again, followed by the other sculler from Skibbereen, a good name from Skibbereen named Roycroft, and he's about a half a length ahead of Mark Connolly from Neptune Rowing Club. So as I say, there's another 2 more time trials after this, but we'll watch it go down anyway. And just to say, the conditions are nice. There's only a little ripple on the water, and all set up for a great afternoon's entertainment for you watching online all around the world, or whether you're here physically on the course. There'll be some really big races. I'm really looking forward to the men's junior 8s coming up later on, heats and finals. And just thinking off the top of my head, there's the the men's quads as well coming along, and this women's club 2/8. This is such great races, so we've got a fantastic afternoon. But back to this race now, and it approaches the last 250 for the leader. He's miles ahead of the rest of them, and we'll see how he gets on in the final. It'll be Mr. Feeney from Carlow, followed by Mr. Ruellen from Skibbereen, and then we have Clonmel, Melrick, yeah, that's the 1, 2, 3, and then a few lengths back again to Newry, and then the second Skibbereen Sculler at Roycroft, and then Conley Neptune. So I'll hand over to you there on the finish to bring this one home.
Okay, so coming into the last 400 metres of the race, in first place is Carlo Feeney, leading by a good bit now, to be honest. And second we have Skibbereen Rue Allen. And then in third place it's Clonmel Melrick. And Carlo Feeney isn't giving up just because he's winning, because it is a time trial, and just because you win your heat doesn't mean you're going to make it into the final. So he has to try beat the clock rather than whoever's in his race. He's coming into the last, I'd say, 300 metres of the race, or no, 200 metres, I'd say, and he's just going for home now, trying to get to the finish with Skibbereen not far behind, I'd say about a few boat lengths, and then Melrick not far behind after that. So Carlo Feeney has just finished with Skibbereen, I'd say, coming in now in the next few seconds, coming in just about 2 lengths away, and then further up we have Melrick in third, and then further up we'll have Neptune, Newry and Skibbereen again.
So just a quick announcement while this heat finishes up. I've been asked to say if any clubs with Olympic athletes can collect their banners at the NRC lobby, please, if they could do that as soon as possible. That's any clubs with Olympic athletes to collect their banners at the NRC lobby. Just before we pass it back to Jerry, I just want to say thanks very much for your support. We've done our best to try and make it a bit more of an interactive experience this year, and I'd like to thank Shifra and Jenny, who are helping me out here in the commentary, so doing a great job, as well as Buddy on the water. So thanks very much for your support. Hopefully we can bring the race into life a bit better. As times appear and this next heat comes down, I'll just see if we have... Jerry is at the 1,000 metre mark, so he's going to pick this one up in a couple of minutes.
We've moved on to the next time trial in the men's club 2 single, and at the moment it looks as though it's Clonmel and Ban ahead as the lads just get started into their race. They're about at the 500 metre mark at the moment, but they're coming up to the 1K shortly. So it looks at the moment as though in lane 2 we have Ban Cusick ahead of, in lane 4 we've got Lee O'Connell, and then over in lane 5, it looks as though it's gonna be UCC at the moment, who's ahead of Clonmel in lane 4, and then Lee O'Connell in lane 5. But it looks as though UCC is holding the lead at the moment. And then over in lane 4, we have Clonmel Fleming following behind him. But in this time trial for the Club 2 men's single, we also have the times in from the previous time trials. So we have Carlo Feeney with 7:31. We've got Skibbereen with 7:45 and Clonmel with 8:04 in this Men Clubs 2 time trial. And we still have UCC in the lead at the moment. They approach the 1500 meter mark now as they come into the last quarter of their race, with all of the men trying to secure their spot in that final. So they're working against the clock. At the moment, it's UCC and Clonmel holding position 1 and 2 at the moment as they try secure their spot in the final, so working against the clock. So it looks like at the moment it's UCC and Clonmel in the lead, with Lee and Ban following behind them. But UCC has about 2 boat lengths on the Clonmel sculler, and then it is Clearwater after that for the Lee and Ban sculler. But it looks like UCC is approaching the 250 meter mark now as he's working against the clock, with the Clonmel sculler coming in at the 2nd position at the moment. But it looks as though it's going to be UCC at the moment who's going to cross the line in position 1, and Clonmel following behind him in position 2 at the moment. So it looks like UCC is coming to the last 100 meters now as they try to secure their spot in that final. It is the time trial, so they're working against the clock. They're giving it their everything, these scullers, as they're working it in the water. But it looks like it's UCC in position 1 and Clonmel in position 2 with Clearwater. And so far, it seems 7:30 seems to be about the time that's needed. So these guys are really having to push through in this time trial. But it looks like UCC has position 1 with Clonmel in position 2, and then followed by Lee and Ban. But at the moment, it looks like UCC is coming up to the finish line now, and they try work against the clock. And it's looking like it's UCC at the moment with about 2 boat lengths on the Clonmel Fleming sculler. But it looks like it's going to be UCC crossing the line now as they try work against the clock, as the lads try their best now as they come over the line. But it looks like it's going to be UCC at the moment approaching the line now in the last couple of meters, with Clonmel in the 2nd position. But it's seeming like position 1 is going to be going to UCC as he just crosses the line. And now up next we have the Clonmel Fleming sculler just approaching the line now in the 2nd position in this time trial, with all the men working against the clock. And it is Lee with about half a boat length over the Ban sculler in this time trial for the men's Club 2 single, with all guys working against their clock and giving it their everything in this time trial for the men's Club 2 single. And that is it for now.
So with Jerry out on the water, we're going to go back to him and get the latest from the next race.
So we're in back up here on the course, the men's Club 2 single sculls time trial. That's race 259. So leading the way here is Quigley from Lady Elizabeth Boat Club. He's got a couple of lengths on the Neptune sculler in lane 2. John Giles he is on the far station in the green and black colours, and then another length and a half back as we've gone through the halfway point now. First 3 scullers are through to Tralee, that's Morris. So there's about 2 lengths between first and second, and then again between second and third. So Quigley from Lady Elizabeth, who are the alumni for Dublin University Boat Club, have a couple of lengths on Neptune Rowing Club from Dublin, and a couple of lengths on Tralee Rowing Club, County Kerry. And then we look back to New Ross, a good bit back again then to them. That's Phelan, followed by Clonmel Watch. So time trial, lash down there lads as fast as you can go, said the coach as he pushed them off, and let's get to the grand final, top 6. So it's been a hard ask because there's a big entry here, and as Quigley now looks very strong. In fact, I think he was in the final of the Inters earlier on, but didn't make it to the start for some technical issues there. But he's going to make up for it here now in this club scull. He's storming down. He's looking a class above the rest of them here indeed, as you'll see in your photo coverage and video coverage rather. And physically, when he gets on down to you there, you're watching him on the big screen, getting great pictures here. Andrew on the boat on the far side, picking up some great shots, as along with the all the rest of the cameras around the place. So I hope you're enjoying it here and all around the world. I'm getting WhatsApps from States and New Zealand and everywhere saying we're enjoying it. So that's brilliant, and it's a credit to have it here, and we're so delighted to have them with us all weekend, producing this quality coverage for you. But moving on down Quigley now, just banging it out there, and he's just I'd say he'll be the fastest qualifier. That's my bet now, looking at these crews that have come down over the last number of races. Giles continuing to hold on to second, but it's tight between him and Tralee Morris on the inside, so either side of the course, that's the second and third position. And then it's a good bit back to New Ross and Clonmel. So that is, we're coming up there towards the end now. We've three more of these to go of the time trials, but about 200 metres, 250 to go for Lady Elizabeth Boat Club, and about 500 to go for a couple of others. But we'll hand this one over for you to take it in.
Okay, so coming into the last 300 metres now, we have in lane 2, Neptune Guilds, lane 3, New Ross Phelan, lane 4, LEBC Quigley, lane 5, Clonmel Wanch, and lane 6, Tralee Morris. And coming in the lead is LEBC in lane 4, with Neptune not far behind them in lane 2, and Tralee Morris third place in lane 6. So LEBC just coming into the finish now. I'd say 10 strokes left, and with a strong lead against Neptune, who's in second. I'd say they have a few strokes left now, and then they'll be done. I'd say they might qualify for the final as well. The strong lead, and Neptune Guilds coming in second, a few boat lengths behind, but they could still get into the final with the times. And then Tralee Morris in third place, coming in now, with Neptune just about to finish there. And Tralee Morris, I'd say only about 3 strokes behind him, 3 boat lengths. And then coming up again, we have New Ross Phelan and Clonmel Walsh.
So Jerry's going to make his way down. He's going to leave the next race to us on the balcony, and he'll pick up the 6th race, which will be 261, but coming into view will be 260, which will be Cuddy from Tralee, Ward from Athlone, Shaw of ULRC, Leadov of Commercial, who was probably tired from some great racing this morning, and then Diffley from Defence Forces. So by the looks of this, from what I can see, scullers really need to be hitting about the 7-minute 30 mark, which is very, very spicy on this course to make their way to the final. This next heat is coming towards us, so we'll be back in 1 second and we'll call this one home.
Okay, coming into about the 750 mark, we have the I think the 4th or 5th heat of the men's Club 2 sculls. So in lane 2 we have Tralee Cuddy, lane 3 we have Athlone Ward, lane 4 University Limerick Shaw, lane 5 Commercial Ludov, and lane 6 Defence Force Rowing Club Diffie. So coming in on lane 3 is University Limerick Shaw, and he seems to be leading by a good bit now, coming, I'd say, just coming past the 500 mark, with the Defence Forces Rowing Club Diffie seems to be coming in second behind, but University of Limerick has a big lead over this race, trying to get the best time he can to qualify for the final. And he's pretty much dominating this race with about, I'd say, 100 metres ahead of the second place, or I'd say 50 metres ahead of the second place sculler, who is the Defence Force Rowing Club Diffie. And in third place, it seems to be Athlone, I think, in third place. But University of Limerick Shaw has the real big lead over this race, coming into the last 200 metres, just trying to push for the finish now and get the best time he can. They have to be kind of landing around the 7:30, around their mark, if they're thinking about qualifying for the final. So he's doing good time now, though. So University of Limerick Shaw is coming into the last 10 metres of the race. Just a few strokes left, and he's nearly done with a pretty big lead over the rest of the race. And he just finished there. University of Limerick Shaw just finished his race with a big lead over the rest of the scholars. And second place seems to be Defence Force Rowing Club, but it's a tight race now, to be honest, with them and Athlone, with Defence Forces Rowing just coming in second there.
Right, race 261 now on its way, and it's only 3 boats in this. Moving on down the course now as we pick it up, it's Killorglin leading the way by about a length on the enclosure side. Through the halfway point, he's going to go now, leading this time trial, this second last time trial of the men's Club 2 single sculls. You just don't know what's going to turn up here standard-wise. So as long as they don't exceed a certain number of points that they accumulate for winning races, they could have sweeped an awful lot and not accumulated points for sculling, and then transfer to sculling and pick it up very easily. Anyway, back to the race. Killorglin McHugh leading here. He's got about just under a length from Ban Shaw, and then he's about 2 to 3 lengths back. From Moy Coughlin, about 2 to 3 lengths back from them. Lovely sunny afternoon. The sun's on my back now, really nice, and this is lovely. This is great, and I hope you're all enjoying the coverage. Whether you're sitting on a couch eating popcorn, or you're out working, or whatever you're doing while watching the TV screen while you're doing some work in your office, or well, it's Saturday, maybe you're not, or here on the big screen physically on the course, as these guys come on down towards you now. Even though they're working hard, they're working furiously to try and get it that fastest of the 6 times for the final. They're making it look easy. So 2 good scullers here coming down. The Killorglin, Sculler McHugh and Ban Shaw. So about a length between them, and then Fermoy is about 4 to 5 lengths back, Mr. Coughlin. So we've got one more time trial after this, and then we'll be moving on to the men's intermediate Coxless pairs. We've got 3 heats with 2 to qualify from each to make the final, so that'll be great to watch after the last time trial for the men's Club 2 single sculls. No change here at all. It's McHugh from Killorglin, just moving along now at a nice steady pace. He looks like he could kick it along more. You see, you can get into a false kind of way where you just want to beat the guy behind you, but he has to remember he's to beat everybody else, or at least 5 others, to make that final. Anyway, he's moving along there now, and he's gone through the 1500 meter mark, probably about 400 now meters to go, as he moves on down into the last quarter. So no change for Killorglin McHugh leading. Killorglin leading from the Ban Sculler Shaw rather, and then the Fermoy sculler Coughlin. So I'll hand over to the tower.
So it's going to be Killorgan and Ban Shaw at the moment still holding the top two positions in this time trial for the men's Club 2 single scull. And it looks as though Killorgan has a slight lead at the moment over Ban Shaw as they're approaching the line now for the last 250 metres of this single scull race. And it looks as though it's Killorgan McHugh at the moment holding the lead in the time trial as they're approaching the finish line. But it looks like it's going to be Killorgan and Ban finishing in the top two positions, with Killorgan with about a 2 boat length lead over the Banshaw single sculler as they're coming up to the line now in the last 100 metres as they really wind it up now for this time trial. But it looks like it's going to be Killorgan finishing in the first position, followed in by Banshaw. And they're just coming up to the line now and taking a look. But it looks like it's going to be Killorgan McHugh finishing in the top position in this time trial as they give the last few strokes of the race. Killorgan just crossing now and Banshaw approaching the line in the second position in this time trial for the men's Club 2 single scull. As we're on to the second last heat of these time trials, and it looks like those are the top two positions for this time trial as the Fermoy sculler seems to be approaching the line in lane 4. And that's it for now for the time trial for the men's Club 2 as we come up to the last of their time trials and see who gets the top 6 positions for that final later on today. And that's it for now from the tower.
Okay, so the last heat for the men's Club 2 scull has started, and they're about 500 metres into the race. In lane 2, we have Clonmel Wall, lane 3, Shandon Butler, lane 4, Clonmel Keeley, lane 5, Clonmel Hickey, and lane 6, Kenmara O'Sullivan. And, oh, they haven't started yet. Or, wait. Right now on the screen they're showing the pairs getting ready to start their race, but coming up now at about I'd say they're coming up, near the 1K mark is the last heat time trial for the men's single scull, the club scull. Hard to tell at the minute who's coming and where, but we have the times back for the previous race, and in first Killorgan McHugh 7:35, second Ban 7:43 Shaw, and third Fermoy Coughlin 8:04. That were the top three of the race before. And so right now they're showing the start for the men's pair, but coming down at they're about at the 1K mark now. I'd say it's the men's club scullers, and it's hard to say now who's coming in where. Coming up on the screen now, it's showing first place seems to be lane 3 Clonmel Keeley, with tying with lane 6 Connemara, with not far, with third place kind of between Clonmel Wall and Shandon Butler, and it's a very tight race between the four rowers, but Clonmel Keeley is ahead with Connemara O'Sullivan barely. They're kind of fighting for first place with the other two scullers behind them, Clonmel and Shandon. So it's a very tight race now. They're coming in, I'd say they're just past, coming in near the 500 metre mark. I'd say 750 metres down in the race. And they're all looking very strong, coming down. No slip-ups yet. So, yeah. Oh, and the Mara O'Sullivan has caught a bit ahead from the Clonmel sculler, just about half a boat length. So, and in third place it seems to be the Shandon sculler, Butler. So the Connemara sculler is ahead by about half a boat length, with the Clonmel sculler in second place, and then the Shandon sculler. So they're coming in, they just passed the 1K mark. So I'd say they're coming in now, getting a bit tired, but they have to keep going for the rest of the race. They're coming up near the 500 metre mark now. I'd say they're going to go for home now for the rest of the race. It's the Connemara sculler in first, with the Clonmel sculler second, then the Shandon sculler, Clonmel, and then Clonmel again. Then the Connemara sculler has a good boat length lead over the Clonmel sculler, and then the Clonmel sculler has about a boat length lead over the Shandon sculler. So seems to be first, second, and third right here for this heat. But it's a time trial, so just because they win the heat doesn't mean they'll make it into the final. They need to be aiming for around, I'd say, 7:30 to try get into the final. So coming into the last 200 metres now, the Mara sculler is just about 2 boat lengths ahead, I'd say, from the Clonmel sculler, who's in second. Coming in now, I'd say a few strokes left and then they'll be done. Connemara sculler O'Sullivan looks like he's gonna win this race. They're in this heat, with the Clonmel sculler Keeley second, and then the Shandon sculler Butler in third, and the Connemara sculler just coming into the finish now. I'd say a few strokes left and then he'll be done. With the and the Connemara sculler O'Sullivan just finished, with the Clonmel sculler not far behind finishing there, and the Shandon sculler Butler just finishing there. So those are the first top three in this heat. So that's all the men's Club 2 sculls done, and the top 6 will qualify for the final with 32 entries. So, and the final will be at 5 to 5. So
back in the course here, we have the first heat men's intermediate pairs. We've gone through 506 boats, and it's tightly bunched. Nobody's fallen out the back door yet. So just nudging out in front is Neptune Rowing Club in lane 4. They've got about a half a length then on the crew from University of Limerick, who have about a canvas on University of Galway and Clonmel, who were practically dead level, and then on the inside nearest to the enclosure is Commercial, and another half a length back to Cork Boat Club in 6th position. So as we move on down now, nice conditions, just a little bit of pop in the water, but nothing serious. Neptune out to half a length, that's nothing in a pair. Don't forget 2 qualify, so will there be a breakaway here now? It's Neptune followed by University of Limerick. That's the 1-2, about a half a length between them, but it's nothing back to Clonmel on the far shore in lane 1, another half a length back to them. And University of Galway, all overlapping. The first 4 crews all overlapping, so and not far back to Commercial, and another length to Cork. So good race on here now in this first heat as we come up towards the first 1,000 meters already. So as we move through the 1,000 meter mark, it's Neptune by about 3 feet, and a lot of pressure going on there. Neptune rating 34, and as the crew on their left then, University of Galway pushing up practically level, but if anything, University of Limerick now in lane 2 have pushed ahead. So University of Limerick, they've gone out by a third of a length from Neptune, who have nothing at all hardly on Clonmel and University of Galway. This is a good race. It's you could throw a blanket over the first 3-4 crews here at the moment. So if anything now, it's the crew in lane 2 over on the other side of the enclosure, University of Limerick just nudging out with University of Galway behind them. Neptune in 3rd, only 2 qualify, so they need to be careful, all these crews now, and just keep thinking about that. But this is a good race now. Cork Boat Club not out of it either. They fell back a little bit, but they're coming. Don't forget, they won the senior 4s and pairs already this weekend. I'm sure these 2 guys know how to row, and they haven't let them go. This race is tight. Everybody has a chance of qualifying still. This is good. Coxless pairs, intermediate. But out in front is University of Limerick. They have about a half a length on University of Galway, who have just under a length on the next 3 crews who are level: Commercial, Neptune and Clonmel, and a half a length back to Cork Boat Club. So this is a good race now, but University of Limerick beginning to make this their own, slightly just a half a length on University of Galway, who are nudging out now. So as we approach about 1,300 metres in lane 2, University of Limerick, they haven't got a length on University of Galway yet, and then an overlap back to Clonmel right over in lane 1. The horizontal stripes, the blue and white at Clonmel. Commercial then on the inside. Neptune dropping back now to 5th, and then we have Cork Boat Club who are in 6th, overlapping with them. Let's watch the front here now. In the qualifying positions at the moment, University of Limerick and the University of Galway. That's the 1-2. Commercial having a go at them now. They're overlapping with Galway on the inside. 2 to qualify. Lots of good steering, staying in the lanes, nothing going on there. So this is really good intermediate men's Cox's pair, the first of 3 heats. 2 to qualify. Right now, University of Limerick push on. They're looking better and stronger now. They know that they're cracking the crews behind them. But it's University of Limerick from the University of Galway. Commercial haven't let them go yet, though. They can still catch them. We're watching it, but about coming up to the last 250 shortly. University of Limerick in lane 2, just about under a length from University of Galway, but Commercial attacking them for that second position. I think it's between Galway and Commercial now for that second position, with Limerick looking strong. Over to you in the tower.
Coming into the last few hundred metres, we have UL, Commercial fighting out for it. University, Galway, Clonmel in 4th, but it's only 2 to qualify. So UL looks like they have that, with University, Galway and Commercial right on their bow ball. It's big push now from UL into the finish. Big push. Now remember, it's qualifying, 2 to qualify. University, Galway, Commercial fight now for that second position. Unfortunately, Clonmel, my club, can't make. Oh, massive crab there from UL. Oh, so it looks like UG are going to take it. University, Galway, Neptune, big wipeout. Or not Neptune, UL. In the confusion there, we got carried away. Looks like UG got the finish, possibly with Commercial. We'll wait for the finish line to come back with results. That's what the pressure of racing can do to you, especially in a pair, very technical. You can get a mother and father of a crab and everything changes. Happened St. Michael's last year, or Skibbereen in the women's quad right on the finish line. This is rowing. You will never forget this if you're in that crew. So we wait for those results. The second heat is coming down now. Over to Spuddy now to pick up on this second heat of the men's intermediate pair. Over to you, Spuddy.
So heat 2 now underway, well underway. They've gone through halfway, and we'll just watch it for a couple of minutes. But you probably have the roll call, but Commercial in lane 2, University College Cork lane 3, University of Limerick lane 4, the second University College Cork lane 5, and University Galway lane 6, the B crew. So these are all universities apart from Commercial, and watching them now coming along to qualify. It's a good race. It's tight between second and third as they come along. We're watching it now in lane 3, University of Limerick. And University College Cork leading. They're out in front, okay? So they've got about just under a length, but then a tremendous fight going on. There's 3 crews here for 2 places. Any one of these guys can be dropped at this point. At the moment, it's University College Cork now out by about a half a length from University of Limerick. And then they're just trying to push away then from University of Galway. So as we watch them move on down towards you now, we picked this race up late, so trying to just tune into it as they move on down. Commercial have dropped right back, and the other University College Cork crew, but it's University College Cork A crew. It's probably their B crew actually officially. They're leading the way here from the University of Limerick. It looks like that's the 1-2 at the moment, and University College Galway now they haven't attacked. They're falling back a bit now, so it looks like their game is up with this race coming in shortly now. These 2 crews, University of College Cork B crew from the University of Limerick crew, that's the 1-2, and University of Galway looks like they're slipping back in the yellow empacker, and they will not be in the final with only 2 to qualify. So it's looking at them go past now with about 250 metres to go. University College Cork B crew from University of Limerick, with University of Galway slipping back and out of contention. Over to you.
Thanks, Buddy. Now 2 to qualify in this race, and there's a third race, so there'll be 3 sets of 2 to the final. But UCC there with the skull and crossbone on the back of their one piece in lane 5, leading this one out, with UL just behind them. So it looks like they could be the 2 to get the qualification. UCC looks somewhat comfortable there, and they're just cruising through to the finish. The other race, first race, they'd expended a lot of energy, but you can see the paddling there. People are getting a bit rough at the end. UL there comfortable in their position in slot 2, about 2/3 of a length behind UCC, but it looks like UCC have this one in the bag, winding down, coming over to finish, and UL getting that second slot, with University of Galway coming in 3rd position. And Commercial and the other UCC pair coming up in the rear. So we know the first 4 qualifiers for the final, I think. That first race, I'm still not too sure who qualified. The 3rd heat of this intermediate men's pair should be coming down shortly. In lane 2, we'll have Shandon. Lane 3, UCG, or University of Galway Boat Club C crew. DUBC from Dublin, Coxed in 5, and Skibbereen in lane 6. So another 2 pairs to qualify for the final later on. So this is not a time trial. First and second get the slot. conditions out. You can see now the crews coming down the course. We'll just go. We'll go over to the commentary out in the water, over to Spuddy. Spuddy's not there yet. So the third heat is on the way down. So in that first race, it was University of Galway A that had qualified, and Commercial B that got the second position. UL, that crab cost them dearly. So back to the heats. Heat 3 in this one. We have UCD, or Commercial A, out there in lane 1. With University of Galway there in lane 2. Looks like these two may have the run on this one. With University of Galway, this is their supposedly we've UC Shandon and University of Galway C crew, but clubs love putting their C crew, their A crew in as a C crew. But anyway, this University of Galway crew looks like they have a length of clear water over the Shandon pair. Shandon pair there in the yellow boat. And the first two to qualify for this one again. So University of Galway looking quite comfortable. The rate not as high as the last two races. So they'll be able to save on their energy storage for later on. The same there with UCD. They're just cruising down along with a good solid lead over the other crews as we pan out there to check all these crews. So it looks like there's 4 there. And the last race was UCC and ULA that qualified in the second heat of the interpair. And we go back to the third heat there. University of Galway just cruising down the course there with a good lead over the Commercial crew. And they can just cruise home. They can wind down, get rid of that lactic acid before they get over the finish line. And the Shandon crew a few lengths behind, just cruising in as well. So University of Galway just cruising in, very low rate. No need to put a big spurt on. And we'll go back up to Spuddy up at the start, picking up on the next race.
Here we are, yes, the Women's Club 2/8s now. The big boats coming down. We got 4 crews with 3 to qualify. And quite tight here as they move along through about 600 metres. The Holders Commercial Rowing Club in the thick of it again here now in the middle. But nudging out in front is University of Galway Boat Club. Strong rowing centre of excellence at the moment. Lane 4, they're about 2/3 of a length on Commercial, who have a half a length then on the black boat on the far shore, University College Cork. Great spectacle, 8s, having watched the little boats all afternoon and then putting your eye over the 8s is brilliant. Kaleidoscope of colours, and then it's another length back to the University of Limerick Boat Club, and unfortunately they're in the position now at the moment of not getting through. So the other 3 crews can take the foot off the pedal slightly if they can keep slipping away from University of Limerick in lane 5 on the near shore to the rowing centre. So right now University of Galway for a Club 2/8, I tell you, they're rowing very well, magnificently, dropping the oar in and then push. What a lovely sight that is. So then Commercial, who are just under a length behind them, rowing well there in second position in lane 3. So overlap, and but 3 crews to qualify. So, and then in lane 2 on the black boat, it's University College Cork. So yeah, University College Cork rowing out of Cork Boat Club on the Marina, Commercial rowing out of Dublin and Island Bridge, and University of Galway on the Corrib just in Galway City, in the heart of Galway City. So that's the 3 crews at the moment who are going to qualify. But University of Limerick are falling further and further back here now, which is going to make this easy for these 3 crews for the grand final of the Women's Club 2/8 later on this afternoon. So hope you're enjoying the pictures, even if this is turning into a bit of a procession. Lovely picture coming through as we watch them just cruise along here now. And these girls, some of them wouldn't be rowing for very long. They might be only at it a couple of years. Club 2 is only a step up, but you can come back down from a higher grade and mix in as long as you don't exceed a certain number of points. So a little bit of mixed abilities from really good, strong rowers to someone who's just come in a year or two. But look at this, they're rowing very well. University of Galway out in front and just cruising along now. They've just got a bit of clear water from University College Cork in the black boat, who've just happy enough to tap along just ahead of Commercial in 3rd position. We're moving along down here now, and just a nice little gentle breeze steadies the ship. And I'd say now they're delighted that these 3 crews in front, that they haven't had to work hard to get through to the final later on, as University of Limerick slip further back again. So unfortunately, barring somebody flipping their boat over, they won't be in the final later on, and that's not going to happen. So the Coxes urging their crews just to keep a bit of rhythm in it now and just keep their powder dry, get themselves home. Nobody seems to be wanting to take on NU Galway to win for bragging rights. They're happy enough. Maybe University College Cork want to beat Commercial. We'll see if any of them want to charge for the line. That's always a little bit of cat and mouse stuff going on. And don't forget, it'll be a chevron type pattern for the final. So lanes 3 and 4 will get the fastest crews will get the winners will get lanes 3 and 4 rather, and then like swimming right out to lane 6. 3rd qualifiers get lanes 1 and 6. But anyway, a pond over here, just while I say it's University of Galway looking very good, from University of Cork, from Commercial Dublin, and they're the 3 qualifying positions, as University of Limerick sadly are going to not make it. I'll hand over to the finish.
It's going to be UCBC going through, along with UCC and Commercial, into the final for the Club 2/8 at the moment, and it's looking like UL are going to be out of it. So as we approach the finish line now, all crews looking settled into their pace as they try to secure their spot for the final later on today, with all of them with a calm, relaxed stature about them, holding the technique, holding the rhythm, as they try save their energy for their final later on, as it's going to be University of Galway, University of College Cork and Commercial into the final for the Women's Club 2/8 as they cross the line now, as we see the girls crossing. And shortly we'll be moving on to the second heat for the Women's Club 2, and it is 2 to qualify for that. So for the next heat, it's going to be UCDBC Crew A in lane 3, and in lane 4 we're going to have UCDBC Crew B, and then in lane 5 we'll have Galway, and 2 of them will qualify for the Club 2 Women's 8 final later on today. So we'll move shortly on to that heat for the Women's Club 2/8.
Beautiful conditions. Just report there from Spuddy from the middle of the course as he heads down to the to catch the men's junior 8. Coming up towards us is the second heat of the women's Club 2/8. So that'll feature UCD-A, UCD-B and Galway. There's 2 to go through. So as the we look at it here now, the you've got the UCD-A crew holding a lead, as I can see, over the UCD-B crew, with the Galway crew in 3rd position. We'll get a better handle on distances. But some real great racing coming up. We have a couple more races to the break, and then we're into finals afternoon here on day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships 2024.
So at the moment, we can see that over in lane 3, it looks like it's UCD BC Crew A at the moment, followed in by the UCD BC B Crew, and they look to have the top 2 qualifying positions at the moment for the Club 8 final. But they are approaching about the halfway mark now. I'd say the girls, and they're really trying to settle into that pace, find their rhythm, and it looks like at the moment that Galway are really going to need to pick up their pace if they want to secure their spot for the final. But at the moment, it looks like it's the 2 UCD crews, the women's 8s, that are looking to secure their spot for the final later on today. With conditions not too bad at the moment, and weather good enough too. The girls are really finding their rhythm now, settling into it. And at the moment, it's still looking like the 2 UCD 8s for the women's Coxed 8 at the moment, who are approaching their halfway mark now. But the 2 UCD 8s are still holding their qualifying positions, and it is to go through for this race as they come up to about the 750 metre mark left now. And the girls are really finding their pace. So at the moment in position 1, we have the UCD A crew, and then the UCD B crew is over in lane 4 in the second position, and then we have Galway at the moment in lane 5 as the girls are hoping to get their spot, and they're really finding that rhythm. And at the moment, the UCD A crew are looking very comfortable and very settled as they try to conserve their energy for later on for their final, should they get their spot. And same for the UCD B crew as they try save up that energy for later on today when there's the final for the Women's Club 2 8s, and that'll be a very exciting race. But at the moment, it's still looking like the 2 8s from UCD at the moment, followed by Galway, with the top 2 crews still looking to be UCD, and they hold their position very comfortably now. The girls finding that pace, listening to their Coxes, guiding through the water as they try come up to the last part of their race. Now they just passed the 1500 metre mark, both UCD crews and the Galway crews just approaching the mark as well. So they're coming into the last quarter of their race as they try to get a good spot. And you have to remember that they're also fighting for lanes 3 and 4 later on today for their final. So they're still working on their positions in the race, but at the moment it is both UCD girls crews that look to be going into the final later on today, and they hold their position now in that race as they come up to the last 250 metres mark, and that's the UCD A crew that we see on screen at the moment for the Women's Club 2 Coxed 8 as they come into the last couple of hundred metres now, the girls, and we see them approaching the line. And we can still see that it's well spread out, so it's UCD A at the moment in the lead, then UCD B, and then followed behind them is Galway, with about 2 or 3 boat lengths between each crew at the moment, with the UCD A crew looking very comfortable now and settled, lowering the rate as they try to get their spot for that final that is on later today. But it is looking like it's going to be the UCD A crew who will be qualifying at the moment now as they approach the last few strokes of their race. And then we'll see them later on the final today. So, and that's the UCD A crew that are just up at the line now, and then they'll be closely followed by the UCD B crew, and about 2 boat lengths behind them is the Galway crew. So it's looking like it's going to be both UCD crews in the final as they held their comfortable positions now in that race, and it's looking like it's going to be Galway that we won't be seeing in the final later on today. So it's going to be UCD A crew for sure as they cross the line, and the UCD B crew are following closely behind to secure their spot for the final later on today. And then Galway following up behind them, who we won't see in the final today, and it's both UCD crews in the final later on.
Thanks, Jenny. So, next up, we have the men's junior 18, 11 crews, 2 heats, and Jerry, these guys are fearless, aren't they?
Men's junior 8s, heat 1 underway, gone about 200 metres now, 3 crews to qualify, and junior 8s is always a big one, brings out the crowds in any country that you go and follow junior rowing. We've 6 boats here hurtling their way down with the Coxes just roaring and shouting at them and giving them their instructions. But as we watch it here now. Out in front, the Castleconnell A crew just about from the Bish on the far side. St. Joseph's, they're probably dead level now. So St. Joseph's in the yellow M-Packer, and Castleconnell then in the middle in lane 4. And on the inside shore closure side is Coxed Ignoid, the neighbours of St. Joseph's. So the two Galway crews, the two schoolboy crews from Galway, with Castleconnell sandwiched in between them. And then it's Clearwater back then to the other crews, the Lee Valley crew and the crew in lane 2, Castleconnell B, and then Enniskillen B. So the two, Castleconnell B and Enniskillen B, it's like another race behind them then, about a length further back. Through the first 500 metres. So St. Joseph's one of the favourites here. They've done so well over the years. They won a tremendous pairs race yesterday, and such exciting, beating Skibbereen over the line. And the two guys are in the stern pair of this boat, Martin Silton and Ross Bradley. So they're driving this 8 now down, and no doubt they're going to try and do it as easy as possible, because it's a heat with 3 to qualify and the big final later on. Second heat coming straight after this one. So St. Joseph's Galway now cruising out to a half length from Coxed Ignoid Galway. They did beat them in the big regatta in Galway sometime, Coxed Ignoid, but at the moment now it's St. Joseph's Galway out in front now to Clearwater and looking very strong from Coxed Ignoid, and they've got 2/3 of a length then back to Castleconnell, the A crew in lane 4. So they're the qualifying positions. And Enniskillen second crew doing very well now. They've pushed ahead in 4th and trying desperately to overlap with Castleconnell and stay in contention in the yellow M-Packer. And another half a length back to the B crews, the B crew from Castleconnell and the Lee Valley crew. So spreading out now a bit here as we move through the first half. We've already gone 1,000 metres in this race. St. Joseph's Galway, steered by Owen Cook, famous name, Cookie's son, steered but NU Galway, UCG would have called it in his day, and of course the Grania Whale Cruise, the alumni club. So he's steering the St. Joseph's crew down here this afternoon. So they're out there moving along nicely and just content to stay in front of their near neighbours, Coxed Ignoid in second position. So in third, continuing to hold on and looking nice indeed, is the Castleconnell A crew, and a brave row from the B crew from Enniskillen. The A crew is in the next semi-final. So their Enniskillen B crew now, will they do something enormous here this afternoon and row back through Castleconnell? I tell you, they're doing a good job on it. They're just desperately trying to keep an overlap on them. So if anything, that's where to focus in on for that third spot. But Castleconnell look very strong and look like they have another kick in them. But watch Enniskillen in the yellow M-Packer, the B crew from Enniskillen. Their big boys in the A crew have to come down yet. And then it's a couple of lengths back then to the Lee Valley crew and the B crew from Castleconnell. But I tell you, I'm watching Enniskillen now, because they're nudging, so they're giving Castleconnell a fight. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I'm very impressed with St. Joseph's here now. They seem to be looking pretty good indeed. And we'll of course it's just going to be a tremendous final later on when all these other crews join them in the final. So as we move down now, well into this third quarter, we'll hit the last quarter now shortly. St. Joseph's continuing to lead in the yellow M-Packer over on the far shore to the enclosures. Coxed Ignoid having a right good row as well on the inside station, and Castleconnell though have held that length from the B crew from Enniskillen, so it looks like they're not going to get them. So as we watch this move away into the last 250 metres, St. Joseph's College Galway leading the way home here in the first semi-final, 3 to qualify, from Coxed Ignoid on the inside from Castleconnell, with a gallant B crew from Enniskillen doing their damnedest to try and catch Castleconnell, but I don't think so. They will run out of water. Over to you at the finish.
Certainly looking like it's St. Joseph's with the lead, Coxed Ignite in second and Castleconnell coming in third. It is 3 to qualify, and Enniskillen B are really trying to push for that qualifying position, but St. Joseph's are holding their lead in the first position to get their place for the final, with Coxed Ignite in second and Castleconnell coming in third with about a boat length on the Enniskillen B crew. So it's certainly looking like St. Joseph's are lowering their rate as they get their spot for the final later on today, with Coxed Ignite coming up to the line now as well in the second position, and then it's looking like it's going to be Castleconnell getting the third qualifying position for the men's junior 18 Coxed later on today. And those are the 3 crews through to the final, with Enniskillen coming in fourth, and it's looking like it's going to be the 3 of those into the final later on today. So we'll be seeing them later on again in their final. And that's it for now.
So as these crews try and catch their breath, I see Spuddy on the water heading down, charging down nearly as fast as the Junior 18-8, down to pick up the second heat, because there's going to be real action in this one. Some big names, Enniskillen A, 2 crews from Neptune. These to fight out to see who will join the Bish in the final coming up later on today. So as soon as Jerry lets me know he's in position, we'll cut straight to the water. Jerry, I see you're almost ready to pick it up there. Call it in from the water.
Right, here we are for the second heat now coming down, and it's on top of us. It's Enniskillen A on the far shore, and I tell you what, this is tight. Enniskillen A, Blackrock Blackrock in lane 3, Enniskillen A in lane 2 with 3 to qualify, and this is looking, it looks a bit unusual, because with 3 to qualify it doesn't look like they realise this, but Enniskillen in lane 2 in the yellow boat, and Blackrock right beside them in lane 3. They're the leading 2, and then a little bit ahead of Methody College, about a half a length, and then another half a length back to Neptune. 3 to qualify, and the B boat from Neptune in about a length and a half behind them. But Enniskillen are looking very casual, with 3 to qualify, and there's a big overlap here. This is, I wouldn't have expected this now. Enniskillen in lane 2, they've got a canvas on Blackrock, who have about another third of a length on Methody, who've got a canvas on Neptune. 3 crews will go through to the final. I didn't expect it to be bunched up like this, so this is great to see from a spectator point of view as they come on down towards you now. We're coming up to 1,500 metres to go. Enniskillen, they've got about a canvas on Blackrock. Blackrock rowing really well indeed. Their coach back on will be delighted with them. So Derek Holland might be scratching his head why they're all bunched up on them. And then we've got Methody. Don't forget they won in Lochrin earlier on in the season. They beat St. Joseph's and Enniskillen. And then Neptune having a right good go on the inside in the green and black. So 3 to qualify. We've got this is a really big one here now. Who will come out? Who's not going to make it to the final? 3 of these crews, Blackrock are slipping back, Enniskillen pushing out now. They got about a third of a length on Methody. Neptune are coming right up on Blackrock, but they need to go. Blackrock are slipping, but let's see, can they go again? We're coming up now to the final 250. We'll just follow it for another few strokes here. Enniskillen leading the way here from Methody, and then it's a right battle between Neptune and Blackrock. I'm not quite sure. They're absolutely level here, but there's nothing in it at all. Enniskillen just about from Methody, who are pushing through. Methody might go through them, and then Neptune from Blackrock falling back. But right now it's Methody from Enniskillen, from Neptune, from Blackrock. Over to the tower.
At the moment, and it's looking like Enniskillen are still holding the first position, but it's top 3 to qualify, so all 8s are really going for it now. And at the moment it's seeming as though it's going to be Methodist in the first position, Enniskillen and Neptune A look to be in the top 3 positions, but it's looking like and it's looking like it's Black Rock is giving them a challenge. But at the moment, it seems as though it's very close, but it's looking like it was the Methodist crew, the Enniskillen crew, and the Neptune A crew that are into the final for the men's Junior 18 Coxed date later on today, with the top 3 positions in the race that'll see them through to the final later on today.
Wow. Well, I think we all need a rest after that, and that was only the heat, so promises to be some final. We'll wait for the formal results, but that was some boat. Really, really powerful rowing from all the 4 crews there. That there was little or nothing between them all. Coming up now, race 270. This is the women's interscull. This is the heat. We have Sheehan from Kenmare in lane 2, Coffey of St Michael's in lane 3, Barrett of UL in lane 4, Offergy from Skibbereen in lane 5, and Legreasley from Shandon in lane 6. So 2 to go through out of these 5. So 3 boats are going to be dropped from this. So as soon as we get some good footage, we can give you an up-to-date on who's holding the lead.
So at the moment, it's looking like it's the UL Sculler Barrett in lane 4 holding the lead in this qualifier. So it's going to be top through into the final for the women's intermediate single, and it's looking like it's UL and St Michael's Coffey at the moment in the top 2 positions as they try to secure their spot in the final. But we also have the Sculler over in lane 2 from Kenmare, who's looking like she's in the 3rd position at the moment, but it's still seeming like it's UL and St Michael's Coffey. So ULRC Barrett is holding the 1st position, and then we go back to St Michael's Coffey at the moment, and as they try to get their top 2 spots to see themselves into the final later on today, and this is for the women's intermediate single. So we can see now that the UL Sculler still is holding her lead, and this is ULRC Barrett. And then we have the St Michael's single sculler, Coffey, who looks to be in the 2nd position at the moment, with the top 2 crews going through to the final later on today. So it looks as though those 2 girls are still holding their position, looking comfortable and composed as they come up to the last 1500 metre mark now. And the UL Barrett is still holding her lead, and then we also have the men's 18-8 final result in. So it's Methodist, Neptune, and Enniskillen into the final later on today, with Black Rock and Neptune coming in 4th and 5th. But it's the girls are approaching their last 500 metres now in their race, and it's still the UL girl Barrett who's holding the 1st position, and it's looking like St Michael's Coffey in the 2nd position, and it's the top 2 positions into the final. So they really are holding on to those now, and it looks like the Kenmare Sculler and the Shandon Sculler over in lane 6 are trying to give a bit of a challenge as they're all fighting for a spot in that final later on today. But it still seems as though it's the UL and St Michael's Sculler who are going to be going into the final later on today if they hold their position that they're in right now, and it's the top 2 positions that will see them later on today. So the UL Sculler Barrett, who's held her lead throughout this race, keeping it consistent, keeping it composed as she comes into the last 250 metres of her race. And then it's looking like the St Michael's Sculler Coffey, who will hold the 2nd position as they try get themselves over the line now. And it's the Shandon and Kenmare Sculler who are really trying to give a bit of a challenge for the 2nd spot. But it looks like St Michael's is still holding her place in that final at the moment, as the UL Barrett girl approaches the line now for the women's intermediate single scull. Top 2 positions into the final later on today. So UL has about a boat length on the St Michael's girl or 2, and then St Michael's Coffey also is holding her 2nd position, But UL is closely approaching the line now into the last few strokes of her race, as she's held her place and held her rate as they come up to the line now. So it's looking like ULRC Barrett will be into the final later on today, and the St. Michael's Coffee is in position 2 at the moment. So they're approaching the finish line now as this race comes to a close for the women's intermediate single scull as they try to get themselves into the final later on today. So we come into the last few strokes of the race now, and we can also see that the girls are coming into their finish now, and ULRC is still holding her spot, with the St. Michael's single sculler also still holding on to that second position. They've held on to it for a good majority of the race now, and they've really settled in. And ULRC Barrett looks to be into the final later on today, along with the St. Michael's sculler in the second position at the moment for the women's intermediate single scull.
So as this finishes up, we'll head back down, and Spuddy, can you pick up the next race?
Yes, Heat 2 of the women's intermediate sculls well on the way down here now, as the Fermoy sculler O'Mahony leads the way. 2 to qualify. She's got about a little over a length, but there's a great battle going on then between Reedy from University College Cork and Mann from Neptune on the inside station, on the enclosure side. So only 2 qualify. So even O'Mahony from Moy, she's under a lot of pressure because the other 2 are hauling themselves, trying to get back up. They're looking across at each other. Reedy now looks across, and Mahan has caught up right beside her now. So one of these girls won't make it to the final. It looks good for O'Mahony and for Moy at the moment. As she's got about a length and a half through the 1500 metre they've gone. Now, who will get that second position? Reedy. She's just had a little bit of a, probably very little, if nothing. Absolutely dead level now with Mahan from Ali Mahan from Neptune on the inside in the green and black. So we'll see now, but again now UCC push on, a big push there, look at that. Mahan needs to go with her or she's gone. She's definitely now upped her game here. Reedy from UCC, she's just pushed out to half a length. So right now she's in that driving seat. She's the one that absolutely stood on it and decided I'm going early, and Mahan hasn't responded yet. She needs to have a look and go, can she, or she needs to make that decision right now or the game will be up. But anyway, for Moya Mahoney leading the way home here, good nice couple of lengths and looking very strong, rowing magnificently in lane 2. So with about 200 metres odd to go, it's for Moy. But look at Mahan now, she's absolutely going again. This is good, she's gone right through the UCC sculler. It's amazing how it can change all of a sudden. So with Fermoy from Neptune from UCC, 2 to qualify. I'll hand over to the finish.
Moy sculler at the moment is still holding her first position, and Neptune Mahan has crept up into the second position and is top 2 to qualify. So the girls are giving it absolutely everything now as they're approaching the line for the women's intermediate single scull. But it is looking like it's going to be for Moy O'Mahony in the first position and Neptune Mahan in the second position, which will see them into the finals later on today as they come up to the last few metres of their race. And it's going to be for Moy O'Mahony, who held her first position now, coming up to the line, and then brilliant rowing from all the girls. And it's looking like it's going to be a close call between Neptune and UCC. But it's looking like it's going to be the Fermoy O'Mahony girl going through to the final later on today. And we see Neptune cross the line as well. So those 2 girls will be in the final later on today for the women's intermediate single.
So just as Jerry heads down, he's going to pick up the final heat of this women's intermediate single scull. We've got Killorglin, Skibbereen, St. Michael's, UCD and Kilgallen of Neptune. So as soon as Jerry's in position, he's going to call this one home. I see him racing down there to try and get the best possible, but he should get 300 or 400 metres. This looks a bit spread out. I don't want to be too mean to him and ask him to call a race that might be too far away from him. At the moment, we'll just get the layout here. Looks like the well-known name of Hayes. Skibbereen is holding that lead. Jerry, as they come towards you, if you could let us know where the action is.
Yeah, the last heat here with 2 to qualify just coming into view. We'll just get a little bit of this now. But Hayes from Skibbereen, fresh from her Henley Royal Regatta event that she entered and competed very well, getting through a few rounds, and she's now looking very strong here in lane 3, leading the way home here with 2 to qualify. And Niamh Kilgallen from Neptune in a nice position in second, just content to take it home in second. So these 2 positions look secure now, the 1 and 2, to make it to the grand final later on of the women's intermediate single sculls. Kilgallen, winner of the club sculls from last year, moving up now to intermediate, and she will definitely qualify along with Hayes from Skibbereen. But lane 2 in third position then, that's Kiloglan Horan. She's not going to make it now at this stage. It's just too far ahead. The others are way too far ahead of her as they move towards the finish with about 250 metres to go now. And then the St. Michael's Sculler Clavan. So there's 4. And then there's UCD Inverson back in 5th. But there's no doubt about it. Hayes from Skibbereen out in front there and looking a strong contender now for this intermediate single scull title later on this evening when it's up for grabs in the grand final. She will qualify. Niamh Kilgallen from Neptune will also qualify, coming up on the inside there in the green and black, just beside the rowing centre now on the near side. They're the 2 that will qualify. And Kiloglan and Horn, unfortunately, in third won't make it, along with Clavan from St. Michael's and the UCD Sculler. So that's the last race for these heats. We've got finals coming up. We have a little break and we'll be back then. I'll hand it back to the tower to just finish off.
Thanks, Jerry. Great work on the water. As Jerry said, there's a break now for 20 minutes and then we'll be back with the finals. So big finals for Saturday. That's 10 finals starting at 4:55 with the men's junior 16 double sculls. So we've got some cracking finals. That draw is up online. Follow the link or the QR code. Some beautiful drone views of the scene of the NRC here on screen at the moment. What a great facility, great day, and hope everybody on YouTube and here are enjoying yourselves. But back in action at 5 to 5 with the men's junior 16 double sculls. So it's all action as we kick off the finals afternoon. 10 races. The men's junior 16 double scull, and it's down the river to Jerry in the launch. Over to you, Jerry.
So we're 500 metres out from the final of the men's junior 16 doubles, and all crews are through the first 500, and they've gone through a lot of time trials for the top 6 to make this, and well done to everybody involved, coaches and crew, to get here in this grand final. Leading the way here now is the Muckross crew. As we watch them now move on down, it's Muckross out by about not much, about a half a length even from two crews who are absolutely dead level, which is Lee Valley and St. Michael's in second and third, equal second we'll call it, and then it's a little less than a length back then to Kenmare, and then a length back to the crew right on the far side of the enclosure in lane 1, Methody College Belfast, and then on the inside it's Common Roveta, Coloshin and Corriba. So the final men's junior 16 doubles, these guys, the future of Irish rowing, no doubt one or two of these guys will move on into the big league, and we just don't know, but I tell you, watching them, they're all tall athletes, and they're the right shape and size, and that's why they're here. They've done their winter's training, they've done the whole thing, and now they're in the grand final of the men's junior 16 doubles, but continuing to lead the way here, it's the Muckross A crew, and but you know what, there isn't much now as the other two crews come back in on top of them. In lanes 3 and 4, and that's the Lee Valley, the local club who row out of here in Inniscarra, and then St. Michael's Limerick, who are just a canvas behind them through the 1,000 metre mark. In lane 2, Muckross holding on to that lead, but barely holding on now as Lee Valley come right up on top of them. So Lee Valley now just coming about a half a canvas behind them. We'll watch Muckross as the bowman looks over, and they're striking a rate at 33. Lee Valley beside them on their left, coming along at 32. So, you know, there's plenty of kick in there yet. They're in the body of the course. St. Michael's Limerick having a great championship regatta in lane 4 now, and they're definitely not out of this either, as they have a nice comfortable third position, rating 35. They're the top 3 in a bit of clear water then. Back to Kenmare, and another bit of clear water then back to Methody Belfast and Common Roveta Coloshin the Corriba from Golliv. So spreading out now. I didn't think this would happen being the final. I thought they'd all be rightly bunched having got this far, but the two crews on the outside, it's a Chevron, the centre crews, the fastest crews would have the Lee Valley and St. Michael's fastest in the time trials would have been put in the middle, and that's the way it's looking now, as these two crews have pushed past the Muckross crew in lane 2. So here we go now, they're showing their true form now. Lee Valley, a nice neat looking junior 16 double as they move out into front, just ahead of St. Michael's, and I'm no doubt they've another kick in them, St. Michael's, as we move on down well into this second half now. Good race this, but will Lee Valley pull away now and win this comfortably, or will St. Michael's and Muckross hang on with them? We have to wait and see, but we're into the business end, we're into the hard end. These guys now, they're beginning to say, hold it together, stay calm, but don't you cod yourself. They're under tremendous pressure, their bodies are screaming, but Lee Valley now pushing on nicely. Muckross are not letting them go now. The bowman keeps having a little look, and having a good push now as they push on back towards them, getting back into second, leaving St. Michael's in third, about a length behind now. They're falling back a little bit. So coming on down now into the last, say, 600 metres, men's junior 16 doubles, the first final of 10 finals this afternoon. Whoa, we've got some big ones coming up for you. Don't go anywhere for the next hour and a half or so, but junior 16's a nice opening one for you to take here, and it's Lee Valley, the local club. You can see their clubhouse there to your just behind the big screen if you're here looking on, and that's Lee Valley now. The locals will be out, they'll be coming down off the hill screaming for these guys if they can take this title, and Muckross desperately, bravely trying to stay with them in the yellow canary colours on the far side, but on the inside now St. Michael's unfortunately slipping back. I think they're out of it, so it's between Muckross and Lee Valley. Lee Valley now look like they're in the driving seat. Muckross need to go again. I'll hand over to the finish tower.
Muckross need to go if they want this from Lee Valley. Lee Valley have dominated now as soon as they've squeezed past. But look at as I look at it now, there is less than half a canvas between Muckross and Lee Valley as they push towards the finish. There's literally only 100 metres to go. I think Muckross are on the comeback here. Lee Valley, they react strong and they react hard, but Muckross are pushing, and I'd say Muckross, this is going to go to the line. This is going to be unbelievable finish. As we cut to the line, Muckross have come right back. Have they done enough to win it? Oh my God, I think we'll have to wait for the official result. I don't want to jump, but that was a massive comeback from Muckross to the line. That was unbelievable. What a comeback from Muckross. Have they done enough? We're going to have to wait for the official results. I'm not willing or brave enough to stick my neck out. We'll have to, as the heart rate comes down slightly, we'll have to wait and see who's taken that one. A massive comeback from Muckross. Lee Valley dominated that from the middle of the course onwards and looked in full control. Nobody seems to know, nobody's celebrating. Wow, what an opener to finals afternoon on the second day of the Irish Rowing Championships 2024. Incredible racing. St. Michael's, Lee Valley and Muckross dominated that race for most of it. Just looking at the boys in the water, I don't think they have any idea yet whether they've done enough. I mean, you couldn't last for more, literally emptying their hearts and souls out for their clubs. Heartbreak awaits for the second place crew, elation for the winners. We wait for the official result. Crews lining up now for the women's junior 18 would be Skibbereen, Enniskillen, Cork, St. Michael's, Castleconnell and Coláiste Ignod, and they're off the start. As I said, we're still awaiting that result from the first race. Second final underway, women's junior 18 fours. So showing early seems to be Skibbereen and Enniskillen on the far side of the river, on the right-hand side as we're looking at that, with St. Michael's A crew also showing well in lane 4. Early days, Jerry should be able to pick this up at around the 700 metres, so we get a view from the water. Still no word in yet on the official result of that first breath-stealing finale. Hell of a finish in the men's junior 16 double scull, but as we look at this race, all crews still together. Maybe Coláiste Ignod slightly off the pace out in lane 6. Showing early, I'd have to say Enniskillen there in lane 2 as they approach about 400 metres gone. Also moving well, St. Michael's. So St. Michael's and Enniskillen, Castleconnell still in the mix. Cork slightly dropped off the back, but I'd say Castleconnell, St. Michael's, Enniskillen and Skibbereen trying to distance themselves from the Cork and the Coláiste Ignod boat. Moving very well, very smooth. Of course, these guys have to steer Junior 18s have to steer with their own foot. So as we just see the crew of St. Michael's moving very well through the water, I'm gonna hand you over to Jerry, who's on there, and give us a bird's eye view. Jerry.
Women's junior Coxless fours. They've gone about 500 metres now as they come towards me, and it's tightly bunched. Watching here now, and Enniskillen probably just have their noses in front in lane 2, and St. Michael's then right in their heels in lane 4, and then just another half a length back to the yellow boat on the far side. Skibbereen from West Cork in 3rd position, just under a length behind them. But out in front, by about a half a length, is Enniskillen. And that's nothing now from St. Michael's, who are rowing very well in 2nd position in lane 4, Limerick, and then in lane 1, Skibbereen, as I said. But on the inside in lane 5 then, they're definitely now right up beside Skibbereen, Castleconnell. So this is a good race. The only 2 crews falling back are Cork Boat Club and then the Coláiste Ignoid. So we'll watch out in the front here. It's Enniskillen leading the way here. They've got pedigree. They've got 2 girls who were the British National Schools Champions in the pairs there earlier on in the year, Niamh Cassidy and Isabella Wright. So they're in the stern and they are very experienced. They have done the business already in a pair, and now they're in the 4 today. And as they move on down here now, St. Michael's have pedigree as well. And as we go through the 1,000 metre mark now, it's Enniskillen continuing to lead as we watch them moving on up now a bit more beside them, and we'll just see now as Skibbereen slip back a little bit, but St. Michael still have the overlap with Enniskillen. Enniskillen going along nicely at just get that again, 32 sounds a bit low, 34 strokes per minute, and St. Michael's then to their left, and they're hopping along, looking around the same rate, 36 or a little higher. They're chasing them. There's a big push on there now with St. Michael's, Limerick in lane 4. As we move on down here now, we're well into the second half, but if the girl in the 3 seat looks over at somebody roaring from the bank, got distracted, keep your eye on the game. So it's lane 2, it's Enniskillen. They're out in front here. They kept their powder dry to come out in the 4s. They didn't enter the pairs, and here we go now. They're out to nearly a length. They're pushing on here into the second half. All you Enniskillen fans now, you'll be getting edgy. Just calm down though for the minute. They're out to a little bit of clear water. St. Michael's are in 2nd, and here comes Skibbereen again. They've come back again, so they're up level with St. Michael's, Limerick in equal 2nd now. So these 2 crews, they need to start working together now and hold Enniskillen back in here. Lane 1 and lane 4 now, they need to work together here and drag them back into the race. As Castleconnell fall behind. So we'll watch this now, but Enniskillen looking the part, looking like champions of Ireland, junior champions. They're not there yet. They've about 600 metres, but they've taken about a half a length of clear water now. I'm very impressed. Wow, this is good rowing. The girls are really strong this year in their crew. You'll see that in the 8 tomorrow as well. And this 4 are humming. They're absolutely on fire here to the 1,500 metre mark now. They're the fastest moving boat on the course at the moment. They're showing that. The other 2 crews are absolutely dead level. Skibbereen and St. Michael's, Limerick, there's silver and bronze up for grabs, but they don't care about that. They want gold. But at the moment, it's Enniskillen in the gold medal position. Are they going to take this championship back up to their hometown of Enniskillen? Right now they are. They have about 350 metres to go, and they are absolutely... You watch them coming along now on the screen everywhere around the world. You're watching this crew. Great programme going on there with head coach Derek Holland. Amazingly what he's producing over the years, and the girls are on fire this year. We've got about 300 left now, and they can relax a little bit. They don't have to kick into the 40s strokes per minute stuff. They can do this around the late 30s. They don't have to, because they have clear water, and they're loving it now with about 30 strokes to go. Enniskillen junior women's 4s, will they be champions in about 45 seconds? You watch this, you're getting picture quality never to be seen before at these Irish championships. Look at this big screen, look all around the world and on what we're showing you. Here we go, Enniskillen from the other 2 crews, St. Michael's and Skibbereen have been so brave in behind them, but it's Enniskillen. Over to you, Alan.
Thanks, Jerry. Enniskillen have earned this in the first 1,250 metres now. St. Michael's on a big push, Skibbereen on a big push, Castleconnell not out of those chase for the minor places, but Enniskillen have done enough. They've done enough after 1250. They cemented it at 1,500 and they are charging home. They belie their 18 years, I'll tell you that much, because that is some strong, powerful rowing. They're in control and they can react to any move now made by St. Mick's or Skibbereen as they up that, but they are on their way to becoming champions of Ireland. That was absolutely fantastic rowing. Enniskillen crossed the line first, Skibbereen, and followed by St. Michael's. That's your top three in the women's junior 18 fours. Fantastic race. Well done to Enniskillen. As I said, that win was earned way back at 750 metres gone, where they really put the hammer down, really put it up to St. Michael's and Skibbereen and Castleconnell, and they controlled that length lead. They didn't need to, as Jerry said, bring it up into the 40s, but that was some result. Fantastic racing, and they become Irish Rowing Champions 2014. Just with a quick reference back to the men's junior 16 double, in case anybody didn't get that result. That was a win for Muckross in a time of 6:55.0 over Lee Valley. So an amazing comeback by Muckross to pip Lee Valley on the line by 0.02 of a second. 6:55.0 against 6:55.02. So Muckross, champions of the men's junior 16 double sculls. So next up, coming off the start at 5:15 is the women's senior pair. In lane 2 we have UL, Shannon in lane 3, UCD in lane 4, University of Galway in lane 5, and Shandon in lane 6. So 5 boats here to decide who will be the women's senior pairs champion. So 2 down, 8 to go in this finals afternoon here on day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships. I see Jerry and the catamaran heading down. They're at about 750 metres. They'll pick up the race probably at around 400 metres. We'll try and get as much as possible as we can from the water. It's the best view. Himself and Andrew, the cameraman, there sending us some fantastic pictures for the day as the sun does its best to come out on a brilliant afternoon. Great seeing the flags as a tailwind. I think there's no one that goes out there that wants to see them any other way other in their backs. So makes for some very fast times and really exciting racing. Conditions look pretty good out there too. Rain has stayed away from being out there all morning. Not really any chop or any difficult situations or any difficult conditions for rowing out there at the moment. And we're almost ready to go with the next race. Looks like they're away off the start. So as soon as we'll do our best to call you the first few hundred meters, and as soon as Jerry's ready, he'll pick it up on the water. Final results there: Enniskillen, Skibbereen, St. Michael, Castleconnell, Cork, and Coxless. 7:03 for Enniskillen, really fast racing, fantastic stuff. They take a commanding 4.5 second win over Skibbereen and St. Michael's, followed by Castleconnell, Cork, and Coxless. Well done, all the final. Hard to tell from our current view, but the racing is underway at the women's senior pair. UL on the far side as we look across from the enclosure. Shannon, UCD, University of Galway, and Shandon on the enclosure side. And looking like they're showing first is that UCD Boat Club crew in the centre. They're in lane 4. Arrowhead formation here, and as they pass through, about 300 gone. I'm going to transfer you down to Jerry, and Jerry will pick this up race. Away you go.
Yes, we're through the 500 metres in the final of the women's pairs, and showing out in front now by a good couple of lengths is the UCD Boat Club crew, and they're really the ones to watch. So they've got about 2 lengths now on the crew in lane 5, and that's University of Galway, who've hardly anything then on Shannon in lane 3. But Shannon now, we need to watch them. I think they'll start moving up the field. They're in second now, just nudging ahead of University of Galway, but College Dublin have jumped out a couple of lengths. So they lead a couple of lengths down from University of Galway and Shannon, who were overlapping, and then a length back to the crew in lane 2, University of Limerick. So 4 boats in this field, straight final, and there's 5. There's another crew then on the inside of slip back the Shandon crew. Apologies there. As we move on down now, we're nearly coming up to about 800 metres gone, but it's University College Dublin having a good championship this weekend, and they look really good here now as we approach about 800 metres. So University College Dublin moving along at around 34 strokes per minute now, a nice lively rate for a Coxless pair, and they are not getting away anymore now. If anything, the others are beginning to inch back on them. So let's watch this one. The University of Galway now only about a canvas ahead of the Shannon crew, and I think that's Anna Keating in the Shannon crew. So I'll tell you what, that's a lot of experience, and we just have to wait and see if they can just push back now towards the UCD crew. But they're still in third position. University of Galway a half a length ahead of them, but it's still out in front, bravely fighting their way down the course. Dogged, they're just determined. That's the way they look here. The University College Dublin in lane 4 as they move on down into this second half of the Women's Senior Pairs Championship of Ireland. Now we have to wait and see, will they get hauled back in? Did they go off too fast? Did they just go a fly and die type way, or have they got the power to maintain this and hold off the charge from University of Galway, who are beginning to move? They're beginning to slip back on them now on the inside beside the enclosure in lane 5, and then in lane 4 and lane 3 on the other side is Shannon. The only good thing is University College Dublin is they can watch and they can react when they see them coming at them. So let's see how this one goes now. But if anything, the other crews are beginning to nudge back on them. University of Galway on the inside more so, and I believe Shannon will have more in them yet. So we've gone through about 12:50 women's senior pairs. Of course, they steer this boat with their shoe. A lot of technical stuff. I love pairs. It's my favorite boat. I love to watch them, especially when you get 2 synced together, 2 people. So let's see this now as the other 2 crews, they're beginning to nudge back. Oh, UCD, don't do this. You've been ahead all the way. We've got about through coming up towards 1,500 metres. University of Galway have overlap. This is turning into a race. So let's see now. University of Galway, it's a 2K race. It's not 1,000, it's not 1,500. They got to go the whole way. So UCD leading, but there is an overlap now, and I told you Shannon would come. I told you it's Anna Keating. She's gonna, and I think it's Mullins, the other girl on the boat. They have now pushed into second. Here's the power from Shannon. Here we go now. Shannon are showing their true strength here now as they move into second. Overlap with UG just about falling. They've done their big push. Can they get any closer? My money's on Shannon here now. They've got about a half a length on UCD, and they are moving. They're the fastest moving boat in the course now. We're coming up to 300 metres. They have a minute to hold on, UCD. It'd be such a disappointment for them. They've led the whole way. But Shannon now, I think they have another big kick in them. These girls are strong. They've got pedigree. They've got lots of experience, World Junior Championship medals under their belts. So let's see what they can do. Here we go now. UCD, it's yours to don't. Let's see you pile it on now. Hold them off if you can. Shannon won't think that Shannon believe they can win it. University of Galway just slipping back a little bit. It's between Shannon and University College Dublin. We've got about 225 metres, I'd say, left. UCD, they're doing their best. They're throwing it. They're having a go. UCD, Shannon are powering it on. I think Shannon are going ahead now. Shannon moving to the front. Oh, they've gone ahead of UCD. What power, what strength, over to the tower.
Wow, what a finish coming up, and Shannon have taken the lead. They have taken the lead. They have left UCD and they have put a canvas into UCD. UCD, they have ruled this race for 1,780 metres, and Shannon have put the hammer down towards the end. It's up to the line. We're going to get the line any second. UCD are in danger of slipping back to third place. 1,800 metres, they were in control, and as they come to the line and push for home, we have seen a convincing win for Shannon. Jerry called it, he knew it. And second place for University Galway and third place for UCD. UCD had 1,800 metres of that race in their pocket and just could not hold on. They gave it everything, gave it all, but Shannon paced their run, and wow, did they destroy the field in the end. Winning, I'd say, by about 2 lengths. They came through and they were just purely unstoppable. Incredible win there for Shannon in the women's senior pair. University of Galway, they never let it go. They pushed on through. They broke UCD at the end. UCD finishing in third position. But wow, what a race. Women's senior pair, champions of Ireland. Shannon, wow, that is incredible. Some fantastic racing. Oh my God, what a first 3 races, still with 7 more to go. That was unbelievable stuff. Next up, barely time to catch your breath, the men's senior quad. Lagan, UL Castleconnell Composite, Queen's University, Shandon UCC Composite and Commercial, coming up at 5:25, men's senior quad. So a great view down the river as we see a couple of the men's inter pairs. They'll be coming up at 5:45. So just 1 minute to start in the men's senior quad. As we look across from right to left, we've got Lagan, UL Castleconnell in lane 3, Queen's University in lane 4, Shandon UCC in lane 5 and Commercial in lane 6, and they are away like rockets. As you can see, these 5 boats hammering down the course. Steering an issue for the Queen's University, as you can see them heading off. Again, as Jerry said before in the last crew, one of these crew members is steering with their foot, which can be difficult, especially with the power that comes off the start. So when you've got 4 strong, big men hammering off the start, trying to keep the boat in a straight line is half the battle. But showing early, I would say, is Commercial on the enclosure side out in lane 6, with Queens also, despite their bad steering, probably cost them a couple of metres. Hopefully it doesn't come back to haunt them, showing well. But Commercial on the enclosure side, on the left-hand side of the screen as you're looking at it now, showing very strongly at the moment in the opening couple of 100 metres of the men's senior quad, this final, our 4th final of 10 this afternoon. Right beside them, the Shandon UCC and the Queen's boat looking very strong. UL Castleconnell and the Lagan boat on the right-hand side of your screen. No one's out of it yet, but certainly not showing as strong as Commercial. Commercial got a hammer of a start, and they are holding that lead of about 3/4 of a length over the Shandon UCC Empacker boat there. But coming through the centre is that Queen's crew. As I said, bit of a steering issue off the start, but we're gonna go straight down to Jerry, who's right by the action. Jerry, over to you.
Men's senior quad final they've all gone through the first 500 metres now, well underway, settling down into the body of the course, and they're all tightly bunched as we watch them come through now. If anything, it's Commercial on the inside enclosure side who've pushed out to a bit of a lead now, out to 2/3 of a length, and they are motoring along there. And then in second is Queen's University Belfast by about a half a length now. It's not as much as I thought now, as they push back up on Commercial now, right back up level almost. And then in between them is the composite of Shandon and UCC, who look so impressive in the heats. And then so those three are bunched, they're rightly bunched together on the near shore. Then in lane 3 we've got the University of Limerick Castleconnell composite, who were a length behind them, and another length back to the crew from Lagan. So watching out in front here, we're coming towards 800 metres out. Commercial still leading the way here as we watch them now, and it's really good, impressive rowing going on. Commercial out in front, but can they hold now over the second half? So we've got Niall Beggan, Ronan Brennan, Colin Brennan, Aaron Hurley. They're very experienced now, and they know what they're doing. On the other side of them, Queens, who are having a tremendous year, and just back from Henley and having had a great campaign, getting to a semi-final. And in between them, and they were late finishers now, is the very strong crew of Andrew Sheehan, Ronan Byrne, a world silver under 2019 in the double. Jack Keating, freshly home after his 3rd Henley medal in the quads with Leander, and Adam Murphy, won the worlds last year only in a Coxed 4, I think, or Cox's 4. So these guys have pedigree in the middle in the yellow boat. So Queens now, I think, and Commercial are absolutely level at this point. The yellow boat in the middle now, the composite, just need to hang on to them. I've no doubt they're not letting them go anymore. Now these three have broken away, so we're going to concentrate on them. But Queens now are beginning to push out. This is great from them, with the white caps, all in all looking the same here. So as they majestically rowing down, they pushed out to a length. This is really good from them. Their coach, Sharon Armstrong, now, he'd be quietly jumping up and down somewhere as they push on now into the second half towards about 1,300 metres gone. The men's senior quads, Queen's University Belfast. Here we go at 35 strokes a minute. They're out to a length. Commercial in second now, just about ahead of the composite. That composite now, I'm surprised they haven't kept up there, but we'll have to see if they got a big kick in them over the last 500. We are through 1,500 metres. Queen's University Belfast. Whoa, this is a really big one for them if they can take it north this evening, this or tomorrow, whenever they go back. But this is brilliant from them. They have jumped out. What a brilliant race they are having here now. Well done them now. If they can hold on to this, there will be a big surge by Commercial and the composite of UCC and Shandon. I've no doubt now as we move into the last 300 metres. But there's no doubt about it, leading the way here at the moment is Purdy, Byrne, Gibbon and Moore. They're really having a brilliant row. I didn't think they'd get this far out in front of anyone, if they're going to win it. This is tremendous rowing. Great battle for second between Commercial and the composite. But look at Queen's University. Look at the style. I tell you, you have to bow to them. This is really tremendous rowing. They have waited to produce the champagne for the final of the men's quads. This is it. This is really brilliant rowing coming from them. Look at that. Fantastic. Alan, I'll let you take it home.
Yeah, Jerry, they have dominated this race now. They have really come back into it. Real push on, and they're going to take this home by about 2 lengths. The Commercial had a massive start, but faded slightly. The Composite still battling out there, but Queen's University Belfast are going to take this home. If it's not 2 lengths, it's going to be 2.5, and that is fantastic stuff. They crossed the line as champions, Irish rowing champions. Oh, wow, what a race. We are being treated to the best of the best, as is in this afternoon of day 2. And this is only day 2, remember, folks. Day 3 coming up. What a fantastic bit of racing. Commercial dominated off the start. Queens had a great start as well, but then the Composite of Shandon UCC really came back into it. And to be honest, all the smart money was probably on the Composite to see that one go home. Very great sportsmanship actually being displayed across the board there, especially by the Commercial guys, towards the new Irish champions. Queen's University, but fantastic rowing there, and Queen's take this home, take this title of men's senior senior quad champions, Irish rowing champions 2024. We are being really treated to the best of the best, as I said, and the next race up is the men's Club 2 single sculls. So we have a full house, six boats racing in this one. This is away at 5:35. Another 4 minutes before that's off the start. And in that race, we have lane 1, Commercial Creedon. Lane 2, Giles from Neptune. Lane 3, Quigley from LEBC. Condon from UCC in lane 4. Feeney from Carlow in lane 5. And Morris from Tralee in lane 6. So just on this, these guys would have come through a time trial, with the fastest being Quigley at 7:18. So the next closest would be UCC Condon in the lane beside him, who finished in 7:28. So on paper, you'd have to imagine LEBC Quigley is, with a 10-second gap in the time trial, would be the favourite for this race in lane 3. But we'll see. We've seen it before, that performance in the time trial doesn't necessarily make performance in the race. But coming up, men's Club 2 single sculls. So although we don't have any pictures up on screen yet, the men's Club 2 single scull is away, and there we go. It's up on TV now. Commercial, Neptune, LEBC, UCC, Carlow and Tralee as they come towards the 500 metre mark where Jerry's ready to pick this up. Jerry, over to you.
So here we go for the final of the men's Club 2 single sculls. They've gone through 400 metres now, and straight away the fastest qualifier in the time trials in lane 3 is showing his form. Out in front with the gloves on is Mark Quigley from Lady Elizabeth Boat Club, the alumni for Dublin University Boat Club, in the dark suit. So he leads through the first 500, and he's looking really good now, I have to say. And then there's the University College Cork Rowing Club sculler in the black and red hoop is Mr. Condon. He's in second, and in lane 4. And then in lane 6, doing very well out there, is Morris from Tralee. So yeah, Condon in lane 4. He was 10 seconds behind in the time trial from the sculler leading Quigley from Lady Elizabeth. So the 1-2 are the fastest two in the time trials already, but doing very well is Tralee Morris out in lane 6 on the enclosure side. So they're the top 3. Then it's another link back to Neptune, Johnny Giles in lane 2, and then it's another 2/3 of a link back to lane 5, Carlo Feeney, and just about ahead of the sculler in the far side of the enclosure in lane 1. That's Commercial Cretan. So spread out, well spread out now for a final. A bit unusual, men's Club 2 single sculls, but you can get that. All sorts of standards at this lower level. Still very competitive club level. Next step up is intermediate, and you know, I tell you what, the Lady Elizabeth sculler Quigley was entered in the intermediate. He made the final, and he had a bit of boat problems, and he didn't make it to the start. So you don't know how he would have done in that. But right now he is showing form. He's got the gloves on, as I said. He's out there in lane 3. He's dominating this race. He was the clear favourite after the time trials. So this is showing now as we approach. Already he's up to 1,000 metre mark. So as he moves on down, flashing those white blades, rating 34.5 strokes per minute, it's the Lady Elizabeth Boat Club sculler who rows on the Liffey. I've seen him, I row on that Liffey myself, and he's out there morning, noon and night. He's put in thousands of miles, and deservedly he's in front here now in this final of the club single sculls as they move through 1,100 metres. He's moving away all the time from Condon of University College Cork, and if anything, he's being put under pressure for second by Morris from Tralee, who's overlapping with him on the inside to his left. And then it's a couple of lengths back to Giles from Neptune in lane 2, and then it's the Carlo sculler Feeney, and then on the far station in from the enclosure side in lane 1, Commercial Cretan. So well spread out, but no doubt about it, Club 2 single sculls, it's always a nice one to take home to your club. It's a really nice and very competitive grade. All the club events, you've got Club 2 sculls, Coxed 4s and 8s. They're the 3 main ones up for grabs in championships, both men and women. But Quigley now, look at that, he's super fit, I can tell you, and he's showing it. He's just pushing on down here. If you put the sculler in lane 4 right up beside him again, he'd just do the same again. He is just on fire this season, and a really nice guy, and he's rowing majestically down the course here now. He's just tipping away. It's what any good sculler likes to do, get out in front and dominate. So here we go now, we're through about 12:50. So we're well into the second half of this 2-kilometre race here in Inniscarra, out in West Cork. Well, not quite, it's about 20 kilometres from the city of Cork, and in the reservoir in Inniscarra. And you're getting it at its best this weekend. We've got a little bit of cloud, but the sun is keeping us warm, coming out now and again, and it's a little bit of breeze, but hardly much at all. It kind of goes up and down, and nothing to be giving out about. But Quigley, you can see him there now, getting you footage of him. Any of you purists will say, you know what, he's not doing much wrong here. You look at his stern and it's just being pushed along. He's using his legs, then he drives them down fast, and that's the way you row. Then open the back up and just let it go. So that's beautiful rowing from him. That's why Lady Elizabeth Boat Club are going to take this championship back to the Liffey in about 2 minutes' time. Quigley, he's got about 4 or 5 lengths now. The Condon from University College Cork hasn't made any inroads at all, and if anything, He's just trying to settle for second now as Giles from Neptune pushes on in, trying to get third, doing well indeed, being brave to look for that third position, trying to outdo Tralee, Mr. Morris on the inside, and then it's back to the another half a length back to Carlo Feeney and then Commercial. But look at this now, he's only got about 200 metres left, Alan. It's Mark Quigley, Lady Elizabeth Boat Club, going to take this title in about 30 seconds. Watch his form, watch him as a single sculler, a Club 2 single sculler. That's very good. Lady Elizabeth Boat Club leading the way home here in the men's Club 2 single sculls final, Alan.
Fantastic stuff from Quigley, and he has dominated this race from the off. Some would say he had something to prove following the him not being able to line up at the earlier singles final, but he has dominated this. There was 10 seconds in the difference in the time trial, but there will be that and maybe more when he crosses the line. The real battle, second place, maybe UCC are in the mix at this stage. The real battle for third place, but full respect and honour, and really dominating the field. Quigley from Lady Elizabeth, as he crosses the line, he is absolutely delighted, screams with joy, and that is vindication, I would say, considering the issues he may have had earlier on. Big fight for second. UCC have taken second, and if anything, I would say Neptune could have stolen third in that, but dominating performance from the off, as Jerry said, all the way down that river. Quigley from Lady Elizabeth has taken the title of men's Club 2 single sculls. As our club single scullers try and catch their breath, we don't have time for that because 2 minutes to go. The men's inter-pair, we have UL in lane 1, University of Galway in lane 2, University of Galway in lane 3, UCC in lane 4, Commercial in lane 5, and Shandon in lane 6. So the men's intermediate pair next up in 2 minutes as the drone heads down, tries to race Jerry, who's in the launch on the right hand side there, trying to get down to get as much on the water commentary as we can. Men's intermediate pairs coming up in 2 minutes time. Some blue skies at the finish, and the sun maybe will come out to celebrate whoever crosses the line first here. I see they are under starters' orders and they are away off the start. So the umpire's launch moving away with the crews, all 6 crews. Again, we have UL, University of Galway C, University of Galway A, UCC, Commercial, and Shandon. So showing early, I'd have to say, would be UCC, I think, in lane 4. They look like they are slightly up again. These inter-pairs will be steering with their feet, so as Jerry said, it's a technical, as well as putting down the force. You want to keep that boat in the centre of the lane. You want to avoid steering. Any steering left or right is just adding on meters to the 2,000 that you got to cover, and it's tough enough doing 2,000, as we've seen before. So moving down towards us now, UCC in lane 4, still holding that lead. Bit of freeze in the picture here, but moving very nicely. As soon as Jerry gets down to that race, we'll pick up the on-the-water action. But UCC from here, under a bit of pressure from the lane 6 out there, Shandon, I feel, and it's the 2 boats. It's a boat on the furthest of the right, which is Shandon, that are moving very well now. They've come right back into it during that little picture stutter. They didn't have the best of starts. I think University or UCC had the best start. But again, from lane 1, the challenge to that crew of UCC are UL out in lane 1, my mistake. So it's UL and it's UCC in lane 1 and lane 4 now, causing all the trouble up the front. And as soon as we get to see Jerry, we'll get down to him, because this looks like a very close race. Nothing much between them in the first 300 metres, probably about 4 lengths covering all 6 boats. still out in front, but I would say actually under pressure now, maybe I got this wrong, UCC, but I think UL might have actually squeezed past them. A bit of a stutter in the picture, a bit of a delay. So to get the real action, I'm going to head down to Spuddy, who's on the water. Jerry, over to you.
Men's intermediate pairs final, and they have come about 600 metres now down the course as we pick them up, and it's lane 4 leading the way here. That's University College Cork. They've got about a half a length on the crew on the far side, in the far of the enclosure in lane 1, University of Limerick Rowing Club. But it's tight enough now, and overlapping with them in lane in lane 2 is the University of Galway Boat Club, and overlapping with them is the crew in lane 2 and lane 3 are overlapping. The 2 University of Galway crews are in 3 and 4. Yeah, so but out in front by about a length, and probably now bang on level together, is University of Limerick and University of Cork. So all universities here, it's Limerick and Cork joint leading from the University of Galway crew in lane 2, from their other University of Galway crew in lane 3 by about a half a length. And then it's another length back then to the Shandon crew and Commercial a half a length behind them. So a bit spread out now all of a sudden, but it's tight enough out here for University College Cork in lane 4. They have about a half a length to the crew right over on their right hand side on the far shore, the University of Limerick in lane 1. So as we move on down here, looking at it, the University of Galway had the fastest time, but they're not showing yet, so I reckon there's a big kick on them now, the crew in lane 2. Big tall lads now. We'll see what they're like over the second half. This is a 2-kilometre race, so if you're leading at the 1,000-metre mark, that's no good. You got to be leading at the 2K mark. Moving on down though, they got through the heats. There were 3 heats with 2 from each heat to qualify earlier on in this pairs race. Love the pairs. I've said that already this weekend. I love a good pair, watching them, and they steer the boat with their shoe, so it's very technical. They've got to be bang on together with the technique, with the timing. But here we go now. University College Cork, they have pushed on a bit here. They're having a bit of a charge now as they have moved on down the course here, about 1,250 metres gone. So another championship up for grabs. University College Cork, they row out of Cork Boat Club in the marina inside the city, not far from here. So they'll have trained out here lots of times, but I tell you what, over on the far side, now look at an merciful push going on from the University of Limerick in lane 1. They're out to a canvas now. They've pushed ahead of University College Cork. So here we're into the last 500 and we have a race on. University of Limerick over on the far shore from the enclosure. They're out to half a length. Can UCC stay with them? Can they respond? These guys now have got clear water on the 2 University of Limerick crews, so we'll watch this. There has to be an almighty row from that crew from University of Galway rather to come back up on these crews, but University of Limerick have gone out to half a length. They're at 37 strokes a minute. University College Cork are at 37 as well. They're both rating the same. So this is going right to the end, folks. Let's have a look at this with 300 metres to go. The men's intermediate Coxless pairs Championship of Ireland. Whoa, here come UCC again. This is going all the way, folks. So up go UCC now, desperately trying to get back in with them at 38.5. They're coming up the rates. They'll be in the 40s by the time they get down to the last 10. There is about 30 strokes, maybe 35 strokes left in this race, and they are right on fire now. They are on the edge. They're about to fall off, but they just need to hang on and go. Absolutely throw everything at each other now. This is a heavyweight boxing match now. University of Limerick on the outside. University College Cork. Oh, they're absolutely going at each other. Alan, I'm gonna let you take it.
Knocking lumps out of each other, UCC and UL as they push towards the finish. I think UCC have the faster finish. They've upped that rate. I don't know if UL can reply. UCC are pushing, and I think, have they done enough just to take this as they pass us here with about 10 strokes left, or 5 strokes left? It could be UCC. I think it's UCC. I think they've done enough to dominate this final. And they cross the line and they become the Irish rowing champions. That was a fantastic finish. UL never let them go. University of Galway tried to push back into it, but what a reply, what a response from UCC. They crossed the line, they had about half a length at it, but wow, to and fro all the way. UCC were dominating the whole way. UL crept back into it. University of Galway slipped away a bit, but UCC held off the challenge from UL. Wow, what a race. 4 left today now as we move to race 279, the women's Club 2/8, which is commercial. UCDB, University of Galway, UCDA, and UCC. So, folks, hold on to your hats. We've got a big race with 5/8 coming up in about 2 minutes' time. 4 minutes, 4 minutes, they'll be off the start. Take some time, catch your breath. Give a bit of appreciation to the UCC crew. Wow, did they earn that race? UL put it up to them, but only one team can cross the line first, and wow. We've seen the best of racing here today from all our morning finals. Even some of the heats were spectacular. Everybody giving their heart and soul. As Jerry races down to get the best seat in the house for the women's Club 2/8. We'll try and catch some of that off the start on the drone, and then Jerry will pick it up on the water and he'll take it home. So next up, in about 3 minutes' time, the women's Club 2/8. So it looks like crews are on the stake boats for this 5-boat final women's Club 2/8. As we look down there on the right of the screen in lane 2, you'll see commercial. Beside them, UCD-B crew. University of Galway next to them, UCD-A crew in lane 5, and UCC in lane 6. So they should be ready to go. You'll see the flashing light. They're under starters orders. You'll see the red flag, and the green light will go. And then these women in the Club 8s will launch off the start. Fantastic drone footage there, getting full appreciation of the start, the nerves on that line, the power that those girls are going to put through the foot plates to drive these 8s home. Any second now, they'll be away. And they're off, everyone away clean. Short strokes to get the momentum, and then straight into a power 10, power 10, power 10. And it keeps going. And will keep going until we get to 2,000 meters. Everyone away very cleanly, and nobody really showing. If anything, I would say the commercial crew in lane 2 probably have got a slight edge, maybe a canvas on the right-hand side of the screen as you look at it. Right beside them, UCD and University of Galway, and the UCD-A crew maybe are slightly up with commercial at the minute. They're over on the left-hand side, second in lane 5. So with about 200 meters gone, and we'll just wait for Jerry to radio in and let us know when he can pick it up. I would say commercial on the right-hand side of the screen, and UCD-A crew are the ones leading out. But there's literally nothing in it. The only ones feeling the heat is maybe the UCC crew in lane 6, as the results come in for the men's intermediate pairs. Great win for UCC, 6:44.7. Pan down now, and I would say that it is UCD-A crew who are holding a lead over the commercial crew on the right-hand side of the screen. We are probably 400 meters in now. As soon as I get to see the commentary launch, we'll cut to Jerry and he'll give a real view of the action. But UCD-A crew in lane 5 holding the lead. Now that lead is probably pushed out to about half a length. That lead is over commercial and over the University of Galway crew. So Jerry's ready on the water, and we're going to cut to him. Jerry, fill us in on the action.
Women's Club 2/8, they've gone through the first 500 metres now as we watch them approach us, and looking at them now, it's a great spectacle coming at us now. It's University College Dublin in lane 5 who lead the way here. They're nearly out to clear water, so they've had a tremendous first 500, a first quarter, as they push on down the course here. They just, well, not quite clear water now, as NU Galway in lane 4 beside them aren't letting them have it all their own way, and Commercial on the far side of the enclosure in lane 2, they're dead level with NU Galway, just about just under a length behind University College Dublin. NU Galway had the fastest time in the heats earlier on when they were out here, and these crews all made it to the final. So NU Galway now have pushed on into outright second with Commercial in third. So it's UCD leading here with about 700 metres gone by about 2/3 of a length from NU Galway, and then they've got about a half a length on Commercial Rowing Club Dublin on the far station in lane 2, and then the far station to the enclosure, and then another half a length back to the black boat of University College Cork, and then they've got clear water on University College Dublin's second boat. Now, as we move on down here, we've approached halfway, and UCD have about 2/3 of a length on University College Galway. But I tell you, the Galway crew look strong. They look like they're going a tiny little bit faster than UCD now every stroke. So we'll watch this one as they move on down now. There's a bit of an overlap, but it's getting closer all the time. And then it's 2/3 of a length back. Commercial need to watch it and not let them slip. They want to stay in this game. They need to stay with them. In lane 2, right over to their right, and then it's back to University College Cork and the black boat in fourth. So moving on down here now, the fight seems to be between University College Dublin and University of Galway in the women's Club 2/8. The final, the championships up for grabs here, and the yellow boat of UCD leading, but it's University of Galway now back to half a length. They're closing inch by inch all the time. You can see it, it's so obvious. UCD, as they move on down, let's have a look. They're 35 and a half strokes per minute. And then University of Galway, they're up to 39. They're doing a massive push. I'm going to check that one again now. And yes, they're really on fire here. They are absolutely trying to get past now UCD. There's a massive push going on here from University of Galway. And they're back to 1/3 of a length. We're coming up now with about 600 metres to go. And UCD still maintain that lead. Have they got that? What it takes now to hold them off. University of Galway, they look neat, they look tidy, they look like they're just letting the boat do the work as they move forward onto the next stroke, dropping it in and driving it through. Here we go now, they're down to I'd say it's a canvas now at this stage, with Clearwater back to Commercial, who are falling behind. So we're going to concentrate now on these two boats here. We're through the 1500 metre mark. This is the final. We got 450 metres before we know who the champions of Ireland will be in the Women's Club 2/8. UCD now, they are being very brave. They are holding them off. They're not letting them through. This is good. UCD have responded. They have kicked on again. They've absolutely realised we got to go now. So they're going early. We have to wait and see, can they maintain that? Can they do this? I think this is going to the wire. I think NUG aren't ready. This is going to be a really close one. Watch this one coming towards you. The yellow boat of UCD on the inside of where the enclosure is, and then you Galway on the outside. Club 2/8 women. Here we go. What fantastic rowing from Club Rowing here in Inniscarra, Cork. As we move on down here now, they're just not getting through them. What brave rowing by UCD. If they get over the line first here, you have to hand it to them. This is really brave rowing by UCD, because University of Galway have thrown everything at them. They just can't get through them. Alan, just watch this. Look, they're going for the line. Can UCD hold on?
They've shut them down completely. I think UCD have done enough. They've really responded to that attack. Huge attack from University of Galway. But UCD have been stood up and they've been counted, and they look like they're going to hold on. They've got a canvas. I'd say they've got 3/4. Galway through everything, including the kitchen sink at them. And I think UCD are going to take this as they come to the line. It's going to be UCD by half a length over University of Galway. What a battle. What an absolute battle. Commercial led this race out. UCD celebrate. They've crossed the line first. They have won the Irish Rowing Championships in the Women's Club 2/8. What a race. They responded We thought now Jerry had the eyes on the ground and he was sure that Galway were moving through, and they did. They inched up to half a canvas at one stage, but UCD held them off, and that is, as Jerry said, as brave a rowing as you'll get. They were asked the question and they answered it, and they crossed the line first, claiming the Irish Rowing Championship 2024. What a race, what a treat of finals we are being given today. Next up, I don't think the action's going to stop, because we've got the men's junior 18-8s coming up in a couple of minutes' time, with Castleconnell A in lane 1, Neptune in lane 2, St. Joseph's in lane 3, Methodist in lane 4, Coxless in lane 5, and Enniskillen in lane 6. Household names in men's junior 18-8 rowing. This is going to be an absolutely rip-roaring race. No one's going to give up anything too easy here. These guys will die on their feet to bring home a championship for their clubs. But what a race in that women's Club 2-8s. Commercial with a hugely fast start, challenged only by UCD-A, and UCD, they took that lead after about 400 metres, and they held on to it all the way home, because even when they were asked huge questions by University of Galway and a massive attack by University of Galway, they held them off just enough. That's all you got to do. You got to win by a bow ball, and they certainly did. And in fact, they dominated. They pushed through at the end, getting more and more confidence the closer to the line that they got. So congratulations to UCD. We roll on. As I said, can't have any time to catch your breath. Our third last race of this day 2 of Saturday, and if your heart can take it, join us tomorrow bright and early when we do it all over again for the final day, day 3 of the Irish Rowing Championships 2014. I look down, the drone footage showing me there that everyone is lined up, and from right to left, lane 1 Castleconnell, lane 2 Neptune, St. Joseph's in lane 3, Methodist College in lane 4, Coxless in lane 5, and Enniskillen in lane 6. Grab a quick breath, folks, because things are about to go crazy yet again. We have 2,000 metres of junior 18 men absolutely knocking lumps out of each other, because this is always one of the most exciting and hotly contested 8s races of the year. The men's junior 18-8s. And they're away. Everyone looks away clean, and as you can see, the rates are probably up in the 50s from that. Nobody showing at the minute. Too early. Methodist College maybe in lane 4. That's 4 over from the right hand side showing. Castleconnell with a huge start as well, as they, after about 20 strokes, I can see them take half a length over Neptune beside them. As I said, a massive fast start. St. Joseph's, of course, moving into probably seconds place, but as things settle down after about 400 or 500 metres, we'll get a clearer picture of what's happening out there. But at the moment, Castleconnell in lane 1 on the right-hand side of your screen have half a length over the field. These guys are absolutely flying. Jerry's going to throw a rate on it now as soon as he gives us the up-close and personal view. He'll have some action on that. Andrew with the camera now will bring us some pictures in about a minute's time. Jerry's on his way back down, but as we way back down the course to give you all the action firsthand. But as we look at this, Castleconnell on the right-hand side in the red are still holding a lead, but coming into it now, Coxless, I'd say, are holding that second place. Difficult to tell with the drone footage, but fantastic here. Castleconnell on the right hand side of the screen, Neptune beside them, St. Joseph's in third spot in the middle in that empacker, and beside them Methodist College, Coxless, and for one of the hopefully one of the best races of the day. Jerry, pick it up.
Men's junior 8s, they've gone through the first 500 now, and we're going to pick it up here as they come down. Absolutely flying along, all 6 crews. Nobody's fallen out the back, so that's good as we watch them now coming towards us. So it's the crew in lane 3, St. Joseph's in the yellow boat, but over there in lane 5 is Coxless. Coxless out to half a length, 2/3 of a length. This is brilliant rowing from them now as we go through about 600 metres. As we ride alongside them now, it's Coxless doing a really good job here over the first 500 metres of this race. Now, the rest of the crews are fairly bunched up behind them, so they've led the way. We'll have to see now if they can maintain this, and will the others haul them back in. I've no doubt there'll be a few changes. So, Coxless leading the way here. St. Joseph's beginning to nudge up now a little bit in the yellow boat in lane 3. To their right. And then on the inside, it's Enniskillen who, so Coxless Noid have Enniskillen on the left, St. Joseph's on the right, and then right out in lane 1 is Castleconnell, followed by Neptune, then another half a lane behind them, who lead Methody by a canvas. Here we go through the 1,000 metre mark. It's Coxless Noid, the Jazz, in front of the Bish. They love this. They've led them the first half. Now can they do it the second half? But the Bish are edging back. They're moving a little bit faster. And Enniskillen as well, who are just another canvas behind them. So the big boys who've won this race more times than anyone over the last 13 years. The only crew is Shandon who's broken that sequence between those two crews. And you've got Coxless Noid sandwiched in between. St. Joseph's now are about moving out to a half a length ahead of Enniskillen on the inside to Jez's left. Moving on down the course now, and then it's Castleconnell in lane 1, not out of it either. They are in 4th, who've got about a Neptune rowing very well in lane 2, about a third of a length behind Castleconnell. So there's a little bit of overlap there with the rest of the crews, and then back to Methody. But I tell you, it's brave rowing by Coxless Noid. They did beat St. Joseph's already this year. They know how to do it, but St. Joseph's are edging up. Don't forget they won the pairs. They had an amazing row yesterday, winning the pairs with and their coach John Walsh. He says they're humming. So let's see now if they can catch up with this. They've moved into second. Enniskillen about another third of a length behind them. But Coxless Noid, they're having an amazing row. I think a lot of these guys have been picked for the home internationals. They didn't make coupe boats, so they didn't make any world boats. There were 3 of them in the final of the pairs. There's a lot of pedigree there. They know how to row, but St. Joseph's are back to half a length. Oh, this is turning into a big race. It always is big. It's usually between St. Joseph's and Enniskillen. And now is Coxless Noid going to break this up? Are they going to spoil the party? Are they going to take this one back to Galway? They'll have such bragging rights if they can do it. They will be on fire. They will just take the town over if they can do this. Oh yes, look at this now as they flash those reddish blades down the course. But Coxless Noid now are desperately holding on here. Let's have a look now as they move along. Rating 37. We're into about 300 metres to go. Coxless Noid still leading the way here. They've just led the way the whole way, but here come the Bish. And Enniskillen slipping back a bit. The Bish are now attacking them. Their stern pair know how to do it. They did it in the pair yesterday. The Bish are attacking, and this is the battle of the West, the battle of Galway, the battle of the city. They know each other so well. The Corrib, they know it. They bash up and down on the same. It's Galway against Galway. The Bish against the Jazz. You couldn't get it any bigger in junior rowing in Ireland. And Enniskillen slipping back. Oh, the Bish, are they pushing through, Alan?
15 strokes to make or break. 15 strokes to become immortal in Galway town. The Bish, have they come back? Have they come back on Coxless Noid? Are Coxless Noid going to lose it at the end? Enniskillen are pushing through. Coxless Noid, are they still holding on? Looks like they're still holding on. It goes to the line. Oh my God. It looks like the Bish. The Bish, they're celebrating. Oh, Coxless Noid could have lost that just on the line. Enniskillen third. Oh, so hard to tell here. St. Joseph's very, very much believe they got it. If they got it, it was literally by a foot. Coxless Noid pulled out 1,995 metres of a win, but lost at the end. This is heartbreaking for Coxless Noid. It does look like St. Joseph's have that win. We'll wait for the official results. St. Joseph's certainly celebrating. That was so close. There'll be a photo finish that'll tell, but I would say if there was 1 foot in that race, that is the most. Coxless Noid, all credit to them. They hammered down that course. They kept some of the top clubs at bay. They weren't expected to do that, irrespective of the pedigree. They challenged the pedigree of Enniskillen and St. Joseph's. Oh, a lot of dejected, very, very tired rowers out there at the moment. It does look like St. Joseph's had it. We'll wait for the official result. But yet again, the men's junior 18-8s doesn't fail to deliver a thriller every single time. St. Joseph's certainly celebrating as if it's theirs. But we'll wait for the official result. That was very, very close. Fantastic racing, especially Enniskillen, Clostignod and St. Joseph's. Not one bad stroke between them all. Well, as we try and recover from that, 2 races left today, this afternoon, and this afternoon's finals. The women's intermediate single scull is up next at 6:15. 4 minutes time, it's going to be Neptune Mahon, Skibbereen Hayes, UL Barrett, Fermoy O'Mahony, St. Michael's Coffey and Neptune Kilgallen. They'll be lining up and we'll take that off the start. And we'll pick up then with Spuddy, who'll be out there to bring this race home. Just 2 races left. Women's Junior 16/8 to close us out for today with Castleconnell, Clostignod, Cork, Commercial, St. Michael's and Enniskillen. So just 2 races to go. Women's Inter Single Scull and Women's Junior 16/8. So trying to recover from that fantastic race, which I believe saw St. Joseph's take yet another men's junior 18/8s, but certainly that's the last thing they can say is that it came easy. Single sculls all lined up, so from right to left as we look at it here, lane 1, Neptune Mahon, Hayes from Skibbereen in lane 2, UL Barrett in lane 3, O'Mahony from Fermoy in lane 4, Coffey in lane 5 from St. Michael's and Kilgallen from Neptune in lane 6. And we await the start. What a sight from the drone footage as it heads towards the start. Beautiful blue skies, sun trying to break through now this lovely Saturday evening. A little bit of a tailwind, which will help the last 2 races. But what a great place to be. Day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships. So here we go, second last race of the day, the women's intermediate single scull, and right in the center is where the action is. Looks like, sorry, just a frozen screen there, but looked like Fermoy O'Mahony in lane 4 got the best start. Holding a lead over right beside her, UL Barrett. And St. Michael's Coffey on the right-hand side in lane 2. Neptune Kilgallen in lane 1, also moving well. Neptune Mahon on the left-hand side. And Skibbereen Hayes then in lane 5. So just looking at this now, as I said, things jump off the start. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of a frozen screen there, but I would say Coffey from St. Michael's is holding this in lane 2 at the moment. 2 favourites, Barrett and O'Mahony from Fermoy, because they were the ones that qualified fastest. But again, heats don't necessarily translate into final performance. St. Michael's Coffey on the right-hand side of your screen as you're looking at it in lane 2 holds a nice bit of clear water at the moment. Over the Fermoy, and it is just confirmed that St. Joseph's have won that. The official result is 0.1 of a second win over Coxed Ignod, so that's a well done to St. Joseph's. We'll cut down to Jerry now.
So the women's intermediate single sculls have just gone through the first 500 metre mark now. The final of the women's intermediate sculls, they've come through the heats, and as they push on down here, well out in front now is the sculler from Skibbereen, Hayes. She looked very promising in the heats as well, and is a really neat and tidy sculler, and raced at Henley Royal Regatta last weekend, and did quite well, getting through a couple of rounds. So she's the form sculler here now in this women's intermediate single sculls, out in front by about 2 to 3 lengths as we settle back down now after that exciting junior men's eights race. I don't even know if it's been called yet, but we just need to draw a breath now as we watch these girls coming down these women coming down in the final of the intermediate single sculls. So Hayes leads. She's got about 3-4 lengths then on the Fermoy sculler O'Mahony, and she's got about a half a length then on the Neptune sculler Niamh Kilgallen on the enclosure side, and then another length back to Ali Mann from Neptune in lane 3, and then it's St. Michael's in lane 5, about a length and a half behind her. Apologies, it wasn't Ali Mann in lane 3, that's the Barrett from University of Limerick. So that new outfit from University of Limerick, I'll have to put in an official complaint, it's too like the Neptune one. But anyway, out in front anyway is Hayes, as I said, and then Fermoy in lane 4, O'Mahony in second, but she's been attacked then from both sides by the Barrett from University of Limerick and Kilgallen from Neptune. If anything now, Kilgallen Neptune has moved into third position and trying to get back into second, but Hayes is, you know, she's in a bit of a different league here. She's looking the part as she flashes those white blades after she squares them, drops it in and just kicks those long legs, big levers she has, and just doing a lovely job sculling down the 2K course here in Inniscarra. So whether you've been with us all day, just for the last few finals, we've had a brilliant day's racing, culminating in some tremendous finals here in Inniscarra, 20 kilometres from Cork City. And this is the second last race. We've got the women's junior 16/8s to finish off the day. A cracking race, that'll be 6/8s coming down at you now after this one. But moving on down now, Hayes continues to lead. She's looking very comfortable now and can control this race. As the others bunch up now, and there's a good race going on between them. Kilgallen, Neptune, well, actually in lane 4, I'd say it's for the Fermoy sculler O'Mahony, just about in front by about a half a length from Kilgallen, and then she's just about in front of University of Limerick Barrett, and then back to St. Michael's and Ali Mann Neptune. So we watch them now, and it's spreading out for a final. Always unusual, having won through the heats and showing your form, and then it's sort of spreading way out like this as the Skibbereen sculler leads the way down the course here. So it's going to take an absolute amazing row by any of these scullers from Neptune, University of Limerick and Fermoy to catch her. But I suppose now the best thing they can do is look for second position at this point, because this is a different league altogether now as Hayes pushes on down in this intermediate sculls final. The women's intermediate sculls final, as they go through now about 1,300 metres, approaching the last quarter. Well, Skibbereen is anyway. The others will have to do about another 700 metres. It's gorgeous evening here in Cork, as the wind just is practically just a little slight roll, a little slight headwind to settle them up there and make it nice for them. But Hayes continues to lead now, in control. Rate is a little lower because she doesn't have to give it all. As the Fermoy sculler now pushes out. Actually, Kilgallen's still with her there now, so right fight going on there. You can watch that back down the course between Fermoy in the middle of University of Limerick and Neptune for second position. So as we move, as Skibbereen, are they going to win another championship here this afternoon? Yes, they have about, Hayes has about, I'd say 300 metres left now to take this one. And intermediate, single sculls as she heads on down the course. But I'm watching there, nice for second. If Hayes wasn't in this now, it would be a great dogfight going on between these scullers here. University of Limerick on the outside, Fermoy in the middle, and Neptune on the inside. So we'll see now who's going to take off and get that second position behind Skibbereen, who in about 30 seconds time, maybe 45, will take this intermediate women's single sculls championship of Ireland home to Skibbereen. And Alan, I'll hand over to you to take it home.
Thanks, buddy. Absolute class from Hayes of Skibbereen, and it's a credit to her that she's able just to perform on the biggest stage of all, because this is a dominant performance under no pressure. But the way you get to row under no pressure is you do all the hard work when it's warranted, and she has just dominated this race, put everyone else to the sword. There is a battle for second, and Kilgallen from Neptune on the enclosure side is really putting the hammer down to battle for that second spot. But Skibbereen, absolute domination here from Hayes, and all credit to her. Thoroughly deserved. Anyone that puts in that much work, sheer class, she's going to cross the line first, and she's going to claim hers and Skibbereen's title for the Irish Rowing Championship, Day 2. Second last race of the day. Great race from Neptune Kilgallen to wind in second. And a bit of a battle there. UL and Fermoy for third. So as this race winds down, we get the result there of the St. Joseph's. 0.1 of a second, St. Joseph's over Coxless, over Enniskillen, Neptune, Castleconnell and Methodist in the men's junior 18-8 final. What a finish. 5:59.9. Last race of the day, they're stacking up for the women's junior 16-8s. That's going to see Castleconnell, Coxless, Cork, Commercial, St. Michael's and Enniskillen in the last race of the day, coming up in a couple of minutes' time. What a finish. The last 10 finals of this afternoon, I think, have aged us all. Heart-stopping stuff. As the drone heads down for the last time today, beautiful scenes here in Inniscarra. Picturesque, couldn't ask for more. Bit of a tailwind for this last final, these junior 16-8s. As I said, they'll be lining up soon. Castleconnell will appear on the right-hand side, and from right to left, we'll see Coxless, Cork, Commercial, St. Michael's and Enniskillen in this final. As soon as Jerry gets down there, he's going to take this race all the way home. Hopefully this is going to be neck and neck to the line. Take another few years off us. But coming up next, and the last race of the day, race 2-8-2, women's junior 18-8s.
So they're all lined up and ready to go. Final race of the day, 282, the women's junior 16/8s. From right to left as we look at it here, it's Castleconnell, Coláiste Cork, Commercial St. Michael's and Enniskillen in lane 6.
So we're at the start here now for the final race of Saturday, day 2 of the rowing championships, women's junior 16/8, 6-boat straight final, and they are off. We're away. Final race of the day, 16/8s now, and the roars from the Coxes and the splashes, and it's just brilliant to watch now as they all head down the course here. Nobody's got into any difficulty, and that's great. These 16-year-old girls, this is their first year racing the full 2 kilometres. Most of them will have started rowing as 14-year-olds in 1K races and 15s as well, and now up to the big game. So as they move on down the course here now, it's all frantic. They're all charging flat out until they settle down after about a minute. In lane 1, Castleconnell, which is on the opposite side of the enclosure. Lane 2, Coláiste. Lane 3, Cork Boat Club. Lane 4, Commercial Rowing Club Dublin. Lane 5, St. Michael's Limerick. And lane 6, Enniskillen. So as we bring these brilliant pictures to you now, and with a little bit of commentary thrown in, I hope you're enjoying the day, and we'll have more tomorrow. But looking now good straight out in front there is in lane 6, Enniskillen. They're out to about a third of a length from the crew in lane 1. And Castleconnell, big, strong holes of rowing, junior rowing, and actually beside Enniskillen, Coxless Noid, just about equal second with Castleconnell. These two have broken away a little bit, but it's Enniskillen leading by a half a length from Coxless Noid. St. Michael's, apologies. St. Michael's supporters, St. Michael's beside them in lane 5, and then in lane 1 is Castleconnell. Castleconnell now nudged into second. As we go through the first 500, we'll give you the call. It's Enniskillen from Castleconnell by a half a length. You've only got a canvas down on St. Michael's Limerick, who then have a half a length in Commercial Dublin, and then it's a bit of Clearwater back to Cork Boat Club, and beside them it's Coxless Noid. So yeah, that's it now. That's the way we have it as we want to run through the as we move through about 600 meters now on the final race here in day 2. What a gorgeous evening. I hope you've enjoyed today. Well, I certainly have. And Paul Kelly, my driver, I want to thank him too, from Kenmare. So he's done a great job as we move on down here. Andrew, my driver from Upshot as well. Brilliant pictures coming from them. But as we move on down, it's Enniskillen now making this their own. Enniskillen supporters, look at this. They're absolutely now pushed right out all of a sudden here through 750 metres. Out we go. Junior 16s, the next year's crop and the year after, they just keep on producing them. So they are tapping along there now. As we look at them, we focus in on them. 34 strokes a minute. That's a nice tidy figure for Junior 16 girls. They've got clear water. It just happened, bang, over the last minute from Castleconnell now, just about holding on to second from St. Michael's Limerick by about a third of a length. And then it's another half a length back to Commercial, and then Clearwater back to Cork Boat Club and Coxless Noid. So we're coming up now, about 800 metres gone. Look at this Enniskillen crew. They wouldn't look out of place at 18s. Maybe some of them are already in 18s. I know one of the girls, the 7 girl, is only 15. That was in that crew today for Enniskillen, in the 4 rather. But this is just brilliant rowing as they go through 1,000 metres. Enniskillen leading the way here. They got Clearwater now, and Castleconnell, who were trying to get Clearwater on St. Michael's Limerick, just edging towards that now. As all first 3 crews are through with about a half a length back to Commercial, all through the halfway point then, the first 4 crews. As the sun is on my back, as we move on down towards the finish now into the second half of the last race of the day. You couldn't ask for anything nicer. It's just gorgeous here. Summer has arrived. If it's Cork, we haven't got it anywhere else in the country, but we have it in Cork. And look at Enniskillen. You're going to see close-ups of them now from all sorts of sides. We've got so many cameras now picking them up, and you'll see how they flash those blades and whip it through the water. It's just really good. Hours and hours of practice to get that, plus gym and everything else, and erg work, rowing machine stuff. So I hope you're enjoying this, no matter where you are. I've said it earlier on. You could be here on the course physically, or sitting on a couch in New Zealand or Australia or America. I hope you're having a great time. And we've got tomorrow to go as well. Big races tomorrow. But let's enjoy Enniskillen now. They're Junior 16-8. Their 18s-8 are fantastic. Look at their 16s. What are they giving them? What's in the water in Enniskillen? It's just amazing stuff coming from them. It's theirs to lose now. They're absolutely on fire here as they charge down the course. They're smiling. You can see them. They're just enjoying it now because they've pushed well out to a couple of lengths from Castleconnell on the far side. And then we have the St. Michael's crew now edging out into third, a half a length ahead of Commercial Dublin. And then it's a big gap back then to Cork and Coxless Noid. So this was a straight final, no heats to get through, so this is so well spread out. But I think the big thing coming out of this is just the magnificent Enniskillen Junior 16 girls 8 as they move on down there now. It's just lovely to watch. I hope you're getting, as I say, the close-ups of it, and as they move now with about 350 metres to go. Enniskillen, Castleconnell bravely holding off the other 2 crews for second. St. Michael's Limerick in third and Commercial in fourth. Big scrap going on there. Don't forget, silver and bronze medals up here. So Castleconnell into the silver, St. Michael's Limerick into the bronze, and Commercial now need to charge to get in there somewhere to get up with them. But as we watch it now unfold with about 250 metres to go, as they head towards the line now. They've got about 30 strokes left. It's Enniskillen. Enniskillen now moving along there with about 20 strokes. They're going to show off. It's a bit of champagne rowing, isn't it really? Look at that. Their year's work, they're all the slog they did, and they can show off. Isn't it a great way for them to finish off their season as they charge towards the line? I have to say I'm very impressed with them, and well done to them now as they take the final 10 or so strokes towards that line. Enniskillen leading up towards that line now with just a few more strokes to go. Castleconnell bravely into second now as they come along over on the other side, but it's Enniskillen heading towards that line. Junior 16/8s. They'll be raising their hands in the air now very shortly as they head towards the line. Up we go, followed by Castleconnell, followed by St Michael's Limerick, and then Commercial Rowing Club from Dublin. Over the line, yes, it's Enniskillen. Well done, impressive rowing. Castleconnell in second. And then we have St Michael's holding on to third from a big charge by Commercial Dublin in fourth place. In fifth is Cork Boat Club, followed by Coxed Ignoid. That's your last race of the day, folks. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm Jerry Murphy, and I'm signing off now, and we'll see you again tomorrow.